1, 2, 1, 2. Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
What's on the last time? Okay, mañana.
Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Injani Steve? Ngiyakuzwa Steve, ngiyakuzwa kuma-comms. Mic check. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Mic check. Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Injani Steve? Okay. 1, 2, 3. Ukhuluma nomtho? 1, 2. Are you fine? Hola.
Good morning, Mr. Pretorius. Good morning, everybody.
Morning, Chair.
Yes.
Chair, Mr. Arthur Fraser has brought an application before the Commission in which the Minister of State Security, the Director General State Security, and the State Security Agency are the three respondents. In essence, he requests you, Chair, to direct, in terms of the Commission's powers under the Act and regulations, to order the respondents to provide documentation. The first respondent abides, the second and third respondent are opposing. There have been discussions between the parties, but I'm sure they will explain to you how these discussions have progressed but not yet reached finality. And if I may, Chair, I will address you on the matter after these submissions have been made by the parties.
Okay, that's fine. Who appears for who? You'll have to put on your mic or go to the podium if they sanitize it. But if you can, if your mic is working and you are happy to speak from there, it is okay.
It is working, Chairperson, and I'd rather speak from.
Okay, all right.
For the record, I'm Rapilani Khorayadira in respect of Mr. Fraser.
Yes. I think they are indicating that you are not audible enough, or so it's better that you go to the podium.
Please, Chair, I'm for the second, the third one.
Second and?
The third one, breaking the bell.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Well, just for the record, just place the names, your names on record again.
Advocate breaking the bell. For the second and the third.
Yes, can they can't hear. I think maybe take off your mask for now, yes, and then just speak up a bit. They need, if they hear, then we know that it will be in the transcript. If they don't hear, it won't be in the transcript.
Thank you, Chair. The name is breaking the bell for the second and the third respondent.
Thank you. That is the Director General of State Security Agency and as well as the State Security Agency itself. Okay, all right. Yes.
For the record again, Chairperson, I'm Rapilani Khorayadira.
Yes.
On behalf of Mr. Arthur Fraser, the applicant in this matter. And if I may address you on the events, it is common cause, Chairperson, that from as early as August last year, the applicant sought the disclosure, declassification and disclosure of certain documents from the respondents. The long and short of it is that there has been no compliance with that request, forcing him to bring this application to yourself. And for the first time in the respondents' answering affidavit, do we get told that the respondents are willing to assist us with the documents that we require, and subject to us providing them with the particularities of the documents that are required. And owing perhaps to limitations of technology, we could not file electronically our reply together with its annexures. I beg leave of the Commission to hand to the Chairperson a copy of the reply. I provided my learned friend with a copy this morning.
That is the replying affidavit.
Is the replying affidavit.
Okay, no, that's fine. Yes.
Thanks, Chair. I suppose you can never be too sure about these health issues. You know? And perhaps the one thing that I forgot to do is to apologize on behalf of my senior counsel, Moses Kakani, who's had an emergency and cannot appear. We tried
Yes.
to, yeah.
No, that's fine.
I assume I will struggle ahead.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
But the reality, Chairperson, is that in our reply, we then go to each and every document, say for two, that for some reason I skipped, and explain why we require those documents.
Maybe before you go further, I think what I thought you would address first is what the discussions, what has come out of the
Yeah.
discussions, because it may be that we should proceed, it may be that we should not proceed, depending on what I'm told about those discussions.
No, that's fine. I was just giving a background of the
Yes,
discussions.
yes.
But the bottom line, Chairperson, is that we have, following the undertaking by the respondents that they would provide us with those documents, provided we give them the particularities. We provided them in the answering affidavit, which we emailed to them last night, and also the annexures, which we only provided them today. The annexures is a statement of our client, or the draft statement, because those annexures would then inform that statement. But then our view then, which we indicated to our opponents, is that to the extent that they undertook to provide us with the documents, provided that we give them the particularities, we have done that. As far as we are concerned, there is no matter to be argued anymore today. They need to apply their minds to the documents that we provided them, and if they're uncertain or what it is that we really need, then there can be further engagements. That, Chairperson, is my instruction, and that's where the discussions went.
Stand, yeah. Well, it seems to me that because they've given that undertaking, you are right in taking the attitude that you should give them time to apply their minds to the particulars that you have given, so that they can give you the information you have asked for, or if they have reason not to give some of the information, at least they can tell you why. But it seems that there is no point in pursuing the application as of today. It may well be that the application should be postponed either to a specific date or sine die. So that's the one point. But the other point which I must say, so that you and your clients appreciate the situation, is that as to what the commission can do at the time that the client will have received the documents that it is looking for, in terms of the commission allocating any time for any evidence, I can't give you any guarantee because of precisely where we are. The oral evidence should have been finalized by end of March. We are in extra time, and there is serious difficulty. You know, April and May and June were supposed to be for the writing of the report. So I'm just mentioning that for what it's worth, that as and when you reach a point where you have got the information you are asking for, we are not guaranteeing anything. If at that stage you make a request to give evidence or whatever, that will have to be looked at that time against the constraints that will exist at that time. You appreciate that?
We appreciate that, Chairperson.
Yes, okay, all right. Mr. Pretorius, have you got anything to say? Maybe I should hear what counsel for the second and third respondent has to say. Are you able to speak from where you are? Or if the microphone is going to give us problems, they can sanitize the podium and then you can come to the podium. Why does it look like it's unusually dark in this room today? Is there some light that is not as bright as it should be? Okay. Yes.
Morning, Chair.
Good morning.
Chair, maybe I must just cut to the chase
Yes, yes,
based
do
on
so. Yes.
what my colleague has presented to the chairperson.
Yeah.
Chair, the second and the third respondent's attitude is that the applicant is all of a sudden at last moment reverting to what he was supposed to do initially. As has been stated in the answering affidavit of the second and third respondent, this matter was brought before the issue of the disclosure of information. The agency was approached by the applicant as early as August 2020. The then acting Director General responded to the applicant, inviting him to follow the correct procedure, and also invited him to have a consultation with him so that they can see how best the agency can help him to expedite the issue of the disclosure of information. And that was, the letter to the applicant was sent on the 21st of September 2021. And the applicant... 2020, sorry, thank you, Chairperson. 2020. And 6 months, and the applicant did not respond to the invitation that was extended to him by the then Director General. And now, 6 months down the line, they are decided to approach the Commission, alleging that they have not been afforded opportunity to get the documents they are looking for, which is not true. So what the second and third respondent is saying is that what the applicant is all of a sudden proposing is something that they should have done 6 months down the line. That being the case, we feel that the application was the waste of the Commission's time or the abuse of the Commission's processes, and as such, it is my instruction that the matter should have been argued on merits. In particular, the standpoint of the second and third respondent is the fact that the applicant, in his application, is requesting information that pertains to a lot of intelligence information that mainly has to do with the methods of collection, the sources and identities of the operatives, knowing very well that the Director General is by law forbidden to do that or disclose that information. And then with that understanding and knowledge, the applicant should have not asked for the relief that they sought, to ask the commission to give a blanket approval for the release of information into the applicant's hands, whereas that information mostly, or if not all, pertains to information that by law has to be protected. Having done that, then the respondents feel that that was the abuse of the commission process. The matter should just be dismissed, and our parties must be allowed to deal with the matter the way it was supposed to be dealt with 6 months ago. That's in short. I don't want to go to the details.
Yes, no,
Yes.
that's fine.
Yes.
I'll tell you what. My attitude is that because the parties seem to have found each other, even if late, in terms of the process, what is to be done, I should allow that process. It may well be that as a result of that process, your clients will say to him, we can give you A, B, C, but we can't give you D, E, and F. And there might still be a need for the applicant to pursue the application in regard to those matters that your clients might say, we are not giving you this. So rather than deal with the merits now, it's better that let's see what comes out of that process. It may well be that as a result of that process, the parties will reach agreement that what he will have been given is reasonable, is sufficient. What your clients refuse to give, there are good grounds in law for not giving that, so therefore the application won't be pursued. So that's possible as well. Having said that, I mustn't be understood as if I am saying that the applicant's application doesn't have hurdles or challenges. There may be certain challenges, but maybe if and when it is argued, I may be persuaded. But where parties have reached agreement on trying to sort the matter out, I think let's give them that opportunity. So my attitude is to postpone it sine die, but you have heard what I said to him, that the fact that I'm sitting here being prepared to listen to it, or that I'm maybe postponing it, doesn't necessarily mean once he has got the documents, he should say, well, why did you postpone it if you were going to tell me you have no dates anymore, you know? So we will see what the position is at the time that he has received the documents and has indicated once what he wants to do with the documents. So that's my impression. You understand that?
I follow, Chairperson.
Yes. Okay. All right. Unless you have something else, I would like to hear Mr. Pretorius. So my attitude would be to postpone it, and maybe I'll postpone it sine die, but everybody understands there are time constraints, so the parties would need to do whatever they need to do as expeditiously as possible.
As it pleases the Chairperson.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank
Mr. Pretorius, I'll let them sanitize first.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. It's perhaps important to contextualize this application within the work of the Commission. There are really two approaches that can be adopted. Mr. Fraser says in paragraph 34 of his founding affidavit, I am more than eager to expose the machinations of these people who I believe are guilty of abusing their positions in government to favour and unlawfully enrich themselves, their friends and or associates, to favour or disadvantage certain political parties and or factions of political parties, steal from the public purse, and then there's an allegation that I'm not going to deal with. Chair, there are two ways then that will deal with this issue. The Commission's powers to order the production of documents are there for the Commission to conduct its own investigations in terms of its own terms of reference. Mr. Fraser appears on his own statement to have evidence significant to the work of the Commission. And from the legal team's point of view, of course, and I'm sure that will be endorsed by the investigators, we invite Mr. Fraser to come and cooperate with the Commission's investigators so that the Commission can, with Mr. Fraser, conduct an investigation. What is happening here is that an investigation is being conducted outside the ambit of the Commission's work. So if Mr. Fraser has evidence relevant to the Commission of this nature and of a serious criminal nature, it should have been brought before the Commission long ago, but although it's late, we invite Mr. Fraser to work with the Commission in a Commission investigation. The other way is for the parties to sort it out themselves. I might just say in that regard, the Commission has been very cautious in presenting state security evidence to protect the identity of operatives, to protect method, and to deal only, at least for the purposes of public evidence, with declassified information. And it seems that if the applicant and the second and third respondents are to come to any accommodation, it must be in accordance with the legal prescripts. And it's not possible for you, Chair, to grant an order at this stage on that basis, which would in effect override all those legal prescripts. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Pretorius. This application is postponed sine die. Yeah, okay. Thank you. We are going to adjourn and resume at 10 o'clock for the hearing of the evidence of the witness scheduled for today. We adjourn.
Good.
Are those all the papers that you need? Yeah, basically. Yeah. Oui, But wait, it failed. It failed.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Ash.
I want to balance.
Ik heb de keer dat komt.
Yeah?
De keer dat komt.
Stay up with me. Stay.
Ah, ik heb een cheville, man.
I'm not going in the shop.
We shall do the fast.
Yeah?
We shall do the fast.
Mara, how you more is?
Yeah. Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Freund. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning, Mr. Mantashe. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Freund.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, this is the resumption of the stream of evidence on the question of the adequacy or otherwise of parliamentary oversight vis-à-vis allegations of state capture or corruption. You will recall that we've heard a number of witnesses who deposed to a series of affidavits that were furnished by the African National Congress. And those affidavits, as originally filed, concluded with an affidavit of the Secretary General of the African National Congress, Mr. Magashule. And so what had originally been anticipated is that Mr. Magashule would be testifying today. However, some time ago, a decision was taken that Mr. Magashule would not testify, and Mr. Mantashe was asked, as I understand it, by the African National Congress, to, as it were, appear in his place and essentially to talk to his affidavit. So that was the primary and original purpose of today's hearing. But Mr. Magashule has gone further and has deposed to a fairly substantial affidavit.
Mr. Mantashe, you mean?
Mr. Mantashe, did I say
Yes.
Mr. Magashule?
Yes, Mr. Magashule.
I apologize, and if I do it again, please correct me again. It's an error I keep making. Mr. Mantashe, see, the word is written in front of me. Mr. Mantashe has gone further and deposed to a substantial affidavit, and that will be the second primary purpose of the evidence today. But in the last week or so, as a consequence of correspondence between myself and Mr. Mantashe's representative, what's come to my attention, and which we will also need to deal with, is certain material produced and furnished by Mr. Mantashe back in 2018, really round about the time of the initial evidence of former Minister Barbara Hogan. There was an initial statement, there was a follow-up statement on deployment, which overlaps but is not identical to the present affidavit. So we will canvass all of that as well. And then, in addition, Chair, I have put together a bundle of newspaper articles in some sort of chronological order, and those were furnished some time ago to Mr. Mantashe so that he's not taken by surprise. And I will be exploring some, but by no means all, of those articles in the course of the day. Now, the consequence of what I've just described is that the administrative staff have had to make certain adjustments to the pagination. So the ANC affidavit, the set of ANC affidavits was and still is Exhibit ZZ1 in File 1. And that set of affidavits, we have really already dealt with ZZ 1.2 and following, or most of those. And what we were going to be dealing with is ZZ 1.1, Mr. Magashule. But now we have had to add to that what is going to be Mr. Mantashe's affidavit, which will be ZZ 11. And the consequence of the bulk of that is the need to split the original Bundle 1 into a Bundle 1A and Bundle 1B. So when we insert this, there's no longer space for what used to be in the rest of that Bundle 1A. But that notwithstanding, the other material that was in Bundle 1 and now is in Bundle 1B will not be canvassed today. So we'll really be dealing with Bundle 1A as it is. So against that background, I would suggest that perhaps it's opportune to swear Mr. Mantashe in, and then I understand he wishes to make an opening statement. Perhaps it might be convenient if I just indicate to you, Chair, where one finds that opening statement.
Before you do that, the relabeling of the bundles to you say 1A
1A and 1B.
One understands the reason why you had to split them. I'm concerned about the fact that in the transcript up to today, there would be a reference to a certain label and not the amended label. So I wonder whether we couldn't keep the label that we used for I don't know whether for the first half of the bundle, and then make the next one 1A rather than 1B, so that we always have one. And when somebody goes to one, then maybe there could be a note to say, at a certain stage, they were split. Anything you don't find here, go and look at 1A or something like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's no difficulty with that. That's
Yeah.
what we will do. We will
Yeah.
rearrange it to make
Yeah.
it 1 and 1A.
Yeah.
And we will
Yeah.
be dealing today with the
Yes.
continuation of bundle 1.
Yeah, no, that's fine. You wanted to tell me where to find the
Well,
statement.
the opening statement of Mr. Mantashe, as I understand it, is using, as it were, the top left-hand numbering, the P001 numbering,
The black.
the black
pagination.
numbers, at 100.419, in other words, page 419 of this long exhibit.
Okay, I see it, yes.
Of course, there will in due course also be reference to the original affidavit. But
Yeah.
I presume one wants to start with the opening
Yes,
statement.
no, that's fine. Before the oath of affirmation is administered to Mr. Mantashe, I just want to take this opportunity to make an announcement that is connected with the ANC, namely that we previously announced that the president of the ANC was scheduled to give evidence in his capacity as president of the ANC on the 22nd and 23rd of April, and in his capacity as president of the Republic on the 28th and 29th April. That has changed in part because the president made a request in connection with the dates of 22 and 23 April because of some commitments that had arisen. I acceded to the request to change those dates. So the present position is that the president of the ANC is not going to appear before the commission on the 22nd and 23rd of April, but he will still appear on the 28th and 29th of April. Originally, on the 28th and 29th April, he was to appear in his capacity as president of the country. But that has changed. On those 2 days, he will appear as president of the ANC. As president of the country, he will now appear before the commission on the 13th and 14th of May. So I thought I must just make the announcement because it's important that the public knows. And then secondly, I want to say I appreciate that the ruling party is taking part in the proceedings of the commission, and I'm happy that they have sent a senior leader to take part in the proceedings of the commission and give evidence. I was quite concerned early last year after the commission had sent invitations to all the political parties represented in Parliament including the majority party, inviting them to make submissions to the Commission on various issues, particularly of oversight, and there was no response for a number of months from a number of political parties, including the majority party. But ultimately, there was communication, and I understand that somehow that invitation might not have come to the attention of the right people in the ruling party. I was concerned because, particularly with regard to issues of oversight, it's quite important that the majority party takes part and gives its own input on the challenges that might be there in Parliament, but also on other matters that the Commission is investigating. It's quite important. Many of the political parties represented in Parliament did not respond to those invitations that we sent out today. I think the DA did respond, and some of its leaders have given evidence. You will remind me, but I'm not sure that I remember any other political party that has taken part, but the invitations were given to everybody, all political parties, I think, except maybe those who only featured in Parliament after the 2019 elections. But all those that were represented in the previous elections, who might have had some role to play in terms of oversight, were invited. It's just unfortunate that they have not responded positively. So, but I just wanted to say, I appreciate that the ruling party is taking part and will make its input. And I am happy that they've sent one of their senior leaders to give evidence and assist the Commission. Thank you, Mr. Matashe.
Thank you, Chair. If I could just make one small point. It's been drawn to my attention, I've referred to a moment ago, to where one finds in the file the typed version of the opening statement you're about to hear. What's been drawn to my attention is that it's slightly different from a former version that was in the file.
Okay.
And that will be, I mean, the copy you've got in front of you is the correct copy.
Yeah.
But your files will be sorted out to ensure that the one with some typographical errors will be removed, and what will remain in your file is the correct one.
Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, I think what should happen is let's please administer the oath of affirmation to Mr. Matashe, and after that I will allow him to make his opening statement.
Please state your full names for the record. Please state your full names for the record.
My name is Samson Wede Dash.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
I have not.
Do you consider the oath binding on your conscience? Do you solemnly swear that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. I hope that you were audible, Mr. Matashe, to the technicians indicate that you could not be heard. So I think I'll ask you to speak up. And I think the mic needed to be raised a little bit, yeah.
Okay, is that better?
Can you hear, technicians? Okay, they can hear. Okay, let's start afresh.
Please state your full names for the record.
My name is Samson Wede Mandash.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
I have no objection.
Do you consider the oath binding on your conscience?
I do.
Do you solemnly swear that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, Mr. Mantashe. I now give you an opportunity to make your opening statement or read your opening statement.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I am the National Chairperson of the ANC, and prior to my election as National Chairperson, I was Secretary General of the ANC between December 2007 and December 2017. That is 10 years. I have deposed to an affidavit in which I deal with the following issues: closed party list system of proportional representation, the goal of transformative constitutionalism, how ANC policy is formulated, the compilation of the party candidate list, how the ANC chooses the president and cabinet members, ANC development and deployment policy, how the ANC deployment committee functions, the complexities of modern government, lessons from the UK, constitutional expectation of the function of parliamentary oversight and accountability, the need for political will in parliamentary accountability, the relationship between Luthuli House and the ANC public representatives in Parliament. Parliament 2009 Oversight and Accountability Model, recommendations made by the ANC to enhance the model, response to evidence of Comrade Makosi Khoza, the role of the ANC caucus and study group in Parliament, electoral reform, and measuring ANC performance in Portfolio Committee. In this opening statement, I highlight some of the key issues dealt with in my affidavit. However, before doing so, I wish to refer to a speech delivered in June 1991 at Stanford University of the United States by the then General Secretary of the National Union of Mine Workers, Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, in which he outlined the elements of the new constitutional framework, which was previously articulated by ANC President Oliver Reginald Tambo in 1987. This includes reunification of the country, including so-called homelands that the government has broken off from South Africa, one common citizenship for all people of the provinces, the democracy based on proportional representation at the national and local level, a Bill of Rights that protects human rights specified in various United Nations documents, provisions to guarantee that the rights will be enforced and cannot be overruled by any newly elected body, an independent judiciary, the mechanisms for aiding the country's social and economic transformation in a democracy, including constitutional provisions for affirmative action and non-discrimination. Not long after the Constitution Act was promulgated, and Section 1 of the Constitution Act states that the Republic of South Africa is a democratic state found on the following values: human dignity, non-racialism and non-sexism, supremacy of the Constitution and the rule of law, and universal adult suffrage. I make the point to demonstrate that the values of the ANC Constitution and the Constitution of the country are aligned. At the multi-party talks at the convention for Democratic South Africa, CODESA, political party resolved that the electoral system shall be a closed party list system of proportional representation, meaning that voters vote for a political party and the numbers of seats allocated to that party in parliament is in proportion to the number of votes it receives in a general election. This agreement was subsequently incorporated into the legislation. On the issue of transformative constitutionalism, I cite legal scholars in my affidavit to demonstrate what the ANC believes to be trajectory of our constitutional democracy and to locate the role of parliament in the context, because the ANC subscribes to the views that primary purpose for the adoption of the constitution was not only to establish a society based on democratic values, but fundamental human rights, but also one based on social justice. Policy formulation in the ANC starts with the development of concept paper, which is sent to branches for discussion and inputs. The paper is discussed further at regional and provincial conferences. Once every 5 years, the policies of the organization are consolidated at policy conference. At this conference, the views of ANC alliance partners, that is the Congress of South African Trade Unions, the South African Communist Party, the South African National Civic Organization, are taken into consideration, after which the policy is adopted and a resolution taken that is to be implemented. The policies adopted become the manifesto of the ANC when it contests elections, because we do contest elections. And therefore, yes, all comrades who are placed on the national provincial party candidate list are required to commit to the election manifesto of the ANC. Now, in complying its list of candidates, the ANC takes into consideration demographics, gender parity, so that at least 50% of the candidates are women, and that is in the constitution of the ANC. It's Rule 6. The representation from the youth sector, particular skills of candidates that could enhance the work of parliament and retention of experienced parliamentarians. In line with the constitution of the country, every member elected in parliament shall be eligible to be a candidate for the presidency of South Africa. Although the constitution affords the president the prerogative to choose the cabinet, the practice in the ANC is that the president chooses the cabinet after consultation with ANC and its alliance. I want to emphasize consultation, because it's not the ANC and the alliance that tells the president who should be in the cabinet. It is the president who consults the ANC and the alliance, so that the unity is maintained. In November 2018, I made a submission to the Commission to clarify the confusion that had arisen when the banking institution presented their evidence about their meetings with the ANC, and to explain why the ANC met the banks and what internal processes were followed thereafter. At the time, I raised the following issues with the Commission. All South Africans, both black and white, should embrace the Commission with open arms. We made the statement then, we repeat it today. The ANC exhorts all South Africans to persevere. We have to endure the pain and emotional trauma of building a nation with a single identity out of the ashes of a racially divided and inhuman past, and we have to build a strong, capable state from an exclusionary and illegitimate past. Just as a matter of mentioning, in 1994, every Director General of any state department was a white male, and every judge was a white male. So that is what we are referring to. And the Truth and Reconciliation Commission fulfilled an important role in the post-apartheid nation building process. As a young democracy, we have achieved in a relatively short period, a degree of consensus on the past cultural traditions, customs, symbols, rituals, and historic experiences of black and white people. This proved to be a strong indicator of the willingness of the different racial groups in our country to come together for the common good. We must jealously guard our victories and not allow anyone to drag us back to the racially divided society where the rule of law was selectively used and where the majority of people, African, colored, and Indians, existed as soulless, dehumanized individuals. We should not go back there. I'm informed the Commission, I also informed the Commission that I would be submitting a statement about the ANC deployment. Details of the ANC deployment policy were subsequently filed with the Commission on 9th, 20th, and 26th November 2018. So they were submitted to the Commission. As appears from the annexures in the bundle of documents I have submitted. I want to emphasize the fact that in the ANC, we don't have a policy called cadre deployment. We have a deployment policy. Makes a huge difference because it's not a cadre deployment, it is a deployment policy of the ANC. I addressed the issue of cadre deployment in my affidavit for two further reasons. To give, we are raising the question of cadre development. These are the reasons. To give the Commission an appreciation of the genesis of the ANC policy development and deployment so that it can evaluate and pronounce on the validity of the request made by the leader of the opposition, Mr. John Steenhuisen, on 3rd February 2021 that the State Capture Commission should tackle and end the ANC policy of cadre deployment. That is what the DA refers to our policy, cadre deployment, for their own reason. And to give the Commission an appreciation of the caliber of comrades and procedures followed for their deployment. Between 1997 and 2017, the ANC deployment policy has been discussed and refined at National Working Committee meetings, National Executive Committee meetings, at national conferences. Elements of the development policy can be traced back to ANC Tabo Conference in Zambia in 1985, when the ANC President Oliver Tambo called for the establishment of a political school. Ironically, this was precisely at the same time when apartheid government placed our country under state of emergency. There was formal and informal training taking place since the late 1990s to take over from the predominant white male civil service. Many aspirant black males and females were deployed to undergo training. We sent them to various institutions. They were sent to Egypt, where they received diplomatic training, the Nordic countries, the United Kingdom, where they received training specifically in civil service, and the Kennedy School of Governance. Wharton Business School, Wits Business, Wits School of Governance, and Wits University, where they took courses in public sector policy and development management. We're making this point so that it must not be seen as just taking people from the street, put them in the public service. There was a conscious process of training people to prepare them for a role in the state. The purpose of the ANC Political School in South Africa, which was received in April 2013, was to conduct compulsory political education training for all elected leadership structures, to develop the capabilities of cadres to undertake the task to which they were deployed, and to develop the caliber of cadres to monitor and ensure policy efficiency of ANC campaigns and policy development. Now, in 2018, President Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa launched the OR Policy Leadership Institute, and Dr. David Masondo was appointed its principal. That school doesn't. The ANC used the first term of government in 1994-99 to perfect deployment system, notable with deployment framework, guidelines of the relationship between ANC constitutional structure and the government structure, and this talks to party and state relationship. Guidelines on the role and criteria of ANC premiers, guidelines on accountability and monitoring of ANC public representative, guidelines on the deployment of executive mayors for local government elections. In practice, the Secretariat of the Deployment Committee monitors the media and government bulletins for advertisement for vacancies. The committee takes an interest only in those vacancies which it considers strategic and which could advance the development agenda of the state. Such vacancies for the post of Director General, Board of Directors, and state-owned enterprise. The Deployment Committee doesn't deploy directors, deputy directors, and all. The deployment doesn't enter there. It is limited to, in the state, to Directors General and Deputy Directors General. That's it. Below that is normal. Now, the Deployment Committee maintains a pool of suitable qualified candidates for deployment. Sometimes the ANC would encourage comrades to apply for positions, provided that they have already undergone psychometric testing and a comprehensive government-based selection process. This is not an ANC process. The Deployment Committee doesn't appoint, it recommends. Government undertakes processes to select candidates for position. In the case of board position, the state-owned enterprise, for state-owned enterprises, where public interviews are conducted, the ANC would encourage suitable qualified comrades to apply. In cases where the minister has the final say in appointments, the role of the Deployment Committee is to comment on shortlist, usually 3 candidates presented by that minister. The focus is not only on academic and professional expertise, but the Deployment Committee also takes into account skills and expertise in conducting constituency work, working with the masses on the ground. And our comrades deployed in whatever center should take with them qualities and attributes that will hold dear as a movement. This includes putting service to the people first, an ethic of work and selflessness, respect of the senior structures and cadres of the movement, responsiveness to the needs of the people, and collective approach to the matters. And it is important, Chair, to emphasize the fact that this is what we aspire for. A few days ago, the Minister of Public Administration Public Service and Administration, said at the top level, up to now, 65% meet the requirements. There is a 35% that is questionable, meaning that it is quantifying progress that has been made. That's why. In our deployment, we consciously strive to dispel the notion that we've become a movement in leadership which is distant from the people whom we have served in long struggle for liberation. We endeavor to be true to our tradition of putting the interests of our people and our country first. The National Deployment Committee consists of 15 members. Primarily from the National Executive Committee, it is chaired by the Deputy President of the ANC, currently Comrade Mabuza. Moving to parliamentary accountability, the National Assembly is required in terms of Section 52(2) of the Constitution to do two things: hold the organs of state accountable and exercise general oversight over national executive authority and organs of state. Critically important is the provision of Section 42(3) of the Constitution, which requires members of Parliament not only to oversee executive authorities, but to scrutinize the action of executive without fear, favor, or prejudice, and to take their oath of office very seriously, namely that they would be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and will obey, respect, and uphold the Constitution of the Republic and perform their function to the best of their ability. In essence, our constitutional democracy adheres to norms and principles of separation of powers, rule of law, democratic self-government, protection of human rights, and existence of an independent judiciary. And it is a non-negotiable condition is the chief whip of the party. And decisions within Parliament are made within the rules of the National Assembly and legislative framework specific to Parliament. The ANC recommends that to enhance oversight and accountability, Parliament implements a number of mechanisms referred to in the 2009 Oversight and Accountability Model, but which are yet to be implemented. These include institutional mechanisms, amendment of rules of National Assembly, an oversight advisory section, legislative reform to act as a deterrent against corrupt activities, an early warning system to detect state capture and corruption, building our constitutional democracy, enhancing the oversight and accountability obligation of the Portfolio Committee, upgrading training and increased research capacity, asset interest disclosure laws, and encouraging gender mainstreaming. More details of this recommendation are set out in the affidavit of the Secretary General. In the execution of their duties, members of parliament have to balance two opposing principles: their loyalty to the party, its manifesto, and voters who voted for the party, and remain faithful to their political and moral principles and obligation to the Constitution. As the ANC, we have stressed to our MPs that in the execution of their parliamentary responsibility, they should apply their minds to the purpose of their task in Parliament to enhance our developmental agenda and not adopt a herd mentality by virtue of the ANC majority position. In short, they should be thinking MPs. That is emphasized. However, South Africa is a very young democracy, and the ANC view is that we should tread with caution when making majority decisions, such as the removal of a sitting president, without having a full appreciation of the consequences that such decision could have on the country, the party, and federal democracy. Recent events in the United States have vividly demonstrated how fragile democracy can be. I will elaborate on this because I have an experience of a party removing two of its sitting presidents. I can relate the stories of the consequences. And one of those was the formation of COPE, a breakaway from the ANC. And many people don't take that into account. And the fact that when you remove a president, for all intents and purposes, the cabinet is removed. And I can tell you that when the first president was removed, we received a long list of letters of ministers resigning, basically collapsing government. And therefore, when we deal with the removal of a president, it's not just a question of the vote of no confidence or that. We look into the consequences and take a party view on those issues. Impulsive action, I believe, would unleash certain forces which would have a detrimental impact on the democratic aims. Well, that's why. The ANC can never take a Samson option. The Samson option, is when you get into a room, you pull the pillars, you collapse the system on top of all of us. We don't take that option. We think it's a dangerous option. It's a fatal option. This was the approach comrade Desmond Duarte and I adopted in June 2017 when a motion of no confidence was proposed in President Zuma. So I'm explaining illogic that we took in saying it should not be done. We said we cannot take a Samson option, collapse the party, collapse the government, and therefore create a crisis in the country. The removal of president is a matter of party organizational discipline, which should best be dealt with within the confines of the party. All South African political parties operate caucus system in all spheres of government, national, provincial, and local. And as a governing party, the ANC will endeavor to reorientate the public attitude, to appreciate the distinction and be able to differentiate between participation in a caucus or a static group, which may include participation of ministers and their constitutional obligation in terms of their oath of office to hold the same minister accountable in the portfolio committee in which other political parties participate. Their participation in both forums have entirely different objectives. Maintaining the dual accountability role to party and the public can be achieved by explaining to MPs that both roles are necessary to enhance the functioning of our democracy. At the National General Council mid-term review later this year, the ANC will focus on two aspects of the electoral system: whether we should introduce elements of the constituency-based electoral system at national and provincial level, whether the national, provincial, and local government election should be synchronized and take place at the same time, And this follows a judgment. There's a judgment that instructs us to have and undertake that discussion. And I'm committing here, will undertake that discussion. And in terms of reference of the commission, place specific emphasis on the Gupta family. As chairman of the ANC, I believe it is necessary to explain how relations between the Gupta family and the ANC evolved. Very important, because hindsight is an exact science. But if we tell you how it evolved, it will help to a great extent. A few years after they arrived in South Africa, one of the Gupta brothers, Ajay Gupta, became a member of President Thabo Mbeki's economic advisor. He was that advisor. Around 2010, the family approached the ANC with a proposal to establish a newspaper and television channel. At the time, the ANC had an interest in the diversification of the media in the country. On the basis, the proposal was entertained. The establishment of ANN7 and the New Age was, in our view, just such an opportunity. In fact, the name of the newspaper, New Age, was proposed by the ANC official after a well-known struggle newspaper of the 1950s. Once established, both newspapers and television channels gave much-needed coverage to programs of the ANC. And I can tell you, if you look into the newspaper and the media today, when I buy newspapers on Sunday, before I buy them, I know what to expect from independent media. I know what to expect from the Sunday Times, which is becoming something I don't understand. And that informed our view that we needed diversity in the media. At the stage, the ANC had no knowledge of other business interests of the Gupta family until much later. So what we know today, we didn't know that. Since 2013, after the Intel Commission recommended that former President Zuma to step down, the ANC has been undergoing a period of instability. A substantial part of that instability can be attributed to the allegation of involvement of the Gupta family in the ANC politics, in particular, the perceived hold of that family had over former presidents. Now, early indication of this perceived hold arose when private plane carrying guests to Gupta family wedding landed in Waterkloof Air Force Base in 2013, and a remark by Comrade Fikile Mbalula in a meeting of the NSA in June 2014, after the general election, that he was told of his appointment to the executive by a member of the Gupta family. I have no doubt that during this period of turbulence, many MPs felt leaderless. And this probably explains the hesitancy in the portfolio committee. However, no ANC member of parliament was told to stop thinking or not to execute their responsibility in parliament. In my affidavit, I deal with the complexities of modern government and the lessons we can draw from the United Kingdom. I'm of the view that the manner in which parliamentary portfolio committee function and support structure around them is an urgent need of reform, so that when we assess their performance, we are comparing apples and apples. Finally, I have been requested to comment on 55 press reports which relate to former President Zuma's relationship with the Gupta family, Brian Mlife, Gupta family plain Saka, issue of tender irregularity in Transnet, Parliament's counter report, Dinel's joint venture with Gupta family, claims by Mr. Mcebisi Jonas that Gupta family wanted to bribe him, evidence of Comrade Kweyinchi Mentor and Barbara Hogan, and shenanigans of the Escombat. I will endeavor to comment on matters arising from these press reports sincerely and to the best of my ability. Thank you very much. Because we thought that we should give this context to our affidavit. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Mr. Mantashe. There are a number of points that you have made in your opening statement, which I've no doubt will be dealt with as you continue with your evidence. I am particularly encouraged about by some of the points made, which commit the majority party in parliament to, as I understand it, doing what it can to ensure that there is proper and effective oversight and accountability in the context of the parliamentary function. But I'm sure that these points will be dealt with as we go along. Thank you. Mr. Freund, you want to start?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm in your hands as to time.
Yes.
But there's a lot to get through today. So
Yes, no, that's fine. I must just indicate so that everyone knows what my thinking is, and if anyone has a different thinking, they can indicate in due course. I have in mind that if by normal closing time, 4 o'clock, we are not done, we should continue with Mr. Mantashe's evidence and try and finish today, but maybe we'll finish before then.
Yes,
But I just mentioned because I think there are a lot of issues that might require proper discussion and ventilation. So I just mentioned that so that if nobody has a problem with that, then we can proceed on that basis. And if there is a problem, we can know in advance so that we pace ourselves appropriately.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I will obviously endeavour to complete before 4
Yes,
o'clock.
yes.
But I do have concerns that we may not achieve that. And
Yes.
we'll probably have a better sense of that by mid-afternoon.
Yes, no, that's fine. I mean, I think it's very important that the issues that need to be dealt with be dealt with properly, because it's the majority party that is here, and it commits itself to fully cooperating and being party to solutions to challenges that we have been looking at. And therefore, the opportunity must be seized and used optimally.
As you please.
Yeah, okay, all right.
Mr. Mantashe, if I could just start with the formalities. Can you please turn to page 100.2, where you will find an index?
Page
100.2. It should be very early in your papers. So on the top left, you will see numbers with PO 01 and then 100.2.
So you want me to open?
It'll be very near the very beginning of your file, but
It's the index just before your affidavit.
Okay.
just turn the page. Or maybe just go back.
100.2.
If you go back one page, go back 2 pages from where you are. Yeah, go backwards 2 pages.
Oh, no, I think he is going beyond.
If you just turn over that page, is there not another page after that page, please? No, come just turn it over this way, yeah? Is there another page in between? Yes, you missed that page. That's the page I wanted to take you to. I'm sorry.
Just before you proceed, Mr. Freund, I don't know whether the lighting there where Mr. Mantashe is normal or whether it can be improved. I know that we always don't have the best lighting there. If the technician technicians can look into that. But you are able to read from there, Mr. Mantashe. Mr. Mantashe, are you able to read? The lighting is
Yes.
fine.
It had
Okay.
spectacles.
Okay, all right.
Mr. Mantashe, the page that's now open in front of you at the top left, does it end with the number 100.2?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Now, that's an index which helps us to get our bearings on all the different papers that are related to your evidence. And you will see that, firstly, it refers to an affidavit by yourself dated the 12th of March 2021. And if you keep your finger there and go, please, to page 100.6, is that the beginning of your affidavit?
Yes.
And then if you turn to page 100.44, is that the end of your affidavit with your signature?
144.
100.44.
Yes.
Right. So I take it that that is the affidavit that you have deposed and presented to the Commission, and you can confirm that that is your affidavit.
Confirm.
Thank you. Now, secondly, if we can go back to that index page, at page 100.2. You will see that item 2 is a set of media articles, starting at page 100.45 and running all the way through down to, on page 6 of that document, all the way through to page 100.418. And all I want to ask you is that you can confirm that you've received those articles, you're aware of those
Yes, I
articles.
did say that.
All right. And then thirdly, if we go in the index to page 100.5.2, you'll see there's an item 3. It's paginated at the bottom of the page, page 6.
I'm sorry, what page, Mr. Freund?
100.5.2. And I've said to Mr. Mantashe, at the foot of that same page, you'll see the number 6. And you will see...
I've got 100.5, that's still the index.
Yes, still in the index. Then after 4.5, it goes 5.1 and then 5.2.
Well, after 100.5, I've got 100.6.
No, well, then your file is not in order, and I apologize.
I've got 1.5.2.
Yes, so Mr. Mantashe's file is the same as mine, but
It means I was discriminated against.
you were discriminated against, and we can only apologize for that. But with your leave, if I may do this, Mr. Chair, we can sort this out in a tea break shortly.
Yeah,
because
that's
this is just a formality that I'm trying to deal with.
That's fine.
And the witness has the correct papers. I just want to confirm with you, Mr. Mantashe, that what then is indexed, and it's the documents that we find in the file from page 100.419 all the way through to the end, are a set of documents that you, through Mr. Naidu, have furnished to the Commission, and they've now been incorporated into this bundle. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right. On that basis, Chair, may I move that the entirety of the affidavit, articles, and further documents that I've just referred to be admitted as evidence, and they together form Exhibit ZZ 1.10.
Well, firstly, the bundle we are using at the moment is Parliamentary Oversight Bundle 1A.
That's correct.
That's
But as you've just said, Chair, it's going to be
Yes.
numbered 1.
Yes, yes. And then you have, then the first document under the index, after the index, is Mr. Makashule's affidavit, and thereafter there are further affidavits.
The first document ought to be not Mr. Makashule's affidavit, but Mr. Mantashe's affidavit.
Sorry? Well, on mine, the first affidavit is Mr. Makashule's one.
Right.
Mr. Mantashe's one comes later on
Yes.
mine.
Yes, indeed.
Is that correct?
That is correct. For the
Okay.
moment, I haven't moved the admission of Mr. Makashule's affidavit.
Yes,
For the
yes.
moment, I'm moving the admission of Mr. Mantashe's affidavit.
Yes. So what I'm doing is try and establish which documents fall under what you referred to, you want me to admit as Exhibit ZZ1. So do they start with Mr. Mantashe's affidavit and then the annexures plus?
They start with Mr. Mantashe's affidavit,
Yes.
to which I think there are no annexures.
Okay.
They then continue with the set of press reports. But
Well,
to
well,
find
you
the page number, if I take your chair
Yeah.
to page 100.6, that's the beginning of the affidavit.
Yeah.
We've established all the rest of it, and it runs all the way through to page 100.613.
Yes.
That's what I've covered with the witness, and that's what I'm, for the moment, moving the admission of.
Yes. Now, let's start with the issue of whether there are any annexures to Mr. Mantashe's affidavit. Now, you have said that you think there are not. I know that he refers to some papers in his affidavit.
Yes, but-
Does he not attach them?
He doesn't attach them, and that's
Okay.
precisely the reason why, Chair, in follow-up,
Yes.
I requested and was subsequently furnished with some of
Yes.
those papers. And those fall into the third category, the
Yes.
documents recently furnished by Mr. Mantashe.
Yes. Now, from page 100.45, which is the page immediately after Mr. Mantashe's affidavit, are there documents that Mr. Mantashe provided, and then are there documents that you provided?
Yes, that's correct.
Shouldn't we separate the two and maybe have one exhibit for those that he provided and another one for those that you provided?
Well, that is indeed what we are proposing,
Okay.
but all with as subsections.
Yes,
So
okay.
if Mr. Mantashe's affidavit,
Let's start with Mr. Mantashe's affidavit.
if we regard Mr. Mantashe's evidence in totality as being Exhibit ZZ 1.10, then we can divide that Exhibit ZZ 1.10 into 3 parts. The
Yes,
first part is his affidavit.
yeah,
The second part is the press statements.
Yes.
And the third part is the additional documentation
Okay.
furnished.
No, that's
And-
fine.
And that is already covered on the record with
that's
the
fine.
witness.
That's fine. Okay, let's start with his affidavit. You asked me to admit it as an exhibit and to mark it as exhibit what?
ZZ 10.1 will be the affidavit.
The affidavit of Mr. Samson Wede Mantashe, starting at page 100.6, is admitted as an exhibit and will be marked as exhibit ZZ 10.1.
Thank you.
Okay.
Then from page 100.45 is the beginning of the press statements. And if that bundle of press statements could be admitted as ZZ 1.10.2.
That would be from page 100.45 up to what page?
I'll give you the page. It would be up to up to 100.418.
100.418. Is that right?
That's correct.
Maybe for convenience, there could be a divider between the two sets of documents and
Indeed.
between the affidavit and this one.
Indeed.
So, so that Exhibit ZZ 10.2 would basically be the documents supplied by Mr. Mantashe. Is that right?
No, the ZZ 1.10.2,
Is there one before 10?
there's a one before it, yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. That's starting from Mr. Matashe's affidavit.
Yes.
I think I just said 10.
It's 1.10 because it's all part of the ANC affidavit, which is ZZ1.
Okay, I'm going to do a correction in relation to Mr. Matashe's affidavit. It is not Exhibit ZZ 10.1, but it is Exhibit ZZ 1.10.1.
That's correct. Thank you, Chair.
And then we
Then
go to,
the press statements would be, I gave you the page, I no longer have it. It was at page,
then at page 100.45, that will not be Exhibit 10.2, but Exhibit ZZ 1.10.2.
0.2, and that runs through, Chair,
Yeah,
to 100.418. I should tell you that that very page, 100.418, is a special character, but we'll deal with that in the evidence course
Yes.
of the day.
but just for my own understanding, are those documents then from page 100.45 to page 100.418? Are those the documents supplied by Mr. Mantashe?
No, those are the documents supplied by the Commission to Mr. Mantashe
Okay,
in order for him to be given an opportunity to comment on them.
okay. And the ones we haven't dealt with are those that he provided?
Yes, which I'll take you to
Okay,
very
all right.
shortly.
No, that's fine. So I think therefore we could take these, namely from page 100.45 to page 100.418, as a batch, you know.
As a batch,
As
yes.
a batch, yeah.
Yes,
So
and they will
that-
be in your file, if I may suggest.
Yes.
Separately divided, so that you can
Yes.
clearly see.
Yeah, okay.
division.
So those documents, therefore, that start from page 100.45 to page 100.418 will be admitted and will be marked as Exhibit ZZ 1.10.2. But I'm wondering whether you might end up with further page numbers for the different documents, or whether you will leave them like this and you'll just refer to the overall pagination to identify each document.
Sorry, I don't understand the question.
Okay.
But I think it's manageable as it
It
is.
is manageable without further
Yes.
okay,
Yes,
no, that's
I think it's
fine.
manageable as it is.
Then let's go to the next page.
Then, Chair, from page 100.419 onwards, all the way through to 100.614, is what I propose should become Exhibit ZZ 1.10.3. Those are all documents recently furnished to the Commission by Mr. Mantashe, including, you will see the very first one is the opening statement that you've just heard,
Yes.
but including many other things that we will take you
Okay.
to in due course.
No, that's fine. Then the batch of documents starting from page 100.419 up to page 100.614 will be admitted and will be marked as exhibit ZZ 1.10. Did you say 3?
3. Yes,
Three.
thank you, Chair.
Okay, all right. Yes.
And if I may then proceed, I want to start the examination of
Okay,
Mr.
no,
Mantashe.
that's fine, but I think let's take the tea break now, so you can start when we come back. We are at 20 past 11. We will resume at 25 to 12. That's our agenda. Okay, we can proceed now.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mantashe, I want to start by dealing with the issue of deployment that you've referred to in your introductory address. And I think it might be convenient if we start at page 100.450. I think that's been open for you in the interval. Page 100.450, Chair.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know whether the noise of the aircon is going to interfere with the sound, but they will adjust it if we indicate that it's interfering. Okay, all right. I have got 450, 100.450.
It should be headed supplementary statement.
Yeah,
May I then proceed?
you may proceed.
Mr. Mantashe, is it correct that after Barbara Hogan testified, you furnished a brief initial statement, and then after furnishing that brief initial statement, this was in 2018, you then furnished this document that we have in front of us as a supplementary statement. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this was in or about November of 2018. Your original statement was the 11th of November, and I think this supplementary statement came around about the end of November of 2018. Does that sound right to you?
Yes, this was supplemented to a brief statement.
Right. Now, in this document, if we turn to paragraph 32, sorry, just bear with me. 3.2.
Or 3.2, okay.
Perhaps just to set the context. Ms. Hogan had made certain allegations which we'll come back to much later today. But they were allegations which raised the proper place of the ANC's deployment committee. And in answer to her allegations, you put up a brief answer. And then in this document, you elaborated further on the question of the deployment committee. That was the purpose of this document, as I understand it. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in that supplementary statement that you furnished in 2018, at paragraph 3.2, you said the following. Our immediate goal, the "our" is presumably the African National Congress, is it?
He's asking Mr. Mantashe whether our immediate goal refers to the immediate goal of the ANC. Can you hear me?
Yes, I don't understand the question.
Okay, he is referring to paragraph 3.2?
I see that.
Yes.
And in paragraph 3.2, you say our immediate goal,
Yes.
as set out in the strategy and tactics, is to do certain things. I'm just trying to understand whose immediate goal is it. I'm putting to you that I think it must be a reference to the African National Congress.
It's the ANC policy document.
It's the ANC, yes.
Strategy and tactics and ANC policy document.
Yes. So the ANC's immediate goal, as set out in strategy and tactics. Now, what is strategy and tactics?
Strategy and tactics is a policy document of the ANC.
It's an earlier policy document. When was it drawn up approximately?
It's not earlier. The first formal strategy and tactics was adopted in Morogoro in 1967. And it is revised in every conference.
It is, sorry, I couldn't hear you.
It is visited and
It's revisited at every conference.
every conference.
So at every conference, the original strategy and tactics document gets revised in accordance with
Yes.
the provisions of presumably of the resolutions of the conferences. And you then continue, our immediate goal is to deepen the hold of the liberation movement over the levers of the state. Now, when you refer there to the levers of the state, to what are you referring?
Every lever of the state is a terrain of own construct. Every terrain, whether it is departments or state-owned enterprises and so forth, all of them are a terrain of own construct.
And the strategy of the African National Congress, as I understand you, is to deepen its hold over the levers of state, correct?
Yes.
And what does that mean, to deepen its hold?
Unashamedly, the ANC want to govern. But are unashamed of that. And therefore, you can't govern without the state. That's why there's a distinction between state and government. We are a governing party, but the state which is continuous, that state must be made ready to execute programs of a governing party.
Can I ask this question? Is my understanding of deepening the hold of the liberation movement over the levers of state correct if I say it means to deepen the control of the liberation movement on the various levels of the state and features of the state?
Yes, it is the
It is
intention.
correct.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
And clearly, when you refer here to the liberation movement, you must be referring to the African National Congress and presumably its alliance as well.
That is the liberation movement.
Yes. And when you talk about control over the levers of state, that presumably includes control over the public administration.
Yes, if you are governing, you must have that.
And it includes control over the public service, which is part of the public administration. Do you agree?
Yes.
And it includes control over the state-owned enterprises. Do you agree?
Yes. Those are tools in the hands of a governing party to execute its work.
Now, do you accept the principle that the public service is required to be non-partisan?
We accept that.
I beg your pardon?
We accept that.
You accept that. And I furnished to you, and Chair, you may find on your desk just an extract from the constitutional principles which form Schedule 4 to the interim constitution. They're numbered in Roman numerals, but if I can take you to the sixth page of that.
Page 6.
Page 6, you will find principle number 30, which is XXX.
Yes.
And I would assume, Mr. Mantashe, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I would assume that you would be familiar with these principles that were principles that form part of the interim constitution. Am I correct?
Yes.
And you understand and know very well that the interim constitution provided for the establishment of what we now refer to as the final constitution, but the final constitution had to comply with certain principles, and that's the principles at which we're looking at the moment. Is that correct?
And we accept them.
Right. And one of those principles that has to be incorporated, and was incorporated, in my view, in any event, into the the so-called final constitution, the Constitution of 1996, is that there shall be an efficient, non-partisan, career-orientated public service broadly representative of the South African community, functioning on the basis of fairness, and which shall serve all members of the public in an unbiased and impartial manner, and it continues. And I'm assuming that as chairperson of the African National Congress, you have no difficulty with this principle. I think that's what you've already said to me. Is that
No,
right?
we're accepting.
Right. So, one of the issues that I'm going to be exploring with you in the course of the morning is what some might think is a tension between the principle that the public service has to be non-partisan and what you've already told the chair, which is that it's the express policy of the African National Congress to control the public service. Now, do you see any tension or conflict there at all?
No, there's no tension. The emphasis is on working with a public service that is not rebellious against a governing party. That is the emphasis.
And I presume what you're referring to, but correct me if I'm wrong, the African National Congress, when it was first elected in 1994, inherited, as it were, a state established by an apartheid government.
Yes.
With racist laws, with a predominantly white public service, and you would accept that, what I put to you, correct?
Yes.
So one of the challenges confronting the African National Congress, after winning at least a first election, is to try to reorientate the state structures so that they are no longer racist, and so that the demographic makeup of that public service is more in line with the demographic makeup of the country as a whole. Is that correct?
Correctly so.
And let me make clear that I have no difficulty with that. I can't imagine the Commission can have any difficulty with that. That's not in dispute in this matter. We take that for granted. We also take for granted, or let me put it to you, I'm sure you will agree with this, that the goal of the Constitution is expressly to be transformative. You agree?
Yes.
And that embraces many things, but amongst the things it embraces is a desire, a policy, in fact, an instruction to the nation to shake off the racist past and to firstly, as it were, create a non-racial society with no racial discrimination and providing for more equitable representation in organs of state on a racial basis. I'm sure you would accept all of that.
Yes.
Yes. And again, let me make clear that, again, there's no controversy between us. I think the Constitution is very clear on that. And I think what you were referring to a moment ago was that the ANC confronted a problem which was on assuming office, which was that it inherited state structures which were reflective of the apartheid past, and the ANC was resolved to change that in accordance with the principles that I've just been referring to. Am I correct there?
Correct.
And again, let me make clear that I can see no basis for criticizing the ANC on that. But the difficulty comes as it were further down the line you go. And I think that was one of the points that Ms. Hogan was trying to make. That there comes a stage at which the obligation to promote a non-partisan public service and a non-partisan set of state-owned enterprises is in tension with an ANC deployment policy if the ANC deployment policy is to staff those structures with personnel who are cadres of the ANC, committed to and accountable to the ANC. Do you take the view there's no tension there?
Now, that's why I clarified, Mr. Chairperson, that the ANC doesn't have a cadre deployment policy. It has a deployment committee. That deployment committee, if you go through those documents, will explain to you that deployment is a recommending structure, but everybody who goes to the state goes through the interviews and the selection process and gets selected on merit. That's why I refer to the 65% as quantifying progress made up to now. So it's not a question of trying to deploy people loyal to the ANC, according to the ANC. It's deploying competent people in the ANC. But we'll have a broader understanding of the need to transform society.
Now, if I can take you back now, for the first time, to your own principal affidavit, your main affidavit before the Commission, and I take you to page 100.16. Point 16, 16. It's very early in the file. Well, perhaps it'd be better if I take you back to page 100.6, just to get your bearings.
116.
100 and then point 6.
Okay, I've got that.
All right. So point 6, I just want to indicate to you so that you understand what document you're looking at, is your affidavit to the Commission submitted in the last month or two. You understand what I'm saying? And in that affidavit, if we go to 100.16, and we look at paragraph 43, paragraph 43, do you have it?
4.3.
No, 43.
43.
Page 100.
I've got 43.
You've got it. And you say this in your affidavit. Strategic deployment of ANC cadres played an important role in the ANC taking control of the post-liberation state. Now, could you explain to us what you meant when you were referring in that sentence to the deployment of ANC cadres?
Now, you'll have to move back in history and understand that yes, the ANC walking into government, it inherited a state which is run by white men, many of them hostile to the ANC. The ANC had a duty to deploy people who understand the intention of transformative constitutionalism. And that's why I emphasize the point that people were sent to school in various parts of the world to study and then brought back, deployed to the state. Not out of the blue, because they have gone to school, trained, and therefore the process of transforming society was understood by both the government and the state.
Now, in your answer, you said to me the ANC had to deploy persons to do certain things. What did you mean the ANC had to deploy? What does that term deploy mean?
Deploy means send people and give people responsibility. That is what deployment is about. It's about sending me to be minister. I'm deployed to be minister. It's not just being sent there. I'm given a responsibility to do the correct thing in that way.
Now, I understand that answer. Sorry, did you want to?
Well, before you proceed, Mr. Freund, 2 times, Mr. Mantashe, you have emphasized that the ANC doesn't have a cadre deployment policy.
Yes.
It has a deployment policy. Now, I'm trying to understand what the point, what the important point is that you wanted to drive home when you said that. And I do know that you referred to what the DA, I think, says. But now I'm thinking, if your own affidavit talks about deployment of ANC cadres in the context of deployment policy, whether there is much point to make, because your own statement is talking about the deployment of ANC cadres. Is there something I'm missing?
No. The point that you will miss is that in that deployment, it is not focusing on cadres. It is focusing on deploying capabilities and competences. Okay. But equally, emphasize that people must understand the policy of a governing party. If you want to understand this, you will go to a province that is not governed by the ANC. That province will deploy people they have confidence in, but they don't call it cadre development, cadre deployment. But when we think to reconcile that, and I must confess that because we don't look for cadres, sometimes we select a person that we think is competent and go to a responsibility and actually work against your policies. That's the point I'm trying to emphasize. That sometimes it happens that you work with a person who works against the policies, and those policies are in the manifesto that you contested elections on.
But I think in substance, there is nothing wrong with saying the ANC deploys its cadres in terms of its deployment policy. In substance, there is nothing wrong, but you are saying when one says that, one must not emphasize just the cadres. One must look at the entire context.
No. You will have to refer to the submission of the leader of the opposition party.
Yes.
That submission targets specifically cadre deployment.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And because in its narrow interpretation, the ANC doesn't look for competence.
Yeah.
It looks for cadres.
Yes. Yes.
That's
yes.
the emphasis that I'm
Yes. No. Then I understand. I think what you are saying is a term that on its own should not be objectionable. It may be used in a certain connotation, negative connotation by other people. And that's the negative connotation that you reject.
We don't have a problem with the term cadre.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because there is a clear definition
Yes.
of where cadre is. It's not just a member of the ANC.
Yes.
It's a person who has gone through a process, developed, understand policies, and can be trusted. That's a cadre.
Yeah.
I have no problem
Yeah.
with the term cadre.
Yes.
But deployment to positions, we're not looking for cadres. We look for competence and people who are competent to execute the task at hand.
Yeah. Okay.
But when we're talking about decisions, and I'm now talking about decisions made by ANC structures. I'm not talking about decisions made by ministers or DGs or people appointing staff. I'm focusing on decisions made by ANC structures, and there are various ANC deployment committees. Am I correct?
Yes.
When those deployment committees are making their deployment decisions, I want to put to you that it seems logical to assume that the people they are seeking to deploy are indeed their cadres, not necessarily cadres who lack skill or competence or training, but it's in the nature of the exercise that you're talking about the deployment of your cadres, are you not?
You're taking me out of my affidavit, because in the affidavit, I emphasize the fact that the deployment committee does not employ. It recommends. Sometimes a person who is recommended fails the selection process, and that is not a big deal. In the selection process, a better candidate is found, and that candidate is appointed.
Now, you just said that the deployment committees do not deploy. Did I hear that correctly?
They don't employ.
They don't employ.
Yes.
But do they deploy?
They deploy, they recommend.
And so that was going to be my next question. By deploy, you say that should be understood to mean recommend.
No. See, you are taking me now to an English class. I'm going to fail.
But remember that it's important that the ANC's position be made clear.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Deployment is a collective effort to send people to tasks and give them tasks. Employment is the actual process that takes place in government, not in the ANC. In the ANC, we employ our people. Obviously, they will employ cadres, we won't employ a person who's a non-ANC member in the ANC. But in government, the government selection process is controlled by a department in government, Public Service and Administration. It has these policies. Therefore, recommendation of the deployment committee are not automatic. And I would give you an example of many. People were recommended and failed Tisman. The reason for that failure is that sometimes I'm a cadre of the ANC, I'm recommended. I assume that this is my position.
You don't prepare.
I don't prepare, I go there, I become a disaster. I don't get appointed. Simple.
All right. Let's now focus more clearly on the most significant documents of relevance to this debate. Can I take you to page 100.486? 100.486.
Wonder.
486 should be the beginning of the 50th National Conference resolutions. 486.
Using the black numbers. Looking at the black numbers, not the red numbers.
That's right.
100, 486.
Right, and that document runs through, as you can see, it's all marked up in yellow for some pages. And can you confirm that this is the set of resolutions adopted by the ANC's 50th National Conference? And that 50th National Conference, if I'm correct, took place in 1997. It was the Mafeking Conference. It was the conference really in the first administration of an ANC government. Is that correct?
Just make sure, Mr. Mantashe, that you speak closer to the mic so that your answer will be recorded.
Yes, it was at the conference, which is towards the end of the first Yes, administration.
of the first administration.
It was not the ANC administration, it was government of national unity.
Yes. This was in the Mandela, under the Mandela presidency.
Yes, that was the government.
And as you say, towards the end of that.
Yes.
And if we then turn to page 491, we find the policy which was adopted. And would it be correct to say that this policy that we're going to look at now, it's over this page and the next page, this really is the foundation of the ANC's deployment policy to this day?
I would say yes and no, because we should avoid mixing ANC work and government work. Because if we do that, we're going to cause confusion. The ANC as a party and as an organization has a responsibility to prepare itself to have capacity to govern. Okay. So this policy talks to the ANC internal process of preparing its people to have capacity to govern.
Yes. But the question is whether this policy, as adopted at this conference, really still is the bedrock of the ANC's own deployment policies to this day.
And what about this effort to locate a deployment to cadre? I'm worried about that. The ANC prepares its cadres. Okay. Sends me to school. I come back, it says it's not enough, go back. I go back to school. That is an internal ANC process. So that if I'm given a responsibility, I must have acquired the competence to execute.
Well, let me ask the question this way. I'm not sure that the two of you are on the same page. You remember you said earlier on the ANC has a deployment policy.
Yes.
And as I understood you, you said that deployment policy was started by the ANC some years ago. I can't remember what year you indicated. And you said at every conference that policy is revised. Is that correct? Or is revisited?
The deployment committee gets divided in the NWC, in the NEC, on an ongoing basis.
Yes, okay. Now, Mr. Freund's question is whether this document that we're looking at, which includes at page 100.491, a section that says cadre policy.
Yes.
He's asking whether this document contains still the foundation of the ANC's cadre policy that has evolved over the years.
Cadre policy is about development of individual cadre of the ANC.
Oh, okay. So you say cadre policy is not necessarily deployment policy.
It's not deployment policy,
Yes.
it's preparation of cadres
Yes.
to be ready. If you do well and comply with the prescriptions of the cadre policy, you will be ready for deployment because you will have acquired the skills.
Okay, okay. I hope that has clarified, Mr.
Well,
Freund.
I think it'll become clearer as we go along, Chair.
Yeah.
There's a lot more to canvass.
Yeah, okay.
Now, if we look at that cadre policy, the conference notes the importance for the process of transformation and the mass character of the ANC of having, and these are the words I focus on, of having an army of conscious, committed, and properly deployed cadres. That is fundamental policy. That was then fundamental policy of the ANC. And the question I want to ask is, does that remain fundamental policy of the ANC?
Yes, it remains fundamental.
And if we look at the fourth bullet point, this is under conference notes, the critical role of political leadership in the transition period, and the need to deploy cadres to various organs of the state, including the public service, and to other centers of power in society. That remains the position of the African National Congress to this day. Am I right?
Yes, yes, it remains.
So, it wouldn't be correct to say that cadre policy is purely about training and enhancing the skills and the political education of cadres, because although that's correct, there's a second part to it. And the second part to it is the policy of deploying those cadres, correct?
The cadre policy prepares people
For deployment.
for deployment. Yes. It's like, even if you call it or you don't call it deployment, a policy, you have kids, you send them to school, you are preparing them for bigger responsibilities in society. The ANC take that responsibility on its cadres. That's why it is not an exception in the ANC to send an old person sent back to school. And you go and study and come back, because there is an ongoing process of preparing people to take bigger responsibility. And therefore, deployment, yes.
All right, let's move on to the next page. After dealing with the topic of the development of our cadres, that's at the foot of 491, the resolution moves on to the question of the deployment and the redeployment of cadres.
Yes.
And I think a question we're going to keep coming back to is, what does this mean? But in this context, in the context of this policy, when it says that conference resolves to put in place a deployment strategy, what is meant by that term, a deployment strategy?
It's a strategy to deploy people to position of responsibility.
And does the very ordinary meaning of the word deploy not connote, I think you used the word sending your cadres to occupy positions that are the target of the deployment policy?
Now, you deploy people to areas of responsibility, and they are not targeted. We want to have people who understand in all centers of the state. So there is no specific jobs that are targeted. We want people to be ready to take up responsibility in the state.
So is deploy in that context, does deploy in that context mean having prepared people for rendering service to the country in different sectors? You say now they are ready whenever opportunities arise.
Yes.
They must either make themselves available to be considered, or we as the party, through whatever structure, will recommend that those in government who have the power to appoint should consider them. Would that cover what you say?
They are actually encouraged to apply.
They are encouraged to apply.
They are encouraged to apply, so that they go through the comprehensive selection process of the state.
So are you saying that their deployment, as it were, is subject to the overriding processes of government, in the sense that in the end, the processes of government relating to selection and appointment or employment must prevail as to who gets appointed?
Agree.
That's what you say.
I agree.
But as a party, you prepare them and make them ready, and you satisfy yourself that they understand your policies, and if given an opportunity, they will ensure that the policies of the governing party are implemented.
Properly. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay, all right. I don't know if that has clarified, Mr. Freund, but do what you need to do to make sure you understand what is meant.
Can I take you back, Mr. Mantashe, to the previous page, to point 491? You will see there, you've got a whole section. There's a whole resolution. Conference resolves on the development of our cadres to do various things. And I think one could paraphrase it to say to train, to educate, to inculcate the values. That's the development of cadres. That's part of the focus of this resolution.
Yes.
I have no difficulty with that at all. But what I'm focusing on is the second part. The second part that says on the deployment and redeployment of our cadres. And I'm putting to you that just reading the document, there is a difference between that part of the ANC's policy, which is aimed at developing cadres, and that part of the ANC's policy, which is aimed at actually effecting deployments of cadres. If that wasn't the case, we wouldn't have these two separate paragraphs.
Hang on, Mr. Freund, before Mr. Mantashe responds, what page are you on?
Can I take you back to 100.491?
Okay, I'm there, yes.
And there you will see, Chair, on the deployment of our cadres,
Under cadre policy,
at the bottom of the page.
at the bottom.
Conference resolves. So, Chair, you will see what happens here. Conference notes, further notes, believes, and then conference resolves.
Yes, I see that.
And the first thing that conference resolves relates to the deployment, on the development of our cadres.
Yes, yes.
That's the point I'm stressing.
Yes.
And I'm not going to read into the record the next half page.
Yes,
But that next half page is all about developing cadres in the manner which I accept Mr. Mantashe has described.
Yes.
What I'm putting to Mr. Mantashe, I'll put it again, is that this very policy makes clear that a distinction has to be drawn between, on the one hand, the development of cadres, and on the other hand, the deployment of cadres.
Yes.
Decisions on the deployment of cadres is a different thing to the process of training and preparing cadres. I think you accept that.
Now, you see, if you read that section on deployment and redeployment, it says such discussion of deployment of individual comrades be done in appropriate consultation with the cadre concerned. In other words, you don't impose a deployment on a person.
Yes,
Number two, let me just finish.
Yeah.
Let me just finish. And it goes further to say, ensure capacity building to prepare comrades for deployment and redeployment in various fields. That is the central point of deployment. That you deploy, you develop capacity. And it goes further to do, you do probity checks in all deployments and in general on appointments of staff. So read that thing in totality, because if you just read phrases, you are going to distort the policy.
But Mr. Mantashe, my question is simply this. Is it not correct that we have to distinguish between, on the one hand, the policy on the development of cadres, and on the other hand, the policy on the deployment and redeployment of cadres? They're two different things. Do you agree?
Yes, they're two different things.
Right. So now what we're trying to engage with is the meaning of the second thing. Because the meaning of the second thing can't be the same as the first thing. The first thing is the training process. The second thing is the deployment process. So I'm now trying to understand this deployment process.
Now, the first thing is about preparation of people. The second one is deployment is about giving them responsibility, having gone through preparation. So if you see them as separate policies or as one, that is not the issue. The issue is you don't just take a person because he's a cadre whom deploy. You prepare that person, you send that person to school, and he must be ready for deployment. Then you give that person responsibility.
Right, I understand. So the words you use is deployment is really giving them the responsibilities.
Yes.
Now, those responsibilities are the responsibilities associated with the post to which they are to be deployed.
Yes.
So you, as the ANC, have a policy of giving cadres responsibilities in the various sectors to which you wish to deploy them.
Can I help you understand this? At one point, Minister Trevor Manuel, the Minister of Finance, one of the things that we credit him for, he sent all the MECs in the provinces to the London School of Economics. That's why all the MECs of that time have masters in economics today. That is the essence of preparation for responsibility. I'm giving that as an example of preparing a cadre for responsibility, so that you don't take a person to a responsibility that doesn't fit.
Well, the example you give suggests to me that in that context, you are talking about giving responsibilities to somebody who is already in a position, or maybe preparing or training or enhancing their ability to perform their responsibilities better when they are already in positions, when you talk about MECs that were sent at the time.
The difference with government and state, okay, is that the selection in the state is done at the end point. In government, you elect a party, and the party put together a cabinet. I'm giving you that to show that the process of developing a person doesn't end at the point of appointment. If you appoint this person to be an MEC or a minister for this, and you see gaps, development of the skills and capabilities continue. That's the point I'm making. So I'm trying to emphasize the fact that deployment of cadres should not be reduced to just taking an individual put there. That's not. There's a lot of emphasis on the development of the capacity and capabilities of the individual.
And I understand that, and I don't think that any reasonable person could have any objection to that. To the ANC as a party with a program in a democracy, wanting to train and to educate and to enhance the skills of its members or cadres or whatever term you want to use. It's not a controversy that as far as I can see. The controversy that we are starting to explore is the next step. And the next step is what you have described as being a process by which the deployment committees make recommendations to cadres as to positions for which they could apply, and then it's left to somebody else to decide whether that application will be successful. Do I understand? That's what you're telling us.
Yes, it recommends and encourages the individual to apply.
All right. Now let's look at what the policy actually says, not the policy, the resolution. You say that, and this is the first bullet point under the heading on the deployment and redeployment of our cadres. So this is under the heading resolves, put in place a deployment strategy which focuses on the short, medium and long-term challenges, identifying the key centers of power, our strategy to transform these centers and the attributes and skills we require from our cadres to do so effectively. So we're going to come shortly to what happened 2 years after this, in 1999, the development of a strategy. But conference is resolving here that you need to put in place a deployment strategy. Correct? Then it continues. Conference resolves the establishment of deployment committees in the NEC, PEC, REC, and BEC. That's presumably the national, the provincial, the regional, and the branch executive committees. Is that correct?
Yes.
In implementing the above strategy should, first bullet point, discuss the deployment of comrades to areas of work on behalf of the movement, including the public service, parastatals, structures of the movement, and the private sector. Now, the policy that was mandated by this conference, as I understand it from what I read here, is that comrades, once deployed, are expected to work on behalf of the movement, inter alia, in the public service and in the parastatal. Is that correct?
That's what
But what's happened to our non-partisan public service? Surely a non-partisan public service is not there to work on behalf of the party. And let me qualify that by saying this. Clearly, every member of the public service is under a duty to loyally execute the policies of the governing party. There's no difficulty about that, but the question is one of accountability. And is it accountability to the government or is it accountability to the party? This seems to suggest that the policy is one of accountability to the party.
Your question assumes that there is no political system. That's your assumption, that there's no political system. And because there's no political system, parties that are involved in government must go home, sleep, and assume that things will happen by luck. That's your assumption. It's a wrong assumption. Any party that is involved in government prepares to be involved in government meaningfully. And that is what the ANC is doing. Now, your assumption that non-partisanship means no ANC, it's a wrong assumption. No ANC. I can be an ANC member and a cadre, but once I'm deployed to a responsibility, I will first understand the fact that I cease to be a party person, I become a public representative. That is where non-partisanship kicks in. Now, this assumption that non-partisanship means absence of the ANC is a wrong assumption.
In fact, it's the contrary, isn't it? The expectation of the resolution of the African National Congress that we're examining is that those persons deployed, for example, to the public service, for example, to parastatals, must understand that they sit there on behalf of the movement, by which I understand the ANC. Is that correct?
Yes, but that understanding is, I am deployed by the ANC. I am a minister. I'm not a minister deployed on the basis of non-partisanship. I'm a minister deployed by the ANC, but once I assume the responsibility, I must be non-partisan in my approach. I must deal with society because I am a public representative. I must elevate myself above the party. But I want to submit that there is nothing wrong in me appraising my party when they have a breakaway or they have a conference of developments in the state, and I come there and say we should improve in this area, this area. When we read this report, we need to put a lot of emphasis in improving this area. There's nothing wrong with that. That doesn't make me partisan.
Now, what this point that we've already referred to, this bullet point, says is that a the NEC, PEC, REC, and BEC deployment committees should discuss the deployment of comrades with the affected individuals. But then it continues in the final bullet point as follows. Decisions of the organization, after appropriate consultation with the individual cadres, are final, and a breach of this policy shall constitute a serious offence to be considered by the appropriate structure. What does that mean?
I've never been a member of another party. I've never been a member of another party. I've been a member of the ANC. Not unless you regard the UJF as another party. The continuation. Let me give you my assumption, is that every party that is involved in governance will try to prepare its members to participate effectively in governance. And you'll expect them to account to them, what they're doing. Now, I'm not sure it is a correct assumption to make this an ANC issue. This is a conference resolution of the African National Congress. A closed conference of the ANC will bring it here to the commission now. And the ANC resolves on how to make itself effective in governance. Now, that ability of the ANC to sit on its own, apply its mind, want to be defined as partisan. No. It is what is done by every party. Every party. One party will resolve that the most effective strategy is to disrupt. Will discuss that in its conference and execute consistently, disrupt every sitting. That is the party, but in the institutions of state, there should be a formula of dealing with that. So the point I am making here is that we prepare our cadres, we train our members, we guide them, we send them to school. Others are sent to specific schools. In our submission, we talk of being able to learn from the UK. We say that. But the result of the matter is that from time to time, we go and look into the China system. Why is it that in China, corruption and factionalism are an exception? Okay, we go and learn and come back. And we'll discuss that in the ANC conference. We won't take it to the state. When you come across those discussions, you're going to ask us, are you trained in China? China should be partisan. It's our internal arrangement. We prepare our cadres to meet the standards required for the task.
Now, Mr. Mantashe, I can see no basis upon which anybody could object to the ANC making its own decisions on the training and selection of what I might call political office bearers, people who are to be selected to go to Parliament, people who are to be selected to be in the cabinet, and other comparable situations. But the focus of my examination is really very much on the public service and the SOEs. And as regards the public service and the SOEs, I want to put to you that it's not correct, as you've just said, that any party tries to place people on those structures loyal to and accountable to them under a duty, as it were, to report to them, the party, rather than to the organization in which they're employed. You disagree with that, do you?
No, that assumption is very abstract. It assumes that people who are in the apartheid system are not in the state. And people who went to exile and be in the camps of the are not in the state. That's the assumption I'm making. And I'm saying it's a very, very abstract assumption that doesn't work in real life. And the reality of the matter is that when you set up that government, you also know that so-and-so and so-and-so was trained in the Nordic countries, in the GDR, in the Soviet Union, in UK, in SAP. They are trained to play a role in the public service and to deploy them to the public service. If we didn't do that, change would not have happened automatically. Change had to be managed to happen. That's why, if you look at any research, you'll find out that there is more progress in transformation and giving space for black people to participate in strategic positions than it is in the private sector. Because government has control there and it is actively managing it. It is slow in the private sector because the assumption is you stick with what you know and trust and not move on. And change does not happen that way. And if we didn't do this, I can tell you the state would be looking differently today.
All right. Let's move on. What we've been discussing so far is a resolution of a national conference, and the resolution was on the need to develop a policy. Can I now take you to 100.501? 501. And
I don't have 501.
100.501.
The letter.
it should be a...
Okay, I have it now.
Is that the document headed ANC
Yes.
Cadre Deployment and
Yes.
Development Policy?
Yes.
Incidentally, just in passing, I note it's cadre deployment. It's not just deployment, correct?
Yes.
And is it correct that this is really the outcome, the product that emerged from the resolution we were discussing a moment ago?
Yes.
There would have been some sort of process. This is at a time, I'm not sure if you were already Secretary General. I don't think you were yet, or were you, the time of the development of this policy?
What year was that?
This is in 1999.
No. 1999, Secretary General was Nana Khalwa.
Yes, and what was you? Where were you in 1999? Were you? In,
1999, I was the General Secretary of the National of
You were?
I was the General Secretary of the National of Mine Workers.
right.
Another center of development.
Yeah, yeah.
But in due course, and just please remind me when you became Secretary General
Come again.
of the African National Congress?
December 2007.
December 2007. So when you assumed responsibilities of the Office of Secretary General in 2007, was this document that we look at page 501 through to 511 still the governing policy?
Leadership is continuous. You don't start new policies every time you elect a new leader. If this policy was in place, I took ownership of it as my policy.
Yes. I'm just checking, as I believe to be the case.
Yes.
That when you took office, you assumed this as the
I
policy.
assumed it, yes.
That's all I'm trying to establish as a matter of fact.
Yes.
Because, as a matter of fact, there's other evidence to show that this was adopted in 2009, when, as you correctly say, you were not there. But
2009.
1999.
1999, I'm sorry, my mistake. 1999, when you were not there. But nonetheless, this was a
I
policy
was
that you assumed.
I was there, I was not Secretary General.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, I was thinking exactly about that.
Yes,
that
I was
you
there.
may have been there, but not as Secretary General.
Okay. Because you go to Mafeking in 1997, I was a delegate.
Yeah.
Stellenbosch, I'm a delegate.
Yes.
You go to Durban 1991, I'm a delegate.
Yes.
I'm not Secretary General.
Yes, I understand.
So I'm there.
Now, we'll talk about some further documents later in the course of this evidence, but I'm not aware of another document that looks like this. This looks to me like the only document that's been furnished to me as the ANC's cadre deployment and development policy. And my question to you is whether you accept, to the best of your knowledge, that this remains the applicable policy, or whether you believe there were subsequent policies adopted in writing on some later occasion.
I will have to break and go through the document that has
Okay, you haven't had a chance to.
I don't want
to see whether it
There
is.
were a number of documents submitted on the cadre deployment,
All right, well,
Okay,
on the deployment policy.
yes,
So I don't know whether this is the last or the first.
Yeah.
all right. Well, I understand
I will
that.
need a break for that.
Well, may I make the suggestion that there will be a lunch adjournment not long from now, and that over that lunch and adjournment, you can look into that question. You can tell us immediately after the adjournment. Would that be in order? Thanks.
But I can assure you that even if there are later documents, they will not nullify this document.
yeah.
They will
build on
add.
it.
or
They will add to
subtract
it.
from
All
the
right.
document. But this document in the main remain at the trust of deployment.
Now, what this document, if we look at paragraph 3 of this document, it says that the ANC used the first term of government to perfect its deployment system, notably with 3.1, a deployment framework, and 3.2, guidelines on the relationship between the ANC constitutional structures and government executives. It then talks about certain other issues which I'm not going to focus on. And then in paragraph 4, it deals with strategic deployment. And then paragraph 5, it quotes what we've already referred to, what happened at the 50th National Congress. And at paragraph 8, we really find the beginning of the meat of this document. And this is the deployment framework, presumably, which is what is being referred to also in paragraph 3.1. Are you with me? If you look at 3.1, you look at paragraph 8, you find that here we are dealing with this document or instrument, which is what we mean by the deployment framework. Do you agree? You accept that I'm understanding that what comes from paragraph 8 is the deployment framework?
Yes.
Right. Now, again here, in paragraph 9, we find a reference to a statement we have previously seen. Our immediate goal, as set out in the strategy and tactics, is to deepen the hold of the liberation movement over the levers of the state. And then in paragraph 10, the policy identifies, what are these levers of state that we're interested in? And it says the key centers of authority and responsibility within the state that should be given priority are 10.1, the cabinet, 10.2, the entire civil service, but most importantly from director level upwards, and then certain other ones, and I draw your attention to 10.6, which is parastatals, and 10.8, which is independent statutory commissions, agencies, boards, and institutes. Now let's start with the entire civil service. Your evidence earlier was that the focus is only on directors general and deputy directors general, whereas this policy seems to indicate that it's from director level upwards. Has there been a change, or what's the explanation?
What is that the deployment committee had its comments at DG level and DG level only.
So I'm sorry, I just didn't hear you clearly.
The deployment committee expressed views and comments only at the level of the Deputy Director General and Director General.
You're saying that that's a matter of fact that you have knowledge of because you presume, have you sat on the
That's a
deployment
point of
committee?
fact. I'm stating a fact.
Yes, and I'm just trying to understand how you know that fact. Have you sat on the National Deployment Committee?
No, I have not. Actually, the practice in the instance is that the Secretary General doesn't sit in the deployment committee, and the President doesn't sit in the deployment committee.
In fact, as I understand it, the Deputy President of the party and also of the country, and the Deputy Secretary General
That's right.
of the party and therefore of the country,
Correct.
or of the party, serve as leader and secretariat to the National
Correct.
Deployment Committee. Is that correct? But of course, there's more than one deployment committee. There are deployment committees, as I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong, at provincial level, at regional level, at branch level, correct?
Yes.
So the concerns of deployment committees are not limited to directors general and above. They must focus on all sorts of officers at provincial, regional, and municipal level, presumably.
You must appreciate that there is something called provincial government. We're not going to send the National Deployment Committee to deal with that. The Provincial Deployment Committee deal at that level. There are districts and metros. The regional deployment committees must exchange ideas on that. Okay. And local executive municipalities, branches express a view. That's it. All that is captured here is that they are not concerned throughout. Deployment committees deal with levels of government. The National Deployment Committee deals with national government.
And the Provincial Deployment Committee deals with provincial government.
Yes.
And
If there is a communication,
in fact, the whole of the-
only in case of a communication can they refer a matter to a national level.
And the whole of the public service are employed at provincial level, correct?
Not necessarily so. Teachers are employed at national level.
Well, I think if we look at the Constitution, we will find that the power to appoint the public service vests in provincial structures.
No.
Not. All right, well,
Go on, Richard.
Yeah, I think those that would fall under provincial governments would be appointed provincially. Those who fall under national departments would be appointed nationally.
Now, having identified the focal points, including the civil service, including parastatals, perhaps you could just explain to me the reference to independent statutory commissions, agencies, boards, and institutes. What do you understand that to be a reference to?
There's a number of commissions that are appointed from time to time, and agencies, boards, and institutes.
So I'm interested in what these are independent commissions. So what sort of commissions would be independent, which nonetheless are the subject of this deployment policy?
Now, you see, you have never been to a party.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Yeah.
I didn't hear that.
He has never been a member of a party. He's a lawyer.
Well, in fact, you're wrong. I have been a member of the African National Congress, but
No,
be that as it may.
No, but maybe in papers. On paper.
Well, you can't refute it. He says he has been a member of the
Yeah,
African National
okay,
Congress.
I may say a long time ago.
But the reality of the matter is that he really doesn't appreciate the work in the party. That's the point I'm making. If I'm Secretary General for 10 years, I have a responsibility to look into all these things and monitor what is happening in all these issues. That's my duty as a party hack. I'm not in the state, I'm not in government. I must look into all these issues, including international organization. I go to the international organization, I see multilateralism, I take an interest, an active interest there. And that's why this list includes this.
But his question was, can you throw light on some of the so-called independent statutory commissions that the document is talking about? I don't know, is the Public Service Commission one of those?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So So would the Competition Commission be one of those?
The-
Competition Commission?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Maybe that gives an example.
Yes, thank you.
Examples, yeah.
Thank you, I understand. And those,
And the reason that, Chairperson, we declared openly the support of this commission is because we are interested in this work of this commission. It must work well. We must not resist it. We must not disturb it. We support it. We declared that over and over. It isn't that.
but we're
Well, I
not,
must just say that, but I think I did say.
You are not appointed by the deployment committee. But we are interested in ensuring that
Yeah,
this
no.
commission works.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to say that the commission has noted that the NEC of the governing party has repeatedly, publicly made it clear that it supports the work of the commission.
Even
I
when
think
there
that's important.
even when there are disagreements.
Yes,
But-
yes,
Disagreement or no disagreement,
yes,
we
yes,
support the work of the commission
yes.
because we are interested in the work.
now, in paragraph 13 of this policy at page 504, we see that it says that ANC structures should be responsible for final decisions with respect to deployment matters where possible. What kind of final decisions are referred to there?
Deployment covers a range of areas. We are interested in the state. When we deploy a councillor, that councillor must go through the ANC structure and be approved because the councillor of
Must go through?
the structures of the ANC.
Yeah.
When you develop a list to parliament, it goes through the structures of the,
Yeah.
So if the question to be considered is who's suitable to be appointed as the chairman of the board of an SOE, is that the sort of thing on which decisions of the ANC should be regarded as final decisions?
the deployment committee will express a view on that. It will not necessarily appoint a chairperson of a board. Half the time, it gets disappointed on some who are appointed. And every time they get disappointed, half the time, performance reflects that disappointment.
But I think Mr. Freund wants to establish what it means to say those decisions are final. In other words, I don't know what he has in mind, but the question that arises from me is whether they are binding on anybody,
Now,
and if so, who?
that's why I say on a range of areas, a decision of the instances will not be binding on boards because those are creatures of spirit. So it can be. But when we appoint our own councillors, our MPs, and so forth,
Or political
decisions of the
bearers,
ANC are final.
political office bearers.
Political office.
Okay, all right.
But Mr. Mantash, if we can just go back briefly to page 491. Sorry, page
491.
492, 100.492,
Come again,
492.
okay.
Towards the second last bullet point on that page. Decisions of the organization after appropriate consultation with individual cadres are final, and a breach of this policy shall constitute a serious offense. So I don't understand your last answer, that
Can I give you
that
an
these
example?
decisions are not binding on anyone.
Can I yet give you an example? I have experience of dealing with a situation where the ANC selects Mantashe to be a council. But those structures, they break that and appoint Comrade Jesse Duarte as a council. That's what it
Or
is.
they say we don't want this one who has been
Yes.
decided
This
by
is what
the
I'm
certain
doing.
structure.
So there's obviously no public interest outside of the ANC in how the ANC chooses its deployees in the sense that you're talking about.
No.
in the sense of, for example, who's to be the councillor to be selected.
I-
But the deployment policy goes far beyond that, doesn't it? It goes to the very heart of the appointment process that is the subject of this commission.
I hope you can give an example of a party that calls a referendum to select its public representative. If you do that, I would be comfortable.
No, I think, Mr. Mantashe, Mr. Freund's question is directed more at whether this part of the document, which says decisions of the organization, after appropriate consultation with the individual cadres, are final and a breach of the policy shall constitute a serious offense, are limited to the appointment of political office bearers. I think his question is,
That's the point I made.
yes, are they limited to that?
They're limited to that because it is not the NC structures that appoint. Let me give you one interesting part, even on political office. The appointment of cabinet ministers is not discussed in structural arrangements and decided. It is the prerogative of the president, and he consults the officials and whatever structure. But he takes that decision because by law, he has an obligation to actually appoint a cabinet. This is prerogative. But as a practice in a democratic organization, he will say, I have this sense and this sense. The organization will say, we don't think that is a correct appointment. Can you reconsider that? He changes his mind as he likes to give a vote. So that is limited to particular structure.
Maybe the difficulty might simply be to anyone who reads it, who reads this part, that it seems to be wide. You are saying it's aimed at the appointment of political office bearers, but when one reads here, on the face of it, it doesn't seem to have that limitation, but you give your understanding of it.
It's a policy of the party in a party conference. It is now a document before the commission. Okay, that's the contradiction.
Yes, yeah.
Because the party in this conference is emphasizing the importance of discipline among its cadres.
Okay.
You see, this is a conference document. It is now before the commission. And it will, in a great extent, distort the essence of the document, which is a party internal document discussed in a party conference.
Okay, no, that's fine. Mr. Freund?
Thank you. Now, I just want to take you, please, to page 503, paragraph 10.2.
$500.
503,
Okay.
paragraph 10.2. You remember we've looked at this before. This is the part that says that the key centres of authority include the entire civil service, but most importantly from the director level upwards. Remember we talked about that earlier.
Yeah.
And now if I can take you to page 505, paragraph 18.
Did you say is
Paragraph
505?
505,
Okay.
paragraph 18.
Okay.
There you say, you being the MC, our strategy should not only concentrate on deployment at the most senior level, but at lateral entry levels as well. And it continues. So what I'm suggesting to you is that the document creates the impression that the ambition of the policy is far broader than what you have been saying. You've been saying it really aims to do little more than to make recommendations as to candidates who might apply for positions of DGs and DGGs. I'm suggesting the document itself, on its terms, makes clear that as part of the strategy to control the levers of the state that we talked about before, the deployment policy is for the party to have powerful influence and impact on who populates the civil service.
The reality of the matter is that you can go to the deployment committee. They will not know the 6 directors in Department X. They'll have no clue. But the point made in the document is to prevent situations where deployed capable comrades to position only find that they were completely surrounded by and locked into structures dominated by forces that not only do not share the same strategic objective, but also sometimes even actively work to undermine the goals of the National Democratic Republic. Okay, so it doesn't talk about actual deployment. It looks into now the broader perspective that you can deploy a capable person to a department and when they're surrounded by people who are actually working against the policy. That's what the deployment strategy says we must look for and avoid.
Chair, I see it's 1 o'clock. Is this
Yes,
a
it's
convenient
1
time?
o'clock. Okay, let's take the lunch adjournment and we'll resume at 2 o'clock. We adjourn.
My coffee.
Yeah, no, but I'm going to go out and get a bite to eat.
Okay, let's continue.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mantashe, could I take you to page 587? It's 100.587.
587,
Yes.
got it.
Incidentally, just for the purposes of the chair, we do have preceding, in the preceding 2 pages, the conference resolution in December 2002, but it speaks for itself. I'm not going to ask Mr. Mantashe questions about it.
Okay.
And we're dealing now with the next one at 587, which is the 52nd National Conference in
Yes.
December of 2007. I think Mr. Mantashe made the observation to me that this is the conference at which he was elected as the Secretary General. Is that correct, Mr. Mantashe?
Correct.
And the issue of deployment of cadres that we've been discussing this morning is addressed at page 588 in paragraphs 55, 56, and 57. Is that correct?
Correct.
And in paragraph 56, the conference instructs the incoming NEC to ensure the implementation of the 1997 resolution on deployment and strengthen the National Deployment Committee, correct?
Yes.
And then I want to focus on paragraph 57. It's in the first bullet point, it provides that the conference decided on the following specific approaches with regards to deployments, as discussed at the National Policy Conference. That would have been the National Policy Conference, presumably 2 to 3 years before this general national conference. Is that right?
No, national conferences sit every 5 years.
Yes, but we're looking at a national conference, and this is referring to a National Policy Conference.
Policy conference.
Oh, the national police conference would have taken,
Would have been preceding 2 or 3 years.
or even less. Because policy conference precedes the national conference.
Yes.
Right,
The NGC is halfway,
right,
so it's closer to the national conference.
right.
So
And then-
would the policy conference be between the NGC and the national
It
conference?
will be between the NGC and the national conference.
Yeah. Okay.
And what this paragraph of the resolution of the conference reflects is at the local government level, the REC should make recommendations of not more than 3 names of cadres in order of priority who should be considered for mayorship, and the PEC will make a final decision. Now, many mayorships are executive mayorships, correct?
Yes, many and others not.
Yes. And this resolution applies whether they're executive or not executive.
Yes,
In other words, what the resolution is requiring is that the PEC will have the power to decide on executive mayorships, amongst others. You agree?
they decide on mayors, yes,
Yes.
in their area.
And so, effect was given to that resolution, and although there's a whole statutory procedure for the appointment of executive mayors, in the Amatole district municipality, the process, which is meant to be an objective process weighing the candidates, resulted in a proposal for candidate A, but the REC had decided on candidate B, so candidate B was appointed, and that matter went to court. Are you aware of that?
It's more than that. In the case of Amatole, because district municipalities and metros, PECs also discussed that with the NEC. because we take them very seriously.
So in fact, it was an NEC decision.
Amatole should have been decided at NEC level.
Yes. And what the court held is that that whole process was unlawful, that it was completely unlawful for the councillors vested with the power under the statute to make a decision as to who should be the executive mayor, to act under the dictates of the PEC. Are you not aware of that?
No, not really.
Just for the record, Chair, the case to which I'm referring is Mloleki, M-L-O-K-O-T-I, versus District Municipality for Amatole, 2009, Volume 6 of the South African Law Reports. If I can read my own handwriting, I think it's 334, but it might be 534.
2009.
2009, yes, which is, of course, 2 years after this 2007 resolution that we're looking at.
Which court is that?
It was a judgment of Pickering J, as I recall, and I think in one of the Eastern Cape courts.
Eastern Cape courts.
And I can tell you, Judge, that I noted it up. It's been cited with approval in a subsequent decision of the Supreme Court
Yes.
of Appeal, but not directly on the same sort of
Yes,
facts.
okay.
Now, I want to put to you that that case illustrates the problem of the conference resolutions and the policies we've been talking about. Because there is a conflict between following the proper statutory appointment processes, which are essentially meant to be decisions made by other functionaries on their merits, and on the other hand, the inevitable pressure that must arise from the policies that we've been talking about, in terms of which the ANC, under its own policies, considers it's appropriate to make these types of decisions. Do you accept that or reject that?
No, I reject that.
And could you explain why?
That the ANC must have a right to take a decision in its structures about people who will play a role on behalf of the ANC. That can be unlawful. And not unless you explain the unlawful aspect of that. But the ANC must take a decision. That's why, if you read that resolution, it stipulates what happened at all levels. But it still talks to the ANC taking the decision. So if what you are submitting is that it is unlawful for the ANC to take a decision about people who serve in the structures of government on behalf of the ANC, I wouldn't agree with that.
Maybe, Mr. Freund, you might wish to briefly tell me and Mr. Mantashe more about the judgment so that
Yes,
one can
yes.
appreciate its relevance.
So the essence of the judgment,
But
sorry.
also, it's important to, I guess, bear in mind or keep an eye on the decisions that Mr. Mantashe may be talking about, because in regard to certain deployments, we were talking about them before lunch, he was saying that the deployment committee, for example, makes recommendations as opposed to making decisions, and leaves the
Yes.
decisions to be made by the relevant government functionaries.
Indeed.
So it's important just to see what are we talking about that was decided in the party, and what are we talking about in terms of positions
Yes.
in government. Yeah.
Yes, to be clear about that, this was not a case of a recommendation, or the finding of the court was. This was not a case about a recommendation. But it was also not a case about the sort of positions that Mr. Mantashe has mainly been referring to.
Political office bearers.
Yes, because although a mayor might be seen as a political office bearer, when it comes to executive mayors who are full-time employees of councils, then there are certain statutory provisions about who has the power to make that decision, how it should be made. And the evidence, which I don't even think was contested, but certainly as found by the court, was that the caucus at the municipal level were instructed, presumably pursuant to the provision of the policy we've just looked at, that that decision had been made at a higher level, and they simply had to act under the dictates of that decision. And the court held that to be unlawful. So it is a special case in the sense that it is an employee rather than, say, a cabinet minister or a municipal councillor fulfilling a normal municipal council role. But that's why I was at pains to take it to that particular decision about the BEC and the conference. I don't know if there's anything, Mr. Mantashe.
You want to say anything?
I think you should read that resolution. But that resolution is clear that no PEC takes a decision on who should be a mayor. That's the first thing.
Sorry, can you just refer me to the page you're looking at?
In 57, under 588,
I don't have, if you just give me the page number, I don't have it in front of me.
there's 100.588. 588.
588, thank you, I'll go back to that.
That resolution explains that what goes to the PEC originates from the region. Okay. The region have a discussion and it selects 3 names and say to the PEC, here are the 3 names we think can be mayors. The assumption that is taken all the time is that all of them are competent enough to be mayors. Then the PEC select a person. In the case of the province, for a premier, the province select 3 names, go to the NSA. These are the 3 names we're proposing for premiership, and the NSC selects 1. And the PC goes back with 1 name among the 3 it selected. So, I don't want to talk to the Amatole case because I have no insight to that case. But the process is that there's no PEC that appoints a mayor and imposes on the caucus. It starts there and it goes to the PEC. And the PEC says, out of your 3 names, this is the name we think should be the mayor.
Yes, but the problem, Mr. Mantashe, is precisely that, because the PEC, under the resolution, makes a final decision who will be a mayor, including an executive mayor, and the law prescribes otherwise.
Now, it is final in respect of ANC structures. And the ANC structures have a responsibility to go to the structures that are relevant to the caucus of a municipality.
Exactly.
And propose that name and vote for it.
And that's precisely what the court held to be unlawful.
What
The
is
court
unlawful?
held that it's unlawful for the councillors in the ANC caucus to act under the dictates of a party structure, a deployment committee, which it would appear from what we read here must have been the PEC's deployment committee.
We're debating a case I have no insight of.
I understand that.
But the point I would like to understand is that the DA appoints a mayor of Cape Town. Okay. And we have no argument about that. When they're majority in Pretoria, processes go through and they get a mayor. Is it unlawful for the ANC to appoint a mayor, but it is lawful for everybody else to appoint mayors where they are governing? I don't understand the argument.
All right, and as you say, it's on facts that you're not aware about, which appear from the judgment. In the interest of time, I'm going to try and move on. Can I take you now to page 450, just to get your bearings?
450.
450, yeah. 100.450.
Forgot that.
You remember this is your supplementary statement that we referred to this morning. This is your 2018 supplementary
Yes.
statement on deployment. And now can I take you to page 460, 460. So bear in mind what we're reading here is a statement that you drafted for consideration by this commission. And from the middle of page 460, you start to address and to refer to what we've just been looking at, what was required to be done as a consequence of the 52nd National Conference. The NEC would need to attend to certain things. And then what interests me is at the foot of page 460. Deployment within each of the 5 pillars requires its own set of strategic discussions. For example, within the state sector, what principles, we're talking about principles in relation to deployment and so forth, what principles should inform the deployment of cadres to institutions with judicial or investigative functions? So could you tell us, please, what type, if any, of deployment of cadres takes place to institutions with judicial functions?
You are on page 460.
At the foot of 460 to the top of 461.
And so what principle should?
The question is, what knowledge do you have of any deployment of cadres, which is to say ANC cadres, to institutions with judicial functions?
The judges are appointed by the Judicial Commission.
They are appointed by the President on the advice of the Judicial Service Commission. If it's High Court judges and Supreme Court of Appeal judges, they are appointed by the President, is it on the recommendation of the Judicial Service Commission? If it's Constitutional Court judges, Deputy Chief Justice, Chief Justice, yeah, the test is different, yeah.
And the ANC doesn't interfere with that process.
Pardon?
What it will do is that if there are vacancies advertised and there are experienced lawyers, they would advise them to avail themselves for that. That's why it's, the role of the deployment committee in this case will not be mandatory. It will be saying, Comrade Kwede, you are experienced enough, you are a senior counsel, you are of an advanced age of experience. We think you should apply to that commission. And then I get submitted to the process that everybody is subjected to.
So is that what this is talking to?
Yes.
Well, I want to put to you that it just sounds inherently improbable that when an ANC, when the Secretary General of the African National Congress, or the former Secretary General, submits to the Commission that the ANC deployment policy results in the deployment of cadres to institutions with judicial functions, it doesn't look at face value as benign as merely encouraging people thought to have qualifications to apply for judicial appointment. The whole notion of deployment of cadres to institutions with judicial functions carries, with respect, a far more sinister ring than you were suggesting.
I think I'm not sharing the allergy.
Sorry?
I'm not sharing the allergy to deployment. I'm not allergic to deployment.
But I think what Mr.
The
Freund,
point, excuse me.
Yeah.
The point I'm making is that because we have an interest in the state, in the economy, in organizational work, in ideological work and racial work, those are the parameters of areas that we have an interest in. Therefore, where it is political, we are directly involved. Where it is institutional, we recommend and people go through those processes. So we don't appoint judges at any level, but we do encourage experienced legal practitioners to apply for position when vacancies appear. And that is the end of what we can do. We don't go and sit in the selection.
And when they do that, if they are cadres, loyal cadres, are they not bound by the policies that we've read and the resolutions that we've read, that they are accountable to the party?
I must confess that in my 10 years as Secretary General, I've never seen a queue of judges accounting to the ANC. I have no experience of that.
Yes, but I think this is the context of Mr. Freund's question. You remember before lunch you explained to me what we should understand when the ANC talks about deployment. What's involved? There is development of cadres, then deployment of cadres. We talked about that. Okay, preparing cadres of the ANC to be ready for various responsibilities in society and in the state. Okay, so I think what Mr. Freund is saying is, if we are to attach to the word deployment as used in this sentence the same meaning that you told us before lunch, it would seem that it's more than just encouraging practitioners to apply who are senior enough and experienced enough. I think that's what he is saying. Mr. Freund, is that what you're saying?
Indeed.
So, and he is suggesting that there is some uneasiness about that if you talk about people who are going to be judges. I think that's the suggestion I'm reading.
Yes.
In. Yeah.
The rate of the matter is that judges are not born judges. They go through a particular career development until at the apex of that process they become judges. And the reason I'm saying, when I was Secretary General for 10 years, I've never seen a queue of judges accounting to me. Actually, I can't remember a day where I had a discussion with a judge on anything. I may be a client of a judge for my sins in society. That's it. But I've never seen judges coming to Laos to account, because one of the things that the ANC appreciate and understand is the separation of powers. We respect that. So we don't tamper with judges. We don't get into that space. But there's nothing that stops us to say, Advocate X, don't you think you have been practicing long enough to be a judge? Apply, because there are these vacancies that have emerged in the various courts. Please go and apply, because you have gone through this process. That is at the tail end of a process of taking a young person to go into law and then say he must go and practice. In practice, why? And he grows in that process. Then there are vacancies. There's nothing that stops us to say that is a progressive judge. That will be a progressive judge. Please apply. Sometimes others do, and they fail in the process. And we have no recourse to deal with that, because it's not our space. Others succeed and they become judges. Others that are very progressive when we consider them become very harsh judges in dealing with us. And we don't hold that against them. The judges, they do their work, and therefore I don't know what is it that is peculiar about this.
Well,
Mr.
I get the impression from what you've just said that, as a matter of fact and to your knowledge, ANC deployment structures have encouraged people to apply for judicial office, cadres to apply for judicial office. Is that correct? That's correct.
Yes.
Yes. And you made the point that when it comes, for example, to the Judicial Services Commission, the decision lies there, subject to the provisions that involve the President as well. The decision really lies there as to who to appoint. And is it not a fact that the ANC representatives on the Judicial Services Commission have a power to bring about any decision they choose, the way the Judicial Services Commission is structured?
I have never served in the Judicial Services Council. I don't know how it works. I've never been a premier. But my understanding is that there are various divisions of the High Court in various provinces. The involvement of those premiers is in respect of the appointments in the divisions from their province. And therefore, I don't think there is a block vote by ANC representative in the Judicial Services Council. I don't think so. I have no evidence of that.
Yeah.
I've never served there. I can't give first-hand evidence.
Now, can I take you to page 591, 100.591?
591. I've got that.
Thank you. And just before I ask you about that, what I didn't ask you about the last document was about the bodies with investigative functions. It refers to cadres, you would say, being encouraged to apply for appointment to investigative functions. What do you have in mind there? What sort of bodies?
I know in 2021, to talk of apartheid is seen as taboo. Okay. What we forget is that from 1994 onwards, all these institutions, including investigating agencies, you find that they were mainly dominated by investigators from the previous regime. It was in the interest of society to deploy people to change the demographics of those institutions.
To change, presumably, not only the demographics, if I understand your evidence, but to change the political orientation to ensure that that political orientation would include people who are loyal, disciplined, committed members of the party.
I don't know if you know that in the negotiations for this constitution that we're having, key on the Nationalist Party side was the intelligence service. Okay. So it means that we're dealing with an investigating institution which has political orientation. Therefore, you wouldn't just leave that like that and have that orientation continuing. That's why it was important to actually change the demographics, change the orientation. You're right. Change the orientation so that it becomes, let me use your word, a non-partisan investigative unit. I don't know whether non-partisan means neutrality, being on the fence on everything. I don't know that. But I'm saying orientation of those institutions was necessary and it had to be effective. That's why you had to integrate people with various backgrounds in the discipline to have a new institution coming to play.
Well, the issue you raise is in fact raised by the next document which I wish to refer you, Can we go please to page 591?
I'm there.
This is a meeting of the NWC. I see you were present at this meeting that was presumably chaired by the then President, President Jacob Zuma. And at page 592, there is a report, a minute on an NWC report, 592. See that?
Yes.
It's the item on the minutes dealing with the NWC report, which you presented. And you reported, amongst others, it would appear on deployment of ANC cadres. And then the minutes note the comments. And in the middle of page 592, we find the comment, "Deployees of the ANC should always be loyal to the organization." Now, that is a principle that you stand by, as I understand it.
Loyalty to the organization, if you are a member of, it's necessary. Why should you become
Yes.
a member
So
of an
all-
organization you're not loyal to?
All these institutions to which you are recommending that applications should be made for appointment, your intention, if those persons are appointed, is that once appointed, they must always remain loyal to the organization.
Let me give you an example that is almost irrelevant. Now, I'm a mine worker. When I went to the mines,
You used to be a mine worker, Mr. Mantashe.
I'm a mine worker.
On a lighter note, you used to be a mine worker.
I am a mine worker.
You're a minister now.
I'm back to being a mine worker.
Okay.
You know, a blessing certificate was reserved for a scheduled person. A blessing certificate. Meaning that blacks would not blast. They're not allowed. When the system is opened, it can't be a mistake to deploy people who understand the urgency of change. To allow that. That applies to all the institutions in South Africa, because all of them were from an apartheid system which regarded people as less of humans. And therefore, to consciously intervene in that level and change the orientation cannot be a mistake.
But the problem is, I want to put to you, that there is a conflict between the principle of a non-partisan public service and a public service which, as a matter of strategy, is populated insofar as you can achieve that by persons whose loyalty is to the party. That is the exact antithesis of non-partisan.
We had cadres of our movement who went to London and studied. Others went to the United States and all of them. And they understand that when a Trump is kicked out of office and a Biden comes in, there's no hesitation in changing all the strategic positions and replacing it with people who are loyal to the Democratic Party. If you go to the British system, as the parties campaign, the state takes those manifestos and develop programs that are talking to those manifestos. Once the party wins, they shred all the others and implement this program. Now, if I understand the question directed to me properly, it says, the non-partisanship means ANC sleeping and hoping for luck and not have any interest in influencing the direction of change in society, which will actually talk to the reconstitution of the state to what it should be serving everybody. we are doing this in a state that has a long state. You know, I read Dominique Smith service. Dominique Smith described the words of Dr. Verwoerd very well. He says, Dr. Verwoerd was instilling a system of apartheid which had so deep roots that it would be impossible for future governments to change. Until you get involved, you don't realize the depth of those roots. And the question directed at me is that don't tamper with those roots. They will change automatically by being non-partisan, and luck will befall you. I'm saying deployment of people to institutions has a direct intention to say every institution must be transformed to serve the interests of all the society.
Well, I wonder whether this has got something to do, the question has something to do with this, namely, whether there is any difficulty with the notion that out of the people that the party may have prepared for certain responsibilities, those that get appointed ultimately, let's say properly, to certain position, the party will not expect loyalty to them once they have been appointed to those positions, but it will be content with the knowledge that they subscribe to certain values. And because they subscribe to certain values, what they will do there, while in those positions, will not be in conflict with the party. Is that something that, is that notion something that exists?
The reality, Chairperson, is that there are many examples of disappointment. Okay. Many of people getting into positions expect to facilitate change. Instead, they get subsumed to the system. We have many examples of that. And that's why the ongoing effort is important. Otherwise, change is not going to happen. And that's it. So there's something that once you are deployed, there is no Secretary General or Deputy Secretary General of the EC who stand over your shoulders and monitor you. There's no such a thing. The assumption in good faith is that you will appreciate the urgency of the need for change. But there are cases of disappointment where people get there, senior enough, knowledgeable enough, but when they get there, they get subsumed to the system. They get assimilated. And those are examples of setbacks that we should deal with on an ongoing basis. So there is no expectation that a judge is deployed to a particular court. He will hear a case and come to this and say, I had 3 cases and I ruled in favor of this. We don't want it.
Yeah.
There's no such a thing.
Now, I understand, particularly in the South African context, particularly given our history, that the ANC assumes power in a state of a wholly offensive previous disposition. And I can have no difficulty, I'm sure the Commission can have no difficulty, with obviously the transformational objectives of the Constitution and the policies of the African National Congress directed to achieving those transformational objectives of the Constitution. I want to put to you that in Section 197 of the Constitution, which governs the public service, It says that it governs the public administration in which there is a public service. If you have a copy, it might be helpful to have a look at it. 197.1. You don't have it. I'm sorry you don't. I'll read it to you. So 197.1, under the heading Public Service, says the following. Within public administration, there is a public service for the Republic, which must function and be structured in terms of national legislation, and which must loyally execute the lawful policies of the government of the day. So, there can be no controversy that the public service and all members of the public service have a legal obligation, a constitutional obligation, to execute the lawful policies of the government of the day. But to say that is not to say the same thing as to say all employees must remain loyal to the organization, particularly when we see, as we're going to see, that there is a tension between the party qua party and the government qua government, even though it's appointed by the party. That's where the problem lies, I want to put to you, with this notion of all employees must be loyal to the organization.
I don't see the contradiction. All I see, and we're dealing with it every day, of people expecting the ANC to go and contest election, win, become a governing party, but expect it to forego the responsibility of governing. Give it to somebody else. I think that is the problem. That is the nub of the problem. Where people expect the African National Congress not to have a responsibility in governing and go back to the next election, contest election, win the elections. But when it must govern, there is an assumption that it must be a free-for-all. It doesn't happen anywhere else in the world. It is expected of the ANC here. It doesn't happen anywhere in the world. When you contest the election, you win the majority. You must govern and take responsibility of governing.
Who governs, the party or the government?
It's the government, but the party is a majority government. That's why there's a distinction between government and state. Okay. That distinction of government and state is very important if you understand it classically. Government is elected every 5 years, it governs. And it is having a state that is a tool in the hands of that governing party to execute the program that wins the election. Now, but in South Africa, there's an expression that you will win governance, you become a government, don't tamper with the state, don't talk to the state, because if you tamper with the state, you want it to be loyal to you. If I'm deployed by the ANC, I'm in the state. I must do the best in the state, because if I don't, I am actually demotivating the importance of a governing party to govern. I must do what is correct and do it to the best of my ability. And that cannot be forgone. And we forgo the responsibility that goes with being a governing party.
So this non-partisan public service finds expression, I want to put you, in section 197.3 of the Constitution. That section says, no employee of the public service may be favored or prejudiced only because that person supports a particular political party or cause. But it seems to me that the policy of the African National Congress, as you describe it, intends and is effective in populating the state with its deployees for the purpose of having in those positions persons accountable to the party, not merely responsible to the government, and not merely responsible to their government superiors.
No.
That's the tension.
No. There's no tension, it's an artificial tension. We want to have people in strategic positions in the state who understand policies of the governing party. and who will be loyal to executing it. That's all we're interested in. And that's why in those types of positions, not everybody there is an ANC member. Not everybody is an ANC member. But we relate with them normal like any other senior public service employee. But intention is that, do you understand the policy? Do you understand the program? Are you executing them? Because you will find there are situations where people actively work against the policies of a governing party.
But policies of the governing party get translated quite often into legislation as well, isn't it?
Yes.
To the extent that policies of the governing party have been translated into legislation, any person employed in a government department where that legislation must be implemented, whether they were deployed by the ANC, whether they were members of the ANC or are members of the ANC or not, whether they are members of the DA, members of the EFF, once they are appointed to those positions, and in those positions, they are required to ensure the implementation of that legislation. That's what they must do, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes. Why?
That is,
yes.
that is what is expected.
That is what is expected of them, yes. Why is it not enough for the governing party to take the position that says the president of this government is our deployee as the governing party? The president of this government has appointed ministers who are our deployees. It is their job in those capacities to make sure that their departments and employees in their departments implement legislation that is based on our policies, and we are not going to deal with the officials, but we'll deal with the president, because he is or she is, whoever it is, our deployee, and he or she is in charge of government. So we are not going to say members, officials must be loyal to the party. They must be loyal to the government, and that's good enough because this is our government. Why is that not
In
good
practice,
enough?
that is what is happening. But when the party sits in its conference, it goes into details on the nitty-gritty of governance. Now, the difficulty I'm having here is that we are putting ANC policies to the commission, basically putting policies of the ANC on trial. But these are policies that happen in the discussion in the ANC. I can give you an example. When we sit in a meeting of the ANC, we'll spend hours discussing the difference between white monopoly capital and monopoly capital. And those will find their way to documents of the ANC. If you take those documents to bring them to the commission, then you are putting that conference before the commission. Therefore, policies of the ANC are on trial. And that is the little bit of a problem in this situation. Because these documents that are interrogated are internal discussion to the ANC. Now, if you relate them to what is happening in practice, what you explain is what happens. You will not have one time here in this commission, I think 2 ministers came here and said, I reported corruption in my department here at Luthuli House, and the SG did nothing. Okay. Then when we read about this, we called them. We said, what did you expect the SG to do? Did you expect the SG to walk into a department and deal with corruption in your department when you have authority to deal with that in your department? So, in practice, what you are describing is what's happening in practice, but that cannot stop the ANC from having a detailed discussion in its internal structural meetings and have a discussion on any issue, including governance. And if you take what is said in those meetings, internal to the ANC, you bring them to a commission. You take those policies, you put them on trial, then you interrogate them, and that is what is happening.
Of course, you will appreciate that the reason why one is looking at them and their implementation is that, in part, the Commission is trying to say, to the extent that certain wrong things happen, how did they come about? What are was there an environment that facilitated the happening of those wrong things? What should be done in the future to make sure that the prospects of those wrong things happening again are minimized? And when you want to do that, you then say, can we do that without looking at the governing party? How does it deal with certain situations? So that's the context. I'm sure you understand.
We have no problem with being looked at as the governing party.
Yeah.
The issue we're raising is that in doing so, when there are problems, I can tell you that we absorb the pain of those problems closer than in a public hearing. We're sitting there, this thing happened in our offices, in our place, must deal with them. But it's a different issue when we take policies of the governing party, put them on trial. Because when you do that, objectivity disappears. And it will ultimately culminate in a situation where my misdemeanor will be attributed to the party. You get my point? But here am I go and steal state resources. It's not the party that steals it, it's me. And that man, I don't steal it for the party. I steal it for myself. But if we don't draw the distinction, we will end up saying it is the ANC that has stolen X, Y, and Z. But that loot has not gone to Luthuli House. Okay. It has gone somewhere in another area. All I'm saying is that in practice, that's what we're doing. We don't have public servants going to Luthuli House to account for their work. Unless, for example, let's say, for example, if we discuss an economic policy, there's nothing that stops us from asking people who worked on the economic reconstruction and recovery plan to come and give us insight on what they did. And then they continue to debate that issue. But that's it.
Okay. Mr. Freund?
Right. I want to try and move on, but on the same page where we were, 592, the very next sentence after the one we've looked at about employees should always be loyal to the organization reads as follows. The ANC should begin to provide leadership on the deployment of comrades.
What is that?
So it's about 15 lines from the bottom of 592. Starts the ANC should begin.
Okay.
ANC should begin to provide leadership on the deployment of comrades, even if it means through direct intervention. You were the Secretary General present at this meeting. What does that mean, even if it means through direct intervention?
Let me give it a broad interpretation. I'm Secretary General. We pick up failures in the deployment process. it means I must take a walk, go to the disciplinary committee, have a discussion with them and say, you are not meeting regularly. You are not monitoring the space. Please step up your game. That's what it means.
I'm not sure that I understood or heard you properly. Does it mean that if a cadre who has been deployed somewhere is not properly performing the duty, they should be told to perform it properly? Or is it if the deployment committee is not being effective, it should back up its game? I'm not quite clear what you're saying.
No, I'm saying the deployment committee, of which I'm not a member, is Secretary General. Okay. Does it work? It means irregularly, it doesn't monitor the space, it doesn't even monitor adverts. I have a responsibility to go to the book and say, listen, monitor the advert. Because if you don't, you're not going to be able to recommend anybody. That becomes my responsibility. But if a cadre is deployed, is not performing his duty, it's somebody else's responsibility in the line of duty.
Now, we were talking a little earlier about at least a perception of a tension between party and government. I want to refer you to page 593. About 6 or 7 lines down is a sentence that reads as follows. It is correct to have a strong centre at the level of the organisation, that being the Thuli House. Now, what does that mean? What's the point being made there?
The point that is made is that it is important to have a functional organization. What it means? It means that the ANC must be functional to fulfill its role.
Does it not also suggest that the intention of the speaker who's being minuted here is that the real locus of power is the Thuli House and not the government? The Thuli House determines what is to be done.
No, you are creating an artificial contradiction.
That's why I'm asking you.
No, let me explain it. The Thuli House is the head office of the ANC. The ANC is a party in government. So I don't know where the contradiction is, because this party is in government. You see, in the ANC, Secretary General, Deputy Secretary General, Treasurer General don't go to government. They stay in the head office of the ANC, because it is important to have a vibrant organization, because our ability to govern depends on the health of the organization, which is our vehicle to govern. So it's not a contradiction between a party and a government. We're a governing party, we're present in government, and for us to be effective, the party itself must be effective. If you read our documents, you're going to find that almost every conference take time to talk about organizational renewal and unity, organizational renewal and unity, whether we make progress on that or not, because it is always important to have a healthy and a vibrant organization called the ANC. So it's not a contradiction. It is not contesting government.
All right.
It is a governing party.
I want to move on. I'm very conscious of time. The next document I want to refer you to starts at page 594. Unfortunately, in my copy, page 594 is upside down. But you will see that that's the cover page of the NWC meeting in July of 2009. And that, having given your bearings, if I can take you to page 598. Here, dealing with the report on the Northwest Province, and in paragraph 2.3, it's reported the local government has become dysfunctional in many of the municipalities, and then the sentence that interests me, the appointment of managers, and I stress the word appointment, the appointment of managers in the municipalities is centralized in the office of the provincial secretary. I stress that, that's a party official, thereby making it a norm that incompetent but loyal individuals to the dominant faction get appointed to all strategic positions. Now, my first question arising from that is, does this not show that the reality, whatever you may have been telling us, is that appointment decisions are made in this deployment process?
No. I think what you are doing, you are turning a diagnosis made by the ANC itself of a problem. You are turning it on its head and make it a desirable situation of the ANC. The ANC diagnoses this as a problem, and therefore it must deal with it. It must deal with it, because it's a problem. You can't centralize the appointment of managers to municipalities.
So it's a part of a report on the Northwest Province about what was happening.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
But am I correct in understanding your last answer to mean this? That as a matter of fact, it came to your attention that the appointment of managers of municipalities was being made by the provincial secretary, a party official.
In other words, the problem that was being identified.
I don't know if it came to my attention as Secretary General.
Yes.
It is going to the National Working Committee of the ANC. And in diagnosing problems in that province, it says one of the problems is this one.
Now, unfortunately, we stop at page 4. We don't know what happened at page 5 or page 6. But, I mean, is this the only example that you've ever heard of officials being appointed through party structures? Officials such as managers?
No. Our understanding is that appointment of officials to the municipality are done by municipalities. At the closest a deployment committee that level can come would be having a view on section 56 and 57 managers. Anything below that, it's a no-go area.
Now, just to try to start wrapping up on this issue, if I can take you to page 603, just to get your bearings. Again, my page is unfortunately upside down, but we can read for ourselves.
610?
603, 604, 605. You can confirm that that is the resolutions of relevance taken at the 53rd National Conference.
Yes, that's an index.
And then at page 613, likewise, we find an extract, the relevant part of the resolutions taken at the 54th.
613.
613, right. 613 and 614.
613 is a picture.
Yes, and you turn over the page, and you'll see that you're in...
You see yourself there, Mr. Mantashe?
I see myself.
Yes, and you'll see that above the picture, what we're looking at is a document that is the document summarizing or
Yes.
recording the decisions taken by the 54th
Yes,
National
it's a
Conference.
report, yes.
And on the question of cadre deployment, we can read for ourselves what we see at 614. You can confirm that those were the decisions taken.
That's the resolution of the conference. Yes.
Now, I want to take you to something that I'm sure will be a lot more controversial. page 418, 100.418.
You said page 100.418.
That's correct, Chair. Yes. It's a document on an ANC Secretary General's office letterhead, he said.
With no signature.
With no signature, quite correct.
Okay.
Now, Chair, you will recall at the commencement this morning that I said to you that we had put together a bundle of media reports. And then I said the very last page is of a different character, but it's been included for convenience at that point in the record. It's obviously not a media report. But it has a relevance to media report because this is widely published in the media. And there were a number of reports. This is approximately the middle of last year, June of 2020 or so, asserting that this was a document prepared in the office or in the Thule House. And the Thule House issued a denial. They said this is a forgery, there's no such document. But various journalists have asserted that 5 different sources within the party confirmed that this is an authentic document. Now, I want to make clear, I don't know who those people are. I can't vouch for the accuracy of it, but I want to hear, if I may, from you, what, if anything, you can tell us about this document.
I will have difficulties to deal with and informants in the commission. My gut feel is a gut feel, what I call it. Any document of the ANC that has no signature is not an ANC document. If I issue a directive to structures, I write a letter, I sign that document. If it is not, my gut feel, my first start was that it's a fake.
But let's look at the content of it. I mean, it's admittedly not signed. It's obviously not signed. One of the media reports suggested that it was a draft to be submitted to a meeting. I don't know. But let's look at the content of the report.
My submission is that it's a document with no signature of anybody in the ANC. We can't pin anybody down and say, what is the origin of this content? Because anybody who issue correspondence take responsibility for that correspondence. So if it's no content today, in 2021 or 2020, it should be a fake, because anybody can craft a fake document and circulate and make it an ANC document. But if it has a signature, even if we want to call it a fake, we'll find it difficult to make it a fake.
Well, I guess it's strange that it doesn't even have the position of whoever would have written it.
No, indeed, it does not.
Yeah.
But what I would like to explore with your leave, Chair, is not its authenticity, but the correlation between the content and what is the views of the witness.
Yeah,
If I may do that.
I can't talk to contents of a fake document.
Well, let me ask this
In
question.
a commission.
Yeah. Well, it may be that it's a question of how you try to get the information that you want to get, which you might get without reference to the document.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Mantashe. Is it or is it not compatible with the deployment policies of the African National Congress
What?
that the following procedures should be followed with regard to deployments of the following positions: Director Generals, Chairpersons, CEOs, and all boards of SOEs, and the procedure is that the Office of the Deputy Secretary General should be informed of all such posts prior to them being advertised. and be sent the advertisement once they've been published, and that thereafter what is supposed to be presented to the... well, let me stop there. Is any of that compatible with the correct policies and procedures?
I don't want to exercise the right to refuse to answer questions, but I think I need protection here, where I am expected to answer questions on a fake document.
Are you saying under oath that this is a fake document?
It's signed by nobody, it has no title, it has no date.
But I don't know, Mr. Freund, whether you want to make any reference to the document at all, as opposed to simply asking questions with no reference to the document and see whether...
Well,
Mr.
I wish to do both, if I may.
Yeah. Okay.
I wish, firstly, just to confirm, because I don't know what further evidence may come before the Commission. And I therefore want to establish as a matter of fact whether Mr. Mantashe is telling us from his personal knowledge that he knows, we know it's an unsigned document, we know it's an unnamed document, but I want to establish as a matter of fact whether you are saying to us that you know this is a fake or that you are assuming and guessing it's a fake.
From February 2018, I was deployed to government. If it was directed to deployed cadres or declared comrade, I would have had it. I've never had it. So that's why I regard it as fake.
So what you can say from your personal knowledge is that as a cadre who had been deployed, you did not receive it.
Yes.
All right, I understand that. Now, I haven't taken the chair today through some of the minutiae of the policy documents that we've been talking about. But I want to understand your testimony about how the processes should work under the ANC policy when the question arises as to the appointment of Director Generals, chairpersons, CEOs, and boards of SOEs. What is the procedure that should be followed, in your opinion, having regard to the policy documents that you're familiar with?
I'm a minister today, deployed by the ANC. I've appointed few DTGs. I found the DTG there. I've appointed boards of state entities in the portfolio, CEOs. What I do is I informed the Supreme Court that we're going to advertise the sport, guys, because you know why I do that? I don't want them at the point of actual interviews to say, here is a cadre. I tell them, look, we are looking for a board, we're going to advertise it. We advertise in all newspapers, every reporter reads up. We receive a long list of applicants. Whatever structure make the selection, it's not the minister. Make a short list. I have access to, I go to the Supreme Court and say, listen, we're now at a state of interviewing. Here is the long list, here is the short list.
So I didn't hear you say you go to the deployment committee and say
I
that.
go to the Supreme
Right, I understand.
and do that as a minister. And then I go. Then I run the process myself.
I'm sorry, but I think you may be skipping something that in your mind you may have thought you have said. When you go to them, there must be a purpose. What's the purpose?
The purpose is to inform them that that board, that site is being filled. We're in a process of filling it now. Because, you will not believe.
Yeah,
In my quest for knowledge, I tried to study accountants.
yeah. And what
Well,
happened?
It was not called accounting, it was called accountants then. One principle that I hold so dear in that process, I'm not an accountant, I couldn't do it. I found early that I'm not an accountant material. I'm too restless to be an accountant. I learned that it is always better for any transaction not to be handled by one person from the beginning to the end.
Not to be handled by one person?
By one person.
Yeah.
From
He
the
said-
beginning. From
He
the
said
beginning.
from beginning to end, I think.
From the beginning to the end.
Okay.
It is always wise for you to get other opinions on what you're doing. And I do this to the deployment committee as a matter of belief that their view will help me see what is on my blind spot. And once I've done that, I go back, then I'm comfortable, I run with the process, panels interview, we appoint, we go to the cabinet for confirmation. We do that as a matter of course, all the time.
So what I hear you to be saying is this, wearing your hat as a cabinet minister, is that what you do as a matter of practice is you inform the deployment committee
Yes, I do.
of vacancies, long lists, short lists, and you then invite their views. Is that correct?
Can I repeat that? I rather repeat it than taking the words from you. There is a board of a blinded. I notify this moment. Guys, we are going to be advertising vacancies in the board. Okay. Then after we've done that, we don't ask them whether they have sent anybody. We don't ask them. Okay. We advertise, we receive application, we compile a list of them. Out of that, a team selects a shortlist. I go to the deployment committee and say to them, guys, we've our board, which we told you about. We've advertised, there were 1,000 applications. Out of those, we're looking at this 10 or at this 6, whatever the number. And they look at it. I've never found a situation where they normally say, no, don't go ahead because we want to give you a name. I don't have that experience. I will hear a situation where they say, okay, fine. Half the time they say, it's fine, okay. Because I'm careful myself in the process. Having had their views, I go back and then conduct interviews.
My understanding of your response, Mr. Mantashe, suggests that your answer is or should be yes to Mr. Freund's question, because his question was whether you invite their comments. And from what you are saying is, when you give it to them, you say you have never had experience of them saying no. So I think usually or all the time they say it's fine. But I don't think that
Chairperson, in the majority of cases,
in the majority of cases,
those people
yeah,
are not cadres of the ANC,
Yes.
professionals.
yes, the people on the list, you mean?
People on the list, the
Yeah.
majority of them are professionals.
Yes, but what I'm putting to you is that my understanding of what you are saying is that when you give it to the deployment committee, if they comment, that falls within the process, within your expectation. So they might comment and say, we don't think that it's
Let me
good
give
to
an
leave out
example.
so and so. Or they might say, no, we are happy, but you say, you just want in case they tell you something that you missed.
Let me give an example. One time I go there and say, here are the 5 names. And they say to me, but your 5 candidates are 4 men and 1 woman. Okay. Even before you go for your interviews, already you have a distorted picture. Okay. When they say that, I take that as a directive to me to go to that long list. Try to add qualified women. That's it. And that is how I can go. And then I'm sent packing, I go and find a woman. And I ask the question, you want me to come back when I said, no, find appropriately qualified women and add them there so that the list is balanced.
So the process of you going to them contemplates that they may comment on the list.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I presume you don't go to other political parties and ask for their comments.
No, I don't. I'm not a member of other political parties.
And once your department report to you that they have taken a view as to who is the suitable candidate for an appointment, in certain instances that has to go to cabinet, is that correct?
I go to cabinet as a matter of practice all the time.
Right. And you, as a matter of practice, never reach the stage of going to cabinet without first having gone to the deployment committee. That's what I think you've
No,
told
the
us.
cabinet doesn't go to the deployment committee.
No, you
I
said-
go to the deployment
Yes. You, as the minister, go to the deployment committee and seek deployment committee perspective on a decision before the matter goes to cabinet.
Yes.
Right.
And you ask me if I do, I go to other parties. I've never been invited to an interview in the Western Cape or in Cape Town, never. So if I'm expected to go and check where the TA is, where I don't understand it's a fair expectation.
Well, I wanted to raise something with you that relates to something you said. You said something along the lines that you go to the deployment committee so that if there is something that was on your blind spot, something that you didn't see, they can alert you to it. So I wonder whether the reason is not more than that, because you could achieve that by going to your colleagues in government, cabinet, talking to them, or a subcommittee. So I'm wondering whether the purpose is not more than that, namely, you are the deployment committee of the governing party. The governing party is in government, and I know that there's a deployment program or policy in terms of which people who understand the policies of the governing party are made ready for certain responsibilities. I want you to have a look and comment within the context of your job as the deployment committee before I make the final decision, or before whoever has the power to make the decision in government makes the decision. Would that be unfair or say?
I do take the views of the committee seriously.
Yes,
I take them seriously.
yes, okay. But you accept the context that I'm saying, I'm understanding your evidence to include. That it's not just for them to look at the blind spots, it's also in the context of the work of the deployment committee.
I'm giving you the example of where they sent me packing because
Yes.
I had 1 woman in the list.
Yeah,
I took that quite seriously because one of the things I can tell you, the beauty of the deployment committee is that black South Africans are educated, highly educated. They have been deprived for a long time. Today, after time, they are not affirmed. They are appointed to position where they qualify to be. But the narrative is that we deployed them because we loved them. The reality of the matter is that, you know, a few days ago I met a board of an entity in the department. In that board of 8, not a single member of that board has a less than a master's degree qualification. Not because I looked at it and said, and that shows that the conscious management of change is beginning to give us concrete results, because Black South Africans are now educated, they have accumulated experience, they qualify to be appointed in position, not as a favor, because they qualify.
Mr. Frank?
Right. Mr. Mantashe, you are familiar, I believe, with the evidence given by Ms. Barbara Hogan before this commission.
Yes.
And, Chair, I'm not sure, I have it
Don't
as
speak too far from the mic, Mr.
I have it as
Frank.
Exhibit L1.
What is it?
Okay.
When I look this way, yes, I'm looking for help. Barbara, yes, I'm familiar.
I beg your pardon?
I'm familiar with her.
Yes, you're familiar with it, and I'm obviously only going to take you to very brief portions of it.
Are we going to come back to this?
We are going to
soon?
come back to, we're going to come back to that file.
Okay, all right. Okay. What page do you on?
I want to start at page 4 of the file with Ms. Hogan's affidavit.
Yes, I have got it.
And just to get your bearings as to time, amongst other things, if you look at paragraph 9 on page 4, you will see that Ms. Hogan says that she was appointed as Minister of Public Enterprises on the 11th of May 2009, after serving in other capacities. And then I want to take you to paragraph 22. Ms. Hogan says this. She's referring to in particular, the appointments of CEOs of a variety of SOEs. She refers to them in paragraph 21. And she has previously described a process which she regards as an appropriate process that results in a provisional selection of potential CEOs. And then she says in paragraph 22 the following. In practice, however, there were parallel behind-the-scenes processes. As the ruling party, the ANC had expectations that they would have influence over who was appointed to boards via the deployment committee of the ANC. And let's just stop right there. Do you dispute her evidence that the ANC had expectations that they would have influence over who was appointed to boards via the deployment committee?
No, before I dispute that, let me make the point that a beneficiary of the deployment process, all of a sudden, see it as a behind-the-scene process. That's my problem. Because that deployment process deployed Barbara as a minister. Now, all of a sudden, you want to appropriate that to herself as one. I think that is a distortion of policy, in my view.
Do you admit or deny that the ANC had expectations that they would have influence over who was appointed to boards via the deployment committee of the ANC? It's either yes or a no.
No, you are asking me the same question over and over in different ways. There is a deployment committee in the ANC. We have gone into details explaining its role and how it works. So what do you want me to say?
Well,
No, I think, Mr. Natasha, you remember that, and I think you repeated today, that I think you had some, I think, serious disagreement with some of Ms. Hogan's evidence about the deployment, the work of the deployment committee of the ANC when she testified. And you came and testified about it to put the side of the ANC as far as the deployment of the deployment policy, I think, is concerned. So I think what Mr. Freund is trying to is to establish which parts of her evidence you have no problem with, which parts you have a problem with, so that when I have to look at the matter, I don't have to speculate whether this was disputed or was not disputed.
No, Deputy Chief Justice, there is a detailed submission on Barbara Hogan's evidence.
Yes.
Now, if I'm expected to give that evidence again,
Yes.
first thing, as a royal boy, my hair began to shake. That
Yeah.
there's a trap in this. They want to check if I'm not going to say something different. Then I'm accused of submitting a contradictory evidence to the commission.
Yeah, no. I think it's fair to say, to the extent that you have dealt with it, there is no need for us to deal with it again. So, Mr. Freund, I think you must just...
Chair, I
look-
fully
look
respect
at that.
the spirit of that. The difficulty I have
Yeah.
is that I wasn't present and I haven't read that evidence. So
Oh.
I'm not in a position to know, and I have to be guided by you as to whether you feel that it's unnecessary for me to explore this issue at
Well,
all.
maybe what we should do is, insofar as you wanted him to deal with Ms. Hogan's evidence as far as deployment is concerned,
That's all I'm interested in.
maybe until you have had a chance to read that evidence, maybe we should park that. If necessary, he can come back to deal with that if there is something to clarify, so that you can see where they have common cause
It's
and
quite
where
an
they don't have
important-
common
All
cause.
right.
It's an important piece of work because the allegation about karma and all that,
Yeah,
which we responded to.
yeah,
If we are expected to respond again
yeah,
today,
yeah.
then we become nervous.
Yeah, there is a part which I don't think was dealt with then, but I think if we are going to park it, I would need to check whether it wasn't covered as well before we can
Okay.
look at it again. Yeah.
Chair, the difficulty with respect is that it might make it necessary to come back.
Okay.
Whereas the questions that I had were confined to the deployment issue. Now, if you think it's unfair to the witness to be asked about the same issue twice, then I won't do that. But we do have to consider the consequence, because the
Yes.
consequence may well be that we have to come back for.
Yeah. No, I don't think he will have a problem with coming back.
No, I have no problem with coming back.
Yeah, as long
I'm
as.
just expressing a sense of nervousness.
Yeah. No,
In
no,
a
no,
case
fine.
where you are called to the commission, you give your evidence, you make your submission,
Yeah,
you settle that issue, you close it.
yeah, no. That's
There is
fair.
no matter arising out of
Yeah,
that,
yeah,
but you are expected to go rehash
Yeah.
that submission. That is where my nervousness
no,
is.
that's fair enough. I think,
Because to us, there is a commission.
yeah,
Who was present when and who is present now is not an issue. There is one commission.
and you say the chair was the same.
The chairperson was the same.
Okay, all right.
Fair
Let's
enough.
do that. Mr.
Then-
Matashe has indicated he won't have a problem to come back if it's necessary to deal with whatever may arise once you have checked and compared.
That's fine, Chair. And then I won't need to deal with that file
Yeah.
any further, and I'll go back to the file that we were in.
Okay.
And I'm now going to start a very different line of examination.
Yes, okay.
And I'd like to take you firstly, please, to page 100.45.
Are we going to the other bundle?
The other bundle, the bundle
100.
100.45, 45.
Go.
Really moving away, Chair, from the question of deployment. I'm moving back to the question of parliamentary oversight.
Yes, no, that's fine.
And I might indicate both to you, Chair, and to Mr. Mantashe,
45.
45, yes, that it seems to me the question of parliamentary oversight and the question of ANC oversight intersect, they overlap. So I'll be dealing with them
Yes,
simultaneously.
yes, yeah. No. I think they do because the ANC is the majority party in Parliament.
Now, according to this press report, now, Mr. Mantashe, let me make clear, I understand that press reports are not evidence on their own proving the truth of what they say. They're simply pieces of paper that recording what some journalist wrote down. But sometimes, quite often, what they say may well be true. And so I'm going to take you through a number of these reports in order for you to tell us to what extent you can confirm or deny or comment on a number of things we see in these press reports. And the first press report that I want to refer you to is this one which is dated the 22nd of May 2009.
What page is that?
At 45, 100.45. It's headed ANC
The
won't
page
work.
that he mentioned at the beginning, Mr. Mantashe, I think that's the one you should be having in front of you. Page 100.45. Or she will assist you.
Mr. Mantashe, if you look at that report, you will see it's dated the 22nd of May 2009. Do you see that?
To May.
May 22, 2009.
Yes.
Because what I'm going to try and do is I'm going to try and move chronologically. So this is a very early point in this series of years we're going to go through. But this is a convenient starting point. And the report quotes you as saying that, because this is the beginning of the new parliament in 2009, and it quotes you as saying that, well, it says this: the ANC has given its MPs strict instructions to be robust and not to be afraid of holding cabinet ministers to account for their actions. It says that the names of chairpersons of the National Assembly were announced. And then it says that Party Secretary General Gwede Mantashe said MPs and committee chairpersons had been told to keep cabinet ministers on their toes. The committees were given a simple message: we are expecting an activist parliament, a parliament that is robust with its oversight role, a parliament that will force the executive to account, a parliament that will not wait for the opposition to raise issues. So my first question to you is, are you correctly quoted? Is that what you said?
Yes, I'm correctly quoted.
Now, what prompted you to feel the need to make that kind of statement? Did you have a perception that perhaps in the past that hadn't been as good as that? Or what was the context that gave rise to these comments?
I was the Secretary General of the ANC. During a phase that is regarded as a young democracy. In that process, we observed a number of things. Sometimes MPs want to comply for the sake of complying. And we thought that Parliament must be an activist parliament. That is still haunting me up to today, because sometimes it can mean anything and many things to different people. But what we wanted to do was to have a parliament that is robust and activist in its approach, including oversight going out. That was what prompted us. We're trying to reorientate a parliament and have a different orientation. And you will notice that we also change the chief whip. Yes. You will notice that.
You also change what?
The chief whip.
The chief
Oh,
whip.
Chief whips, yeah.
Change the chief whip.
Yeah.
Because we wanted a leader would whip the parliamentarians into activity.
And who was that new chief whip at that time?
Jackson Tim,
Jackson Mthembu. This is in 2009.
I would think so.
Well, I think Jackson Mthembu became chief whip in about 2017.
I
Unless he
may be
served
wrong.
2
I'm under
terms.
the impression too that he didn't start to be chief whip that early. But I
But
may
not
No.
2017.
No, but if I can assist you, there may be things I don't know, but what I do know is that in about March of 2016, Mr. Jackson Mthembu was appointed as chief whip. And that, of course, was at a time, we're going to come to it later, that was at a time of deep national controversy about state capture. But the time that we're talking about here
Okay, fine.
is long before that.
Okay, let me withdraw that change of the chief whip. But
Yeah.
that culmination of change of the chief whip was part of this process
Yes.
of changing parliament into an activist parliament.
Well, we're out of sequence, but since you mention it, and to avoid me forgetting it, I would like to just explore what you're telling us now. I hear you to be saying that at a certain moment, and I suspect it was at a moment that the allegations about state capture were becoming quite widely publicized. Are you saying there was a deliberate decision to change the chief whip and to introduce as the chief whip Jackson Mthembu?
The decision was to change the orientation of parliament so
Change the
that
orientation.
it can actually deal with issues and not shy away from issues.
And I'm interested in when that would be, because if my information is correct and other evidence has been led on this, Mr. Jackson Mthembu became chief whip in or about March of 2016.
Okay, leave that. But the concept of an activist parliament come March 11th.
Well, yes and no. You're quite right that your own statement that I quoted here, which is a 2009 statement,
Yes.
is what you could call an activist parliament statement. I accept that. But you will be aware, I'm sure, that there has been some controversy in the evidence before this commission about whether in a period later than this, Parliament vigorously did what it should have done. And I'm very interested in what you've been telling us. You volunteered it a moment ago, that there was, as it were, a decision, a conscious decision, to make Parliament more activist. And I think, if I understood you correctly, but you'll correct me if I'm wrong, I got the impression that at a stage when the state capture allegations were quite clamant, a lot of people were making a lot of noise about it, I understood you to say at that time there was a conscious decision which coincided with the appointment of Jackson Mthembu as chief whip to make Parliament more activist. Now, I don't want to put words in your mouth. If that's not correct, you must please correct me.
No. You see, because now we're dealing with media statements, it's very difficult to be chronological with media statements.
Yeah.
Is that we take a conscious decision to make Parliament more activist.
In 2009.
2009, and I would say it was an orientation of the new term which started 2008. And that orientation was intended to activate parliamentarians not to be docile and be unresponsive to issues. And that process took its time. And later on, the appointment of Jackson is part of a long process.
Yes. And I mean, it's fair enough that you take me back to 2009 because that's where I said we're going to start. But let's just try and orientate ourselves politically. This is early in the Jacob Zuma presidency, and it's part of a transformation that's happening at that time, am I right?
With all the allegations against Jacob Zuma, he had 2 terms. Okay. He had 2 terms. As the Secretary General at the time, I regard the first term as successful, okay, which will include 2009. He effected a number of changes, which were positive. One of those was to restructure education, split it into 2, because it was too huge a department, including introducing the HIV program in the state, which was very aggressive. He made many things that were positive. That first term, in my own view, was quite an active first term. That's why we could talk of an activist parliament. And by 2009, there was no call for state capture.
No, that's correct. But it didn't take long to come, as we're going to get to. Now, perhaps I should try to move on. Can I take you to page 100.48?
48.
I'm sorry, Mr. Freund. Maybe let me just ask this question, Mr. Mantashe, with reference to what you had in mind when you talked about an activist parliament, when you talk about, in this quotation, where you talked about members of parliament who would be robust and would hold the executive to account. Would I be correct to understand that to mean they should not have an attitude that says, because this is an ANC minister and I'm an ANC member of parliament, I mustn't take up issues in terms of oversight and accountability, even if he's going to be upset with me, he's going to be angry with me, as long as I'm doing my job.
No. I don't think the issue should be that attitude.
Yeah,
The attitude is to say there is the executive.
yeah,
They have responsibilities, they have duties. They must do them to the best of their ability. There is parliament. Parliament must not be restrained because ministers happen to come from my party.
yes, yes.
Those parliamentarians should do their work
The way they are supposed to do
the way they are supposed to do.
it. Yeah,
And if you remember, I made a point that says there's a contradictory situation where ANC parliamentarians sit in a static group of the ANC. And ministers go and join them. Tomorrow they go to the portfolio committee. It must not compromise them that they were in the static group together. When they go to the portfolio committee, they must execute their work to the best of their ability. That was the orientation that we started to work on.
yeah. No, no.
But that implies, does it not, that if in the judgment of the ANC MP on a portfolio committee, there is something going wrong in the department for which the minister is accountable, the duty of the MP is to take that up with the minister, to consider the minister's response, and if the minister's response is regarded as unsatisfactory, to indicate that it's regarded as unsatisfactory. Would you accept that?
That's the duty of the portfolio committee.
Right. And the duty of the portfolio committee would go further. If they're not getting, if the portfolio committee members experience that concerns that they are raising with the minister or with the DG are not being satisfactorily addressed, their duty as MPs and as a portfolio committee is to take that further, is it not? Presumably, at the first instance, to take it to the National Assembly and bring it to the attention of the full Parliament. Would you agree?
My short experience in Parliament, I don't have depth of experience. I'm more a party head than a parliamentarian.
I would never dare to accuse you of that.
Come again?
I would never dare to accuse you of that.
I'm a party head than a parliamentarian. So, my experience, short experience, is that portfolio committees do their work. They bring reports to there are periods in the Parliament where they report on findings on various issues, and that should be normal.
And it would not be wrong for portfolio committees to, in their reports, indicate what is wrong and what, in their view, should be done to correct it. Do you agree with that?
Let me agree with you, qualify my agreement as follows. One of the things that I think is not helpful is a hostile relationship between a portfolio committee and the minister. It's not working. Actually, it collapses the work of that portfolio. It is important for the portfolio committee to be robust, rough, hard, but seek to get solutions to problems and try to nudge that member of the executive to execute the task in a way that will give results. And if we can find that, we don't normally find that. We sometimes get it right, sometimes we don't get it right, but that would be optimal for Parliament.
But I understand. I think what your answer amounts to is there would be nothing wrong with that because
No,
they
there's
would be doing
nothing-
their job.
There's nothing wrong with a portfolio committee that is harsh
Yes.
on a minister.
Yes.
That's my point.
Yeah.
But I'm qualifying it by
Yes.
saying, don't destroy relations,
Yeah.
because destruction of relations destroys the work of the portfolio.
Yes, yes. Of course, I guess that allied to what you are saying would be when members of the portfolio committee are robust and maybe are critical of the minister in regard to the minister's department, the minister, if he or she has the right attitude that they're just doing their job, there should not be a problem with that. But there would be a problem, of course, if the minister takes the view that, but you are ANC, why are you behaving like the opposition, and therefore thinks that it's improper for members of the committee who are members of the ANC to be robust?
I can tell you that the experiences that we witness where the attitude is not with the minister sometimes. You find a chairperson of a portfolio committee who just talks down to a minister.
Yeah.
That we have oversight right over you, thou shalt do this as we want it, and that's it. All those, whether the attitude is from the chairperson of the portfolio committee or the minister, a hostile relationship
Does not assist.
make that portfolio to be suboptimal.
And I presume the same principles apply, for example, where a DG or a similar functionary is part of the process of accountability to the portfolio committee. Your view would be the committee should, where appropriate, take up issues of concern. If necessary, but I stress, if necessary, they may have to be confrontational, but in first instance, they should try to cooperate to resolve problems.
The DG or the officials of the department go to the portfolio committee to account on the work happening in the department. The primary relation is with the minister. when the minister is not available, then the officials are sent to the portfolio committee. Or when issues are technical, the minister takes the technical team with
Yeah.
to the portfolio committee. And to me, it should be a relationship with the institution rather than a DG or a minister. Okay. The primary relationship should be anchored with the minister.
Because the minister is ultimately accountable.
Yes.
And the minister is accountable, the government is accountable through the minister to Parliament.
Yes.
And of course, if the portfolio committee, if a portfolio committee had a meeting with the DG of the department or a series of meetings to discuss and deal with various issues, and they are not satisfied, there are immediate remedies to talk to the minister to say, we are not happy with the answers we're getting from your DG.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. So there does not seem to be very little difference between us at
Yes.
this stage on the principles.
Yes, but I think at some stage, I hope at some stage we'll can talk about to what extent this approach, as you articulated it, as quoted in this report in 2009, of what the ANC expected of members of parliament. To what extent was it implemented?
Indeed.
Or is the position that it may have been implemented up to a certain point, and at a certain point something else happened which did not reflect this? So at some stage, I think it will be important that we do that, because on the face of it, what you are saying, Mr. Mantashe, in terms of what you expect as the ANC from your members of parliament in terms of oversight and accountability appears to be what one expects. But the question will be, to what extent has it been happening over the years? But we are at 4 o'clock, and we should, one, take an adjournment, but also have some discussion so that we are all on the same page about how much more time we are going to take.
Chair,
So-
can I indicate,
Yeah.
firstly, that I've established that the latest flight that leaves for Cape Town is at 7:20 or something like that, which would mean I'd need to be at the airport if I was going to catch a flight today.
Yes.
At about 6:20, which would mean I'd need to finish by about 5 or something like that. I don't think that's likely that we'll
Yes.
finish that way.
Yes.
What I have no objection to doing, and this has been discussed with Mr. Mantashe, is therefore going quite late, and then I'll maybe catch an aeroplane in the morning. But I do want to caution in this respect, that the very question you've just raised as an abstract general question is a long and complicated issue, and that in addition, I still have in mind to go through parts of Mr. Mantashe's principal affidavit and Mr. Makhashule's principal affidavit. In other words, what I'm saying is I'm personally prepared to work as late as you like,
Yes. Yes.
but we do need to stare in the face the possibility that no matter how long we go, we may not finish.
No, I understand that. For me, it's quite important that these issues be dealt with properly, because to the extent that there may have been failures, and I'm not saying that there were, to the extent that there may have been failures in terms of oversight and holding the executive accountable by Parliament, and that's why certain things happened which should not have happened. It will be important to see what measures should be put in place, or I should recommend should be put in place to avoid a repeat of those things. And the majority party becomes quite critical, because if they are on board on saying we recognize that there were certain challenges and this is what we would like to, how we would like to see oversight function performed, and it's an acceptable way. If they are on board, there's a good chance that whatever recommendations are made, if accepted, they would work, because then they would actively support. I'm not saying that I would not recommend something that they don't like, but certainly the idea would be, if it is possible to reach a point where they are on board with what the problem was, how it can be solved, what measures can be put in place, that could go a long way to assist. So, Mr. Mantashe, in terms of your time, how is your situation?
Today?
Yeah, today.
It ends at 12 midnight.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now then I'm happy. So in that event, then I think we should take a 10-minute adjournment, and then we'll come back. I suspect that in the light of that answer, and you're saying that there is still quite a lot to cover, we must work on the basis that we are going to sit for quite some time.
Quite some time, yes,
Yeah.
indeed.
Yeah. Okay, all right. Let's take a 10 minutes break. It's 10 past. No, it's 5 past. We'll resume at 4:15. 4. Okay, we adjourn. Okay, let's continue.
Sorry, thank you. Chair, I think I have established during the break that it's not correct that Mr. Montashe has previously testified in response to Ms. Hogan's evidence, and I'm only interested in evidence in respect of cadre deployment. It is correct that in 2018 he sent 2 documents containing, as it were, his version, his evidence. But to the best of my knowledge, he's never testified, and that means we could leave it over as you wish, or we could go back and deal with it.
No, I think he did testify in response to Ms. Barbara Hogan. Or was it only in writing? Oh, okay, okay. So I'm wrong. I seem to have a picture of him sitting there giving evidence in the previous venue.
Well, he did that,
Yeah.
but he didn't do that on this issue.
Yeah, was it in regard
The
to
banks,
the banks? Oh, that was in regard to the banks, not in regard to Ms. Barbara Hogan.
yes, and your memory is not faulty in the sense that you would have read his version. You would have
Yes.
known what he says.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
the only
yeah.
point I make is that he hasn't testified orally on that.
Yeah, I
And
don't know
I
why.
leave it to your discretion,
No,
Judge, as to whether you think it's necessary and appropriate. But on
Well,
the,
if he is ready to, is able to deal with questions that might relate to that, we can deal with it. If he is not, because he didn't think it would be covered, then we can look at another day. Mr. Montashe, you would be able to deal with
I'm
it?
happy to respond.
Okay, okay, all right.
because
No,
I'm
that's
still
fine.
hoping we're going to finish tonight.
Okay, all right.
So can I take you back then, Chair, and Mr. Montashe, back to that file with Ms. Hogan's affidavit, which is Exhibit L1.
I don't know why, Mr. Montashe, I seem to have that picture of you sitting on the witness chair and talking about the deployment policy and so on. So, but there is no way you would forget if you covered that part of
I
it.
thought so.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Now, Mr. Montashe, you will recall in this file that I have already asked you a question about paragraph 22 at page 6. I'm not going to repeat that. But what I'd like to do is to take you to paragraph 35 at page 10.
And the bundle that we are looking at is the one written Exhibit L1 evidence bundle of Ms. Barbara Hogan,
That's correct.
file 1 of 2. Okay, all right.
Now, I want to try to deal with this extremely briefly, because I understand I've seen Ms. Hogan's version, I've read your version, I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, but I do think we need to explore this just a bit. You will be aware that Ms. Hogan
Okay, yeah, continue.
Ms. Hogan was critical about the pressure that she felt she came under in relation to appointments of boards and CEOs and the like of SOEs. And some of her evidence relates to her relationship with the president, and there's no need for me to deal with that now. But some of her evidence relates to the very issue of deployment, the National Deployment Committee and deployment committees and deployment policies. And so what Ms. Hogan says is, as I mentioned before the adjournment, that her perception was the ANC expected to have influence over who was appointed to the boards. That's not the same thing as saying expected to have an opportunity to encourage candidates to apply. She's alleging that there were expectations to have influence through the deployment committee on what these appointments would be. And I don't remember, but I think you didn't really want to answer that question at the time that I first asked it. Could you just, for the record, just remind me what your view is on that point?
No. My own view, the relationship between the minister and the deployment committee is the same. There was nothing new and unique in how the deployment committee related to Ms. Hogan.
Yes, and I think she would agree with you on that. But where she differs from you is what that relationship is. Her allegation is that the relationship is not one, as you say, of merely training and then encouraging persons to apply, but was one of pressurizing the persons responsible for making the decisions. Do you dispute that?
I dispute that. I think we can deal with that more appropriately when we go to the Gama case, which she cites as a case in point.
Yes,
Well,
yes.
let's do exactly that. If I can take you to paragraph 35.
What page?
Page 10.
Page 10.
Page?
Page 10, paragraph 35. Now, I don't want to laboriously go through the detail of her affidavit, but in brief summary, what I understand her to say is this. There was a properly structured process by the Transnet board, the object of which was to select a suitable candidate as chief executive officer, if I recall correctly. A judgment call that she thought to be correct. There was, on the other hand, the potential candidacy of Mr. Gama. Mr. Gama, as I understand it from what I read, a senior executive of a Transnet subsidiary, at that very time, facing disciplinary charges, which in due course were found to have sufficient substance to justify his dismissal. Ms. Hogan thought in those circumstances the proper thing to do is to go with the appointment view of the board, the selection decision of the board. That's the context in which we read what we see at paragraph 35.
Maybe before you proceed, Mr. Freund, just to make sure that the context is accurate, I don't think it's going to make a difference it should make a difference to the answer. To the extent that you want to ask Mr. Mantashe about alleged pressure that certain persons, including Mr. Mantashe, were alleged to have made, were reported to have made, with regard to saying Mr. Gama should be appointed as Group CEO of Transnet. As I recall, that happened at a time when he was not yet facing disciplinary inquiries, but there were investigations which could lead to disciplinary process. Of course, later on, there was a disciplinary hearing and he was dismissed.
I stand corrected.
Yeah, at the time, the position was that Mr. Gama had been one of the candidates that were interviewed, and there were a number of other candidates, and the board of Transnet had chosen a candidate that was not Gama. And I think Gama was dissatisfied. But I think just to contextualize that, yeah.
Fair comment, I accept that without reservation.
Okay, all right.
Now, with that qualification, that's the background. I just want to take you to paragraph 35.
Now, the reality of the matter is that on this issue, Ms. Hogan is mixing issue. I was not in the
You were just speaking to the microphone.
I was not in the deployment committee.
Yes.
I was not in the deployment committee. That is number one. Ms. Hogan came voluntarily to brief officials of the ANC of the processes in Transnet. In the course of that brief, what she calls pressure is a question on my part that what makes Mr. Kama not to qualify for a CEO of Transnet? He has been a CEO of Portnet, turned it around from red to black. He was transferred to Portnet. He turned it around from red to black. What would require a young professional to be qualifying to be a group CEO? That was a question. It was a painful question, I would imagine, because we were conscious of this issue of being given a white candidate when we think that there is an opportunity to appoint a black candidate. And we didn't put any pressure, we asked those questions. And those questions stood for a long time. Gama was not appointed by them, must say. And the later charges and cases have nothing to do with this issue.
Now, I hear you, and I'm not in a position to dispute anything you say. But what I find puzzling is that you say this is a process outside of the consulting the deployment committee. This is a process of consulting yourself as Secretary General, and I don't know who else.
Officials.
So,
She came to the meeting of the officials.
That is the top six.
Top six.
Officials are the top six.
that's what I want
She
to
was
check.
she was not invited or
Yes.
pressured to come.
Yeah.
She offered to come. I would imagine, I'm now assuming, that he wanted to get to the top so to take off the pressure that she thought he was under.
Well, maybe let me say this, Mr. Mantashe, because it becomes important. You said that the question that you put to her as officials of the ANC related to what is it going to take a young, I think, black professional to be eligible or qualified to take the CEO position as opposed to a white professional. Now, that's quite important in this question because you may be having in mind, or you may, as officials of the ANC then, have been working on the basis that it was the board had preferred a white candidate. But in terms of the evidence that she gave, that is Ms. Hogan, it was at a time where the board had preferred a black candidate to Mr. Khan. Were the officials aware of that? Because that's part of what I was concerned about.
That is part of the confusion.
Okay.
Because at the time there was a white candidate. I tried to ask the DSG to get me the name. We can't get the name.
That candidate was acting CEO, I think that you are talking
Yes.
about,
Yes.
Mr. Wells.
Yes. And we were worried about that and we asked the question. The question that there was another black candidate who emerged was a later development.
Okay, well, it's important that ultimately one knows exactly what was known to the officials or not, because the process was happened in two phases. There was a recruitment process conducted by the board where Mr. Gama was one of the candidates for the position of Group CEO, and another candidate was Mr. Pravin Gordhan, and there were other candidates. The candidate that the board wanted there was Mr. Gordhan. but he withdrew at a certain stage early in 2009. And the board was allowed to start the process afresh. So it didn't go back to the candidates who had not been successful, but it allowed that they could apply. Then there was the second phase, and Mr. Gama was also a candidate in that second phase. And in that second phase, the candidate that the board preferred and recommended was a black candidate. It was not Mr. Gama. And Ms. Barbara Hogan said she supported that decision of the board to recommend that one. But she said, if I recall correctly, she said in the media there were all kinds of pressures for Gama and so on. Does that accord with the official's understanding at the time?
No. I'm remembering this question because I personally asked it. That's why she cites me as many, including the Secretary General, Kwete Mantashe. He is specifically raising my name because I asked this question, which, until I could see the depth of the disagreement, I thought it was an innocent and logical question. Here is this young professional working for Transnet. He's given a responsibility by Transnet to turn around Portnet, and he did turn it around. Because there was a Sportnet that was struggling, he is transferred to Sportnet to turn it around, and he turns it around. And I asked him, what is it that is required of a black candidate to be qualifying to be a group CEO of a Sportnet? To me, that question has never been answered up to today. Okay. Leave that it was a pressure on Ms. Hogan, but to me, that question was never answered. And it's a very important question in the sense that our power as minister, I can say our now, I'm a minister as well, to actually have a particular dislike of individual people who have potential, who are good in what they are doing, to not like them. I think it's something that should be watched very closely. I think this is a case in point, because it can be a question of like or dislike. Black excellence must be recognized. I insist on that then, I insist on that today, that black excellence and black capability must be recognized. And I asked a question that was based on the capability and the proven performance. How that became a pressure on Ms. Hogan is still an issue that has not been told to me.
But am I correct to say your concern was more in terms of giving opportunities to black professionals as opposed to it's just Gama? If it was another black person,
I would have raised that question
you
with
would have
another
raised the
person.
same question.
Yes.
Because that leads me to the question. One of the things that was of concern to me when I listened to the evidence and looked at the documentation, there are also newspaper cuttings that you would have come across in the file, was did the people who were reported to be pushing for Mr. Gama to be the one to be appointed have any issue with the black candidate that the board had recommended? And there seemed to be nobody saying there is any problem with that candidate.
That is a later development.
Yes. Yes.
That is a later development.
Yes.
But think of this, Chairperson. Let's say there's a selection process. Pravin Gordhan is number one, Gama number two, I think Ketso.
No, actually, he was not number 2 in terms of the board's list. We have got that evidence
Now, on the first submission,
from the first one as well.
he was number 2. Was number 1.
On the evidence, I don't know outside of the evidence, the chairperson of that board was Mr. Frederick Paswana. He is now, because the commission made investigation, he now lives, I understand, in Denmark or something. We pursued to find out from him exactly what the position is. And one of the points he made in his affidavit, which the commission has, is that there was this idea that Mr. Gama was number 2. There was no such thing. He was not number 2.
So you could imagine if there was that confusion in all that process.
Yes.
We were deep in that confusion.
Yeah.
But the question I asked specifically to Ms. Hogan, which is captured here as pressure, is what does it take for a black professional to qualify to be a group CEO of Transnet if he has done 2 subsidiaries around? And the answer to that question has not been given to me. And I won't pursue it with anybody now. There are many things that have happened.
I can also mention this for what it's worth. The documentation that is in the possession of the commission, and it's not evidence that Ms. Barbara Hogan gave, reveals that Mr. Wells, who was acting CEO at the time, put in his application for this position, but it lasted only for a few days and he withdrew it. That is in the first phase. So for a long time as the process was going on, it seems that he was no longer a candidate because he felt that he was being accused that he was pushing a disciplinary process against Mr. Gama because he wanted him to disqualify him from competing with him for the position. The documentation that I've seen suggests that his application was there only for a few days and he withdrew it. But of course, one doesn't know how much of this was known to those who may have said Mr. Gama should be the one appointed. Okay, all right.
If I might ask a question that follows from your observation.
Yes.
Because I have no personal knowledge about this, but from what I'm hearing, the obvious question seems to be the following. There was no reason for you to assume that the alternative candidate under consideration was not black. And yet, if you had no such reason, I have difficulty with why there's such, on her version, and I think even on your own version, such adamant support for Mr. Gama. Raises a question.
Mr. Chairman, it raises no question. You see, that there was a black candidate was something new to me. Okay, something new to me. At the time when we raised that question, we're very aware that racism is in the subconscious mind. It's a prejudice. And therefore it must be challenged everywhere it showed its side. Yeah. This side, this thing of Praveen and another black candidate is new to me.
Maybe I must also...
And the reason that we're not given the details, I would imagine, is because we're not the deployment committee, we're not in the selection process, we were briefed and we asked questions. Because maybe in the other processes, there was already a pressure that was mounted on Ms. Hogan, added our questions to the pressure she was under. But the reality of the matter was that we're asking a question in relation to racism being subconscious and being prejudicial. And therefore ask the question, here is a young professional who is doing well, why is he not given the opportunity? That was the question. And that question was never answered. I picked it up later. That was a big issue out there. And Ms. Hogan thought that I added pressure on her and all that issue. But the issue is that I personally asked that question. That's why my name is mentioned specifically here, because I asked that question. And I will ask that question in respect of another young professional who I think is not treated fairly.
Was your attitude, as reflected in that question that you put to Ms. Barbara Hogan when she met the officials of the ANC, reflective of the attitude of the officials? In other words, is that how you all thought, or as far as you can recall?
If we come to the meeting of the officials, you present whatever report. Actually, in the majority of cases on these issues, officials noted.
Yeah.
They express no view. We ask questions, and we leave. We don't follow you up because we are not part of the selection process. But if you take your time, you come to the officials, we will ask these questions. If they put pressure on you, then sorry, we feel sorry for you.
Well, for what it's worth, I just want to say, just in case you might not know this, the evidence of Ms. Barbara Hogan was that she informed the then President, Mr. Zuma, of the board's recommendation of this black candidate, and that President Zuma's attitude was that he wanted Gama and his choice was Gama and nobody else. Of course, when Mr. Zuma came before the commission, he denied that. He said he could not have said that because his preoccupation would have been whether processes were followed, but that was the evidence of both of them. But one of the things that Ms. Barbara Hogan said was that, when she was appointed Minister of Public Enterprises in May 2009, this process about filling the position of Group CEO was underway. And it was in 2009 when she was talking to President Zuma about this. But she says one of the things that President Zuma said when she said, but Mr. Gama may be the subject of some investigation and there might be disparate processes. He said, well, then the position should not be filled until those processes have been finalized. The position remained unfilled until 2011. Ms. Barbara Hogan in October 2010 was removed from cabinet. So 2009, the position was vacant. 2010, the position was vacant. And Ms. Barbara Hogan says the candidate who had been preferred by the board and that she was supporting, and she says it was a credible candidate, had to pull out because of this delay. And that candidate was later to be appointed to another state-owned entity. But I'm just mentioning that for what it's worth. You might not wish to say anything.
No.
Yeah.
The issue is when you are guilty by association, it's very difficult thing to do. I think if there were irritations in the interaction between Cabinet Minister Barbara Hogan and the President, J. Zuma, that should not be extended to us.
No. Well, no.
I'm saying that because once you say there was pressure put on me by many others, including Kwede Mantashe, and I know that I never went to Barbara on the side and said, please take Gama and so forth. Never did that. I asked a specific question in a meeting he voluntarily came to, which was not a necessary meeting for the selection.
Yeah.
And
Mr.
was
Freund?
also, as I understand it, not a meeting of the deployment committee, it was a meeting with the top six.
Yes.
So I don't want to take the Hogan issue any
Yeah.
further.
No, that's
I
fine.
want to go back to where we were.
That's fine.
So you can dispose of the Hogan file.
Yeah.
Go back to the first file. And I was about, when we took the last adjournment, to refer Mr. Montash to page 100.48.
Yes, that's why I am.
Now, I want to try to deal with this reasonably crisply. The difficulty is there's a lot of detail. What I want to indicate to you in relation to this newspaper report is that as early as January 2011, newspapers were reporting allegations of improper Gupta family pressure on government decisions and on appointment decisions. And the first thing I want to establish is whether those reports came to your attention. I'm sure they must have.
I don't know which reports you are referring to.
Well, I refer, for example, to the report at page 48, 100.48.
You must just state, Mr. Freund, what report it is. It seems to be a
All right,
Sunday
well then
Times
I'll have
report.
to deal with it. It's a Sunday Times report on the 30th of January 2011. The fourth last paragraph, bear in mind that the heading is Gupta influence is remarkable. The fourth last paragraph, according to decision makers in government, it's becoming common to receive a directive from this family, or is it perhaps from people pretending to be members of this family with the stern message that it comes from the very top? This, it is said, has on occasion led to some questionable decisions being taken. Now, I understand that this is not the strongest of evidence, but there's a series of such reports that we're going to go to. Maybe I can take you immediately, before you even comment on that report, to the report at page 63. This is a report a month later, in February of 2011, in the Sunday Times, under the headline, Ministers Shiver When Summoned to Family's Home. And the sting of this is an allegation. For example, we read this in the fourth or fifth paragraph. A member of the working committee who attended the most recent meeting said, the concern is that these people, the Guptas, now have influence in the appointment of CEOs and chairmen of state-owned entities, which then means the ANC has lost its way and its influence in these crucial deployments. And then it quotes other sources who allege that 3 deputy ministers were phoned and told that they were to be promoted days before the cabinet reshuffle was announced. Several ministers were phoned by them to assure them that their jobs were secure, bragging about public officials coming to meet them at their home, pressure to support the new age. And then on the next page, at 64 in the middle of the page, a member of the working committee claimed ministers feared the family, believing they had too much influence over Zuma. People are scared of them and they are called to their house all the time. The Guptas are known to be the president's people, and that is why even ministers shiver. Another top ANC leader said, you must see the way they treat ministers, and on it goes. Now, the first thing I want to establish is whether reports of this time came to your attention.
No. In my opening statement, I gave you a brief summary of how the relationship between the Gupta family and the ANC evolved. I stand by that submission. Okay. As I said, there was no pressure mounted on the ANC, on the Gupta family during the first term. There were signs that were beginning to show that something is going wrong. But the real pressure of the corporate family came in the summer. On the first time, it was not. For example, the question of the newspapers and the TV station, we supported that because we wanted diversity in the media. And that came about until things go wrong.
Well, what's the answer to my question? Did the report of these allegations come to your attention in about February of 2011?
No. Newspapers don't report to me. I read newspapers. So if Sunday Times report about Guptas, it's not a report to me.
Of course, it's not a report to you, but it's a report in a national newspaper which gained a huge amount of attention in the country. Are you telling the Commission that you were unaware of these allegations?
No. You are wanting me to answer a question that I should not be answering. I'm saying in the first term, there were no reports of Gupta influencing the Zuma presidency. Then later in the term, many things begin to emerge. Actually, as I said, the serious incident that actually opened our eyes was the landing of that plane in Waterkloof, military airplane.
That
Then
was
we went
2013.
Okay.
That was 2013 April, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was the first thing that opened our eyes, and we came up strong against it. And in 2014, Mbalula made a confession in the NEC of this. Those were the early signs of this issue.
So I think, just to make sure that you understand the question, I think what Mr. Freund is asking is, to the extent that in 2011, there were newspaper articles suggesting something that could be improper that may have been done by the Guptas in terms of government or in terms of President Zuma. Do you recall that you were aware of some of those allegations in the media?
I'm saying, in 2011, there were no reports that came to us. If there were newspapers, there are newspapers. Let me tell you how newspapers influence. It's because if you can be working as a party on the basis of newspaper reports, will not exist by now. Will be out, will be dead by now. Because newspaper reports raise issues that we ask each other, what is this? Anything? And we take our time to try to understand the issue. You know?
Mr. Mantashe.
So the serious attention brought to us was the landing of that plane in Waterkloof.
I will come to that report. That clearly was a serious report. It was entertained by you. But I'm trying to deal with an earlier period. I'm trying to deal with 2011. And I'm not clear in my own mind what your evidence is. I think your evidence is that you deny that these allegations ever came to your attention in 2011.
Yeah, they did not.
And that can't possibly be correct, can it? If I take you to page 100.77.
100.
77.
$177.
100 and then 77.
Yes.
You are quoted there, let's just see if you're quoted correctly, as dismissing criticism of the Gupta family's political influence. Is it correct that you rejected that criticism?
Yes, I did.
Well, if you rejected the criticism, you must have been aware of the criticism, correct?
No. I'm saying I dismissed the criticism at the
I accept that you dismissed the criticism. You dismissed the criticism, according to this report, in March of 2011, which means, as a matter of ineluctable logic, that you were aware of the criticism before the 8th of March 2011. You accept that?
The criticism comes from Mail and Guardian
And other reports?
and other newspapers.
Yes. Were you aware of that?
No.
Okay.
I think it's an unfair question.
Let me try and put it
I
this
think
way.
it's an unfair question because I'm expected to take newspaper reports as reports to me,
Yes, no,
as Secretary General.
let
And
me,
I'm saying they are not.
let me put the question in my own way. Maybe that's going to make a difference. Once you accept that you dismissed certain criticisms that, as I understand the position, may have come from certain newspapers about what the Gupta family was alleged to be doing or whatever. Obviously, it means that you were aware that there were allegations being made that the Gupta family was doing ABCD, and you were then rejecting that criticism of whatever it was alleged they were doing. You accept that. You accept that. It must be, you wouldn't dismiss criticism that you were not aware of.
Okay, let me allow that question to pass and say, let me wait for the follow-up question.
Yes, yes.
Because-
Okay, all right.
Because I don't want to accept that if the newspaper reports, those reports are reports to the Secretary General.
Yes, no, maybe
Okay,
the word
so-
reports is causing confusion. Maybe we should say articles.
Articles.
Newspaper
Quite happy to use
articles.
the word articles.
Yeah, yeah. In other words, the question was a much earlier question, whether you were aware of newspaper articles that made certain allegations against the Gupta family.
Yes, there were
Yes.
newspaper articles.
Okay. I think maybe
And-
it's the
and-
word reports that was creating
Yes.
problems.
Okay, well, I'll change the word to articles because to me they're synonyms.
You can call it a newspaper reports articles the same.
All right, then I'll call them articles to
Okay.
avoid any possible ambiguity. I now understand you to accept that you were aware that there were newspaper articles making allegations of the type that I've just summarized and read out. Am I correct? You were aware of those articles?
Or at least some of them.
Okay. Articles, yes. Reports to me,
Yes.
I don't know.
No,
Yeah,
I'm not
let's
suggesting
say
that they-
articles, this part of the report is maybe causing confusion. You would have been aware of certain articles in
That's
the
why
media.
I responded.
That's why you responded, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, the next question is, once we accept, as we must, that you were aware that there were newspaper articles making allegations of these types, I assume that you would accept that if the allegations were true, they were a matter of the utmost seriousness.
Come again?
If the allegations made in the newspapers, in the newspaper reports to which we've referred, were true, if they were true, they would be matters of the utmost seriousness. Allegations of this kind of influence over the president and the appointment processes and cabinet ministers. You must surely accept that too.
I should have accepted that too.
You should accept that that is a serious matter. It would be, if they were true, I know they're allegations, but if the allegations are true, the allegations are a matter of extreme seriousness.
Yes, but the reaction at the time, on the basis of the analysis we did, in terms of the information at our disposal, was that we actually dismissed those allegations.
Yes. So they were serious allegations and they needed to be investigated, correct?
Yes, which I'm not an investigator.
But they are allegations which to you as the Secretary General of the party and to the leadership of the party should have been a matter of most serious concern. I understand that if the allegations are false, there's nothing to be worried about. But the allegations exist, and if the allegations are true, then these are matters of the highest seriousness which require to be investigated. Do you agree?
At the time, we did our analysis and we came to a conclusion that this is a racist stance by that newspaper. And that in itself is a product of analysis we made at the time.
Yes.
And when you say analysis that you made, would this be an analysis that was made by a structure of the ANC, or you're talking about yourself? A certain
No,
structure?
the ANC is an organization. It has its operational structure, which runs day-to-day affairs of the ANC. It doesn't wait for the meeting of the officials, the meeting of NWC. That operational structure is the structure that is in Luthuli House. And when you are Secretary General, you are in charge of that structure.
Oh, so the analysis would have been done, in, so to speak, in the office of the Secretary General, or
Yes,
by
yes.
people working, assisting, or supporting the Secretary General?
Yes, by,
Yes.
for example, Department of Information.
Yeah, okay, all right. So a certain analysis had been done, and it was on the basis of that analysis
Yes.
that the criticism was dismissed.
Yes.
Okay.
And it was not only rejected, it was labeled to be an expression of racial prejudice. That was an allegation you made, correct?
I'm saying there is allegation on the newspaper. We don't call meetings of structures every time there's a newspaper. We analyze it with our department in the head office. We came to this conclusion.
And the allegation, I was just looking at the article, the allegation really was against the Guptas, was that the Gupta family, was that they were having undue political influence on government, on President Zuma. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
And in particular, undue influence on the appointment of the CEOs and chairmen of state-owned entities. That would have been a matter of considerable concern to you, given the evidence you've been giving us all day.
Yes. But you can only take decision on the basis of information at your disposal.
Indeed. But it becomes a matter of extreme importance, therefore, if you're going to investigate an issue that is important, which, if it's true, has serious consequences, that you do such an investigation thoroughly and you get access to all the necessary information. Not so.
You know, if we do that every day, there's a newspaper article we write to them. Actually, we would be sitting here in the commission with a different investigation on us, on how we try to interfere with newspapers.
Not about interfering with newspapers. If you had investigated thoroughly at the time, the probabilities I want to put to you is we wouldn't be having this commission. This commission is in part a consequence of the fact that when these allegations were first made, and when they were first made in 2011, which you say is the successful period of the Jacob Zuma presidency,
Yes.
they were not taken seriously. We are all paying the price.
I'm not sure if we can say the commission is a consequence of that. There are many things that are involved in the step capture. And I can tell you, when you're in Luthuli House, many of them, you have a sense of them. When you're in government, you come across of them face to face. And if you can only limit this commission to the incident of the Guptas, then you will only scratch the surface. And I'm sure the commission is aware of that by now.
Now, the newspaper reports to which we've just referred quote you as saying that the matter was not raised for discussion at the NWC meeting, but then quote the NEC as saying that the issue had been disposed of by the NWC and therefore the NEC would not investigate or take the issue any further. Is that also correct?
I can't remember that in that sequence, but all I'm saying, newspaper reports are not items of the NWC or the NEC. Newspaper reports, we analyze them as we go. That's why we have a DIP in the head office to do that ongoing analysis.
But let's look at this. Deputy ministers are being told, allegedly, of their appointments by the Guptas weeks before this has been decided or been announced. Ministers are being assured that they're safe. And there's the concern about the abuse of, or the undue influence over the appointments of SOEs. I have great difficulty, Mr. Mantashe, understanding on what basis these allegations are treated so flippantly, and on what basis the conclusion is reached that this is nothing other than racial prejudice.
No, the reason that we make particular analysis and come to certain conclusions is that the focus would be biased to a particular kind of company. Established companies that are actually benefiting from state are not investigated, even up to this day. And my argument is, when that happens in an organization like the ANC, which comes from the background of a liberation movement, it pays attention to that fact that newspapers will raise issues about companies of a particular kind and close eyes to companies of a different kind.
Now, one of the allegations that was made in the report was of ministers and deputy ministers being told by the Guptas, not members of government, about their appointments as ministers weeks before any official announcement is made. You say that the information available to you when this was dismissed by you in March of 2011 did not substantiate that. Let's leave that there. Later that very year, in 2011, is it correct that Mr. Fikile Mbalula, at an NEC meeting, said directly to the president that he himself had been told that of his appointment by the Guptas, I don't know the exact period, but I think a couple of weeks before the announcement was made. Is that correct factually?
Yes, and that's why I said earlier, two incidents brought this issue to our serious attention. Was the landing of the plane at Waterkloof and the incident of Mbalula in the NEC.
All right, now let's get the timing straight here. The Mbalula allegation is made in 2011 at an NEC meeting.
Was it 2011?
Are you comfortable with that, or do you want me to show you?
I was also wondering because I thought when he gave evidence, Mr. Mbalula said it was 2011. But when you said it was 2014, I became confused because my recollection is that when Mr. Mbalula confronted the president or raised the issue in the NEC, he had been told about a promotion from being deputy minister to minister. And I was thinking, well, I'm not sure whether before 2009 he was a deputy
On the
minister.
dates, I will have to.
Well, let me take you on the dates to three media reports. The first is at page 100.82. This is a report dated the 28th of August 2011. It does not name Mr. Mbalula. I'll come to that later.
Sorry, what page? What
check.
page?
I'm just-
382.
No, I said 182, but it's in fact 183. It's headed Zuma wins NEC battle, but war goes on underground. Do you have that, Chair?
Oh, that is page 100.183.
Yes.
Oh, business day, yeah?
No, Sunday Times. Let me just check.
At page 100.183.
No, at page, wait, let me just check. It's at page 100. Sorry, let me just start again. 100.83.
0.83.
Yes. Sorry, did I say 183? If I said that, it was a mistake.
Yeah, that's fine. Sunday Times article.
Sunday Times.
Okay. Have you got it, Mr. Matash?
And what, do you have the page, Mr. Matash?
I've got the page.
Right. Now, I accept that this doesn't mention a name yet, but if you look at about the fifth paragraph, it says, a cabinet minister, for instance, told the meeting, which is a reference to the August NEC meeting, in Zuma's presence, that it was true that the Gupta brothers had known beforehand of the president's plan to reshuffle his cabinet in October last year. He told of how one of the brothers had informed him days before changes were announced that Zuma would promote someone who was a deputy minister at the time to a full ministerial post, according to NEC members, etc. So there's a reference to this allegation at this meeting. Now, I agree, this is just part of the jigsaw puzzle. Let me now take you to page 182. Well, let me take you to page, 100.83.
That's where you were reading from, Mr.
Okay, let me go to point 90.
90.
90. Well, let me go to, is it 90? I've got to check that. I have to tell you that I'm working from papers that are differently paginated from yours.
Well, 90.
So it's point 91.
Okay.
It's the article that's headed there. It starts at 100.91. And you will see near the foot of the page there, the Mail and Guardian reported last week that during the same meeting, Mbalula...
Where about are you reading on the page?
I'm on the second last paragraph at page 91.
Yes. Okay, all right.
Starting the Mail and Guardian. Mm-hmm. Now, we're reading a report in the Sunday World in September 2011, and we see that the Sunday World reports that the Mail and Guardian reported last week that during the same meeting, it's the NEC meeting we've been referring to, Mbalula accused the president of allowing outside forces such as the Gupta family to run the ANC and the government on his behalf. Mbalula allegedly told Zuma he, i.e. Mbalula, knew about his appointment as Minister of Sports and Recreation through the Guptas 2 weeks before Zuma made the announcement. So, I say to myself, well, where is this Mail and Guardian report? And I now take you to 100.414. And we find a Mail and Guardian report dated the 26th of August 2011. I take you to page 416. The third last paragraph, 100.416, 416.
414 and 413.
Well, 414 is where the article starts,
Oh,
right? That's just so that you can see the date of it and where it comes from. It comes from the Mail and Guardian on the 26th of August. And at 416, it's reported by the Mail and Guardian that Mr. Mbalula accused the president of allowing outside forces such as the Gupta family to run the ANC and the government on his behalf. Mbalula is said to have complained that he first learned of his appointment as sports minister from the Guptas rather than from Zuma himself. Now, the point I'm trying to make is not that these articles establish the truth of this having happened. The point I'm trying to make is that if we want to identify when this incident happened, what we see is that this incident happened in August of 2011, and not as might otherwise have been thought in 2014. You follow my logic?
okay.
Just remember to speak to the microphone, Mr. Mantashe.
I'm listening. I say, okay.
Yeah.
I'm listening.
No, I just wanted the okay to be captured.
Right.
Okay, all right.
And the point of that is this. In January and February, allegations are reported, which if true, would be serious, but your investigation in March says there's nothing to support this. We don't accept these are true. But in an NEC meeting, only a few months later, Mr. Mbalula says to the president to his face, this is what happened.
No. You say I said, in what report that I said, there's nothing to support it. What are you referring to?
Oh, okay.
I'm referring to your evidence about 10 minutes ago.
The analysis. He's referring to your evidence when you said within
Yes.
the SG's office,
Yes.
the allegations against the Guptas
Yes.
were analyzed and they were dismissed.
That's it.
Yeah, okay.
No. I don't want to retraverse what happened in March, but I want to ask you, what, if anything, the leadership structures of the ANC did when Mr. Mbalula made this allegation? Were they investigated? Were they believed?
An outburst by Mbalula in the NEC, I call it outburst.
Sorry?
I call it outburst by Mbalula in the NEC.
Yes.
It's an outburst which required us to talk to Mbalula and try to get the sense of what he is making as an allegation, which happened. And that depended more on Mbalula being keen to give that evidence to us. And that's why we said the first admission we made here was two incidents made it more serious to us that there should be a fire under that smoke, was the plane and the Mbalula outburst.
Yes, but I want to put to you for your comment that really there is real fault to be attributed both to the ANC as a party and to Parliament also for not pursuing these allegations when they were first made, particularly when they appeared at face value to be supported by what was openly said at an NEC meeting in 2011.
Yes. I go to an NEC meeting, I make a statement. We need to follow that with the person who makes the statement first. Now, his willingness to give evidence that leads us to an investigation becomes critical.
Well, did you attempt to get that confirmation from him?
Yes.
In 2011?
I do talk to Mbalula after every NEC if he makes that statement. He makes many of such statements. I talk to him every time. But sometimes people make an outburst in a meeting, refuse to talk outside of the meeting, which makes it difficult for any official of the ANC to follow that point.
All right. And you say, or you don't say, but what's implicit in what you say, is that you don't have the power to compel somebody to come and answer questions. You rely on people to voluntarily give you information.
I wish I can get the powers of the commission to summon people.
Yes. But of course, Parliament does have that power, doesn't it?
Come again.
Parliament does have that power, and parliamentary committees have that power.
No, I'm not giving evidence on behalf of Parliament. I was not a parliamentarian.
Well, I thought, Mr. Mantashe, I thought maybe when people were summoned by the SG, not formally, to the SG's office, they would really take it seriously.
No people to come.
Yes, yeah.
And whether they come and be prepared to give you the evidence is such a different matter. I don't remember when is the way we call somebody doesn't come. People do come. But it comes to the evidence. You'll see further down, I'm sure you'll come to that, where 8 people make these allegations. Now we're investigating. Okay. You see, we'll come to that.
Yes, we
Yes,
will.
but I do want you, if you can, to tell me, as far as your recollection, as far as you are able to recall, what the response was, generally speaking, of other members of the NEC when Mr. Mbalula made this statement. Because he said when he was testifying, if I recall correctly, generally speaking, maybe I shouldn't say that, at least some people in the NEC were like shouting him down, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
So,
And that is a dynamic that the commission will not appreciate fully,
yes.
of managing an organization that is divided. And you try to keep it together. That dynamic will not be understood fully by the commission. The commission may come to a conclusion that says you are reckless and so forth. But the rest of the matter, when you're Secretary General of the ANC, you need to move with the necessary slow speed so that you don't rush into things and actually create a bigger crisis. You are running an organization.
Well, I can tell you, Mr. Mantashe, that I'm interested in whatever, in evidence that tells me if there was a certain environment that made it difficult to take certain action or make certain decisions because of maybe something such as the one you're talking about, because one appreciates that one is not a member of the ANC, does not attend NEC meetings, so people who were part of that need to be able to share with the commission to say, these were the dynamics, these were the challenges. Maybe when you sit here, you could think that we could easily have done A, B, C, D, but we who were there on the spot were faced with these challenges and might not have found it easy to take certain
I can do that in brief.
Yeah.
That you sit there, you have a group of members of the NEC who would stand up in the NEC and say to the president, you must resign. You know what? And the majority of the members say, no, that's not how it is done. Okay. When that happens, your duty as the Secretary General is to navigate through that stormy weather with care, because there is an organization to protect. And you will have noticed the period between 2011 and the time when, to the time when ultimately the NEC itself, not Parliament, recalled its president. And to me, that length of time reflects to everybody who cares to look into, that we're navigating through a turbulent weather with care. The fact that we came out of it with an organization together in itself is a big achievement. But people who are outside and spectators can throw all the mud at you, which are you're reckless, you turn to that, because they they counterpose the ANC as a party and the ANC in parliament. That's why you say that parliament played particular roles, made certain intervention. The ANC moved in a particular way up to a point.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Freund?
Yes, thank you. Now, you have referred already to the Waterkloof incident. If I can...
Yeah, maybe Mr. Mantashe, I should say for what it's worth that, that there was that article, one of the articles that Mr. Freund referred us to when he was putting one of the questions to you, is a March 2011 article about the Guptas. I just want to say that that article was about a month after Mr. Themba Maseko had been moved from his position as DG or CEO of the communications department in government. You will recall he gave evidence about that, and he was saying that based on what Mr. Ajay Gupta had said to him earlier, and what he was told by Minister Chabane before he was removed, or he was told by Mr. Chabane that it was Mr. Zuma as president who said he should be removed. So I'm just saying that that article came about a month after that development. And of course, you might not at that stage have been aware of it.
That's why it is important to always appreciate the dynamics of a party and the state.
Yeah.
I must commend Mr. Maseko in that after we started the process of investigating the influence of the Guptas, he was the only person who gave us a written submission. Everybody refused. That's why we referred them to an independent institution and ultimately supported the formation of this commission, because it was clear to us that people feared to incriminate themselves within the party structures and they preferred independent structures. It's because I commend Mr. Maseko for that, because he gave us a written submission. Only 1 out of 8 people that came.
I do propose to come to that, but I'm trying to get there in a chronological sequence.
Yeah.
So if I can take you back then to March of 2013 at 100.104.
100.
.104.
104.
I'm only going, I think I'll just use, I won't say the 100 every time. I'll just use the number after the dot. You'll know what I'm talking about. So let's call this page 104.
And that is an article in the Star.
In the Star in May of 2013.
Wait. 104.
104. An article in the Star. 104.
104. So you remember he said he's not going to mention 100 anymore. He'll just say 104.
Yes.
All right. I just want to help you to get your bearings here. You'll see this is the 3rd of May 2013. You will see it's about the use of the Waterkloof Air Base in relation to the Gupta wedding. I'm not going to take you into the details of that. It's all very well known. But what I want to take you to is comments attributed to you in this article. So, and not directly quoting you. Third-hand sources claiming that you say...
Leave the sources.
Well, so you are the source, so I'm asking
Let's hear
you.
that.
I want to hear from you whether these are true or not.
Hear it from me. Leave the sources.
Right. You will see here in about the fifth last paragraph, it says, according to a well-placed source. You see that?
Yes.
Mantashe felt that Zuma had allowed the Guptas and the kitchen cabinet too much influence in government at the expense of the party and its leadership. He said that the ANC Secretary General felt marginalized when Zuma appointed the Limpopo ANC and the ANC Youth League class teams. And then the part that really interests me, Mantashe allegedly went so far as to tell some ministers to have the backbone and to refuse to take instructions from the Guptas. Now, my question is whether it's true that the comments that you allegedly made reflected your attitude at the time.
Yes, except that it is prefaced with a term that there was a fallout.
All right, let's leave the fallout aside.
No, allow me to respond.
No, of course.
Allow me to respond. It starts with a fallout. Yes, sir. Factually, it can't be true. Let me explain why it can't be true. Because my relation with the president of the ANC is always a professional one, not a personal one. We will not become party. So when you're Secretary General, you raise the issues, you don't look over your shoulder to say, how does the president feel on the issue? You comment on this issue on behalf of the African National Congress. Now, the things that are said, I've said by sources. Let me say, that was the beginning of saying, don't comply with instruction if they're not legitimate. We did that with the cabinet minister. Would resist if instructions are illegitimate, begin to resist. And it began to happen and many paid them.
Well, that's a very important thing you've just told us. Mm-hmm. And I'd like to understand...
I'm sorry, I missed that last sentence. It began with or something?
We said, please don't do what is not legitimate as an instruction. And I said many began to do that and many paid the price for it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. So it's implied in what you are saying that you had received, maybe over a certain period of time, reports that were suggesting that ministers were being given instructions by the Gupta family, and that's why you would have given that instruction or warning to say, don't comply with illegitimate instructions. Would that be a fair conclusion from what you are saying?
Yes. Let me give you let me read to from this.
Yeah.
Mthembu dismissed the suggestion that Zuma and Mantashe had fallen out is an old bullshit. It's an old bullshit. That's peddled by people who wanted to sow division among ANC leaders. And he confirmed that Mantashe had met Mapisa Ngwela to discuss the plain saga. All I'm trying to say is that the issue that they prefaced this with a fallout is quite important because, and that is what determines our relations with newspapers. Sometimes they report issues, but they preface it in a way that actually intend to divide the African National Congress. When that happens, you don't take that media report as a report. You take it as an effort of part of peddling the lies and wedge driving among leaders of the ANC. So this was one of such examples. And therefore, after that, we had to talk to ministers to begin to start resisting. And that was the beginning of a process of appreciating that this must be stopped on the rail.
Right. And you put that in 2013. I heard you, if you could just repeat yes into the
Yes.
microphone. Thank you. Now, you also said something this morning that took me a little by surprise. If I can take you to page 100.432, or let's just call it 432.
432,
432. This is your opening statement this morning.
yes. It took you by surprise.
The one detail in it took me by surprise.
Okay,
I'm not saying that it may not also appear in your affidavit, it might, but the point is it had never rung the bell that it now rings.
I've got it.
At the foot of page 432, paragraph 61, do you have that?
Yes,
You say there, since 2013, which is the time we're now talking about, after the Integrity Commission recommended that former President Zuma should step down, the ANC has been undergoing a period of instability. And my question is one of fact. What can you tell me about a recommendation by the Integrity Commission, and when was it made?
since 2013, you say so. After the Intel Commission recommended.
So are you saying that there was an Integrity Commission recommendation in 2013
Yes,
that President Zuma should step down?
yes.
Do you know on what basis that recommendation was made?
On what basis?
They made that recommendation. If this is an Integrity Commission recommending the President should stand down, what was it that they relied upon?
No, I can't be able to give details of the Intel Commission. I'm not a member of hearing with somebody who is not myself. I'm not there.
I think what Mr. Freund is looking at is whether you, having been the Secretary General of the ANC at the time, you are aware whether the Integrity Commission's recommendation that President Zuma should step down, step down, I see that here it says step down, not step aside, step down. The recommendation that President Zuma should step down was connected in any way with the allegations of the influence of the Gupta family.
Yes,
on
it
him.
was.
It was connected.
Yes.
Okay.
And just remind
He
us,
didn't ask that question.
Sorry?
He didn't ask that question.
Okay, all right.
yeah, but I take all the help I can get. Mr. Mantashe, this is an important feature that we're now dealing with.
I think it's very important.
It's not something that I personally was aware of, and I don't know whether the Commission was aware of it.
Actually, I wasn't. If you asked me whether the Integrity Commission of the ANC was there in 2013, I was likely to think, no, it wasn't there at that time. But obviously, you know that it was there and it made a recommendation.
It was there,
Yeah.
very active, chaired by Ntate Mlange.
Yes,
Chaired by?
Ntate Mlange,
yes, Mr. Andrew Mlangen.
Gani. And staffed by senior and respected members of the African National Congress. When I say staffed, the personnel of the Integrity Commission
Yes.
would fall into that category.
yes.
And in fact, I speak now just from my general recollection as a citizen reading newspapers, the very creation of the institution of the Integrity Commission was the product, presumably, of conference resolutions, which saw this as a proper device to address allegations of malfeasance and misconduct. Would that be
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So you've now got a serious problem. You've got an Integrity Commission which is recommending that the president of your organization and the president of the country should step down. That would obviously be a matter of very great personal concern to you what to do about this problem. Correct?
Yeah. Collectively, we will be worried.
Yes.
Just
Not,
repeat that,
not
please.
individually.
Not
Collectively.
Not individual, collectively.
Yeah, yeah.
We get this report.
Can I just ask whether that recommendation was made after the Waterkloof landing? Or
Yes.
do you not?
Yes, it was after
It
the
was
Waterkloof
after.
landing.
Yeah, okay.
It was after the Waterkloof landing.
Yeah, okay.
And I understand that you were not a member of that committee. I understand that you wouldn't have attended and heard the evidence. But my common sense tells me that on the probabilities, if the Integrity Commission was recommending that the President should stand down, they would have at least summarized the reasons for which they were making that recommendation. Is that correct?
Well, they would submit a report.
Right. And to the best of your recollection, what were those reasons?
I can't recollect that except that it was connected to the Gupta influence.
And I don't know whether you have authority to answer this question, but would you have any difficulty in making that report available to this commission?
I'm not the Secretary General.
Yes.
I'm not the Secretary. I'm not keeping records of the ANC.
Well, I think the Deputy Secretary General is here.
No, it's not here. It's not here.
Well, let me say that if the ANC could make that report available to the Commission, that would be appreciated.
Yeah. Except that, Deputy Chief Justice, we have a problem in converting the Commission into an inquiry into the ANC rather than
Yeah.
a state capture.
No.
There
I understand that.
is that disquietness in
Yeah.
the ANC that at times when you have a sense that the Commission is actually trying the ANC. That's why a number of documents that are here are internal ANC documents that are before the Commission. I was even shocked to see what we have attached even minutes of the NWC. Did you get my point?
I'm not even aware that we have
Okay.
got that.
So the point I'm making is that it's an issue that I will have to refer to the organization.
No, that's fine.
Because
That's
there's a
fine.
lot of disquietness in the organization that
Yeah.
we must not convert the Commission into a trial of the African National Congress. It must do what is in the terms of reference of the Commission.
No, I think what certainly the Commission does is to say, in order to establish what happened, how it happened, and what may need to be recommended in order to make sure it doesn't happen again, you can't leave the governing party outside. You have got to look at what was its role in regard to ABCD. But when you do that, I accept that, or I think that it doesn't mean you go all the way. You can't keep them out, but maybe you can't go too far. So it might be the striking of that balance. I think earlier on you did say you don't have a problem in the Commission looking at the ruling party. So it's a question of how far one goes, I think.
That's why we're here.
Yeah.
Mr. And that's why the President is going to come here.
Yes, yeah.
Is that
Yeah.
we want to work with the Commission, cooperate with the Commission.
Yeah.
But sometimes our cooperation
Yeah,
almost get used to strip the ANC naked
yeah,
in public. Yeah. Strip the ANC naked in public, want documents that are internal to the ANC.
yeah.
And
I think for now, I think I'm happy with your response that says you will refer it to the right authorities, or
Yeah.
you look at it and then we will hear from somebody. Yeah, okay.
okay.
Perhaps I can explain, Mr. Mantashe, from my particular vantage point, why I start to ask these questions. Because the Deputy Chief Justice asked me to examine the question of parliamentary oversight
Yes.
in respect of allegations of state capture and corruption. And the evidence that's been led on that question, as it were, forces one to ask oneself, why did the parliamentary caucus act as the parliamentary caucus acted at certain moments? And in order to understand that, it seems to me one has to understand what is the position within the African National Congress more generally, because you can't understand ANC MPs without understanding the organizational context in which they're operating. So if I can give you my personal assurance that the purpose of my questions is not to attack the African National Congress, but to unpack the problem
Yes.
of state capture, causes of state capture, and more importantly, the persistence of the alleged state capture, and why problems were not addressed satisfactorily more early. That's why I'm spending so much time talking now about 2011 and 2013, when we all know that in 2017 there were certain developments and so forth. Because this question of time and response is, it seems to me, with respect to be within the terms of the Commission. So and I want to give you the opportunity to comment on that very proposition I put to you, is whether you accept that that's a legitimate inquiry.
No, so the younger members of the ANC normally come to me. I'm an elder member now. And say to me that the ANC is very slow to take decisions. I always remind them of incidents of the evolution of the African National Congress. It's 109 years old. I give them this example all the time. No, in 1969, it takes a ballot decision. Not all members in the leadership of the ANC agree with it. They resist and cause chaos in the organization. It took the ANC 6 years to expel them. You know why it takes so long? Because the ANC believes that there is nobody who cannot be corrected and be helped. That's the ANC for you. When the ANC takes the last step of pushing a person out, you must know that it has tried and tried and tried. So, so the question you will be asking that, why did it take so long? The evidence we're giving you shows you the evolution of the effort. That there was this evolution of the effort from the time when we dismissed this allegation to a time when we're starting to take action until to a point. So the ANC evolved with this decision because there is nobody who is a member of the ANC who is incorrigible. No member of the ANC is incorrigible. So the ANC is patient in dealing with its members.
Well, I must
And I'm
just,
trying to answer the question, why does it take so long?
well, I must just say, Mr. Mantashe, and you will tell me if my understanding is wrong. My reading of your affidavit, as well as your statement and evidence you have been giving today, is that the ANC's approach to the issues that this commission is investigating is to say, we want this commission to do its job we want this commission to be able to tell us what happened, why it happened, who was involved in what happened, and what is it that made it possible for these things to happen. And we want to be part of the solution of saying what needs to be done to make sure that the country doesn't find itself having these challenges again. So my understanding is that that's where the organization, that's the approach of the organization through your evidence, that it wants to be part of the solution.
I agree. That's why we say ourselves, since 2013, after the Integrity Commission recommended that former President Zuma should step down, the ANC has been undergoing a period of instability. And we go on and on. We volunteered this information to you to try and paint the picture to the Commission that dealing with this problem evolved over a period of time. Now the question is, give us the report of that Integrity Commission. Now, we went through a very painful process the whole morning, where we take resolution of ANC conferences and try to tear them apart. And that's why I'm saying there is no other party, I would imagine, that has given this commission internal document of its proceedings, except the African National Congress. And we do that because we want to walk the talk and be part of this. But I'm saying, if we stretch that to the limit, we are going to be stripping the ANC naked because it is cooperating. And that's all, but I will take this thing to the structures of
right.
the...
And it may well be that if there are things, I don't know, but if there are things that are sensitive and have nothing to do with what we are looking at in the report, it may well be that an affidavit by somebody who has read the report and says, as far as this which the commission is interested in, this is the information that is in the report. That could be looked at.
Okay, we take it back.
Yeah.
I'm going to leave that issue there. I'm going to move on. And I'm also going to move on quite rapidly in respect of a couple of years. We're in 2013. I'm not going to deal with 2014. I'm not going to deal with 2015. I just want to indicate the sorts of things that were happening in that period. Allegations in relation to Gupta influence, Gupta benefits, the connection with the president's family, apropos of Transnet, apropos of SAA, and so forth. All those sorts of allegations are out there, but I'm just going to skip over that, and I'm going to fast forward to early 2016, because early 2016 is a moment of crisis, as I see.
Mr. Freund, before you proceed, we are 5 minutes before 6 o'clock. We tend to take a 10-minute break after every 2 hours or so. It may be that we take the 10 minutes break before you start on
It's
that.
absolutely fine. I think that would make a lot of sense, because
yes.
I'm going to spend some time focusing on early 2013.
Yes, okay, all right. Let's take a 10 minutes adjournment. We'll be back at about, okay, let's make it a little more than that. Let's make it up to 6:10. We adjourn. Am I audible?
Yeah, now I'm hearing you.
Oh, okay. Let's continue. I know that, Mr. Mantashe, you did say earlier on you are ready, we can go up to 12 midnight. But I just want to say, if as we go on, you feel that you are exhausted or anything, feel free to mention that. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, all right.
Concentration levels.
Yes, yeah, no, yeah. So we accept that. I mean, you are the only one being questioned. He is the only one standing. We are all seated. So from his side, on his side, he must tell me when his legs don't allow him to continue standing. So, okay, let's continue and then we'll see.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mantashe, will you turn to page 166, please?
There's nothing there.
Chair might need an opportunity.
What page?
166.
Okay.
There's nothing.
Mr. Mantashe says there is nothing at 166.
Oh, sorry, let me just check that. All right, then it must be 167.
No, he's right. 167.
Yes, 167.
And that's a Sowetan article of 17 February 2016.
That's correct. Chair, perhaps I should explain to you why I have these pagination difficulties. And that is that I've had to work without a set of pagination
Yes.
until last night.
Oh.
And so I had a preliminary set of pagination on an index,
Yeah.
but I didn't actually have paginated papers, and so I'm
Yes.
struggling to find my way
Okay.
around.
No, that's fine. The aircon has been switched on. It's noisy, but I don't know. Sometimes I'm told that it's hot that side, so I don't want it to be switched off in case you are all boiling. Okay, at least maybe if they can just turn it down a bit. Yes, okay, continue.
All right. Now, Mr. Mantashe, we dealt with the events of 2013 and the problems that created, the investigation of the Integrity Commission, the views they took. I said I'm going to jump over 2014, I'm going to jump over 2015, and I want to pick up the thread in early 2016. And this newspaper report claims that a meeting took place, attended by yourself amongst others, with Gupta family representatives, on this issue of undue influence. And the third paragraph of this newspaper article says that a report had been compiled of all the allegations of how the family influenced ANC leaders to get business, an accusation they have denied. And then the newspaper article suggests that these accusations were put and answered at the meeting. Is all of that factually correct?
It is factually correct that there was a meeting. If you follow that newspaper article, I said we didn't meet the family, we met a company. That distinction was quite important for us because we're dealing with a company that was threatening to retrench workers, and we met them. Factually, that happened.
And the company that was threatening to retrench workers, is this now related to the Eskom coal mines and what is that, Oak Bay? Or this is not material that I'm terribly familiar with.
Well, I am interested to know if they were meeting a company. What was the name of the company they were meeting?
We met, I would imagine, it was Tegeta.
Together.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the reality was that we had all the Gupta companies almost closing down. So wanted to understand what was the situation. We met them.
Was this after the banks had started
Yes.
closing their accounts?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And again, I'm going to ask you a question similar to one I asked you before, where I accept that you may not have authority to answer the question. But you'll see there's a reference here to a report that had been compiled of all the allegations of how the family influenced ANC leaders to get business. So my first question, which I think you are authorized to answer, is whether there was such a report. My second question is, if there was such a report, is there any prospect of that being made available?
I'm sure parliamentary people would be in a position to answer that.
Or have they got it?
They drafted the report.
Or it was a report drafted by
That is
Parliament?
what is said in the.
Well, that may be correct, but certainly I'm totally unaware of it. And I don't think there's been any evidence before this commission of
Yes.
such a report.
Are you able to indicate what structure in Parliament, a particular
It's,
committee or?
Let me see. Sowetan confirmed that family business went okay. This is Gupta's.
I think the only reference to the report that I'm aware of is in that third paragraph itself.
In
It says the
the,
report had been compiled. And
in which paragraph is that?
the third paragraph, so the first paragraph, ANC leaders, the second paragraph, Sowetan can confirm. The third paragraph says, a report had been compiled of all the allegations of how the family influenced ANC leaders to get business. And I'm asking about...
There was
whether-
no such a report.
There was no such report.
There was no such
There
report?
was no such report compiled in the.
Okay.
And you've indicated that the context was the bank's issue and Gupta companies closing down. Was that really the subject matter, or was the subject matter the allegations of Gupta influence over appointments and the like? Because they seem to be very different issues.
No, I don't think we could meet Gupta's about the influence on the ministers and departments. We couldn't do that. But we could meet them on the question of them closing business.
Because of potential job losses?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Now, I want to refer to another feature of this report. In the 10th paragraph, starting with the words last month. You see that paragraph?
Last month. Yes.
Now, this is a report in February in the Sowetan, referring to a report in the Sowetan the previous month, which would be in January 2016.
Yes.
And I haven't found such a report, but I haven't tried very hard to find it.
Which report is that?
The January 2016 report. But what I want to just put to you for your comment is that the Sowetan alleges that you had stated, that you had told that newspaper, the Sowetan, that the Guptas had captured individual ANC leaders and not the party itself. Is it correct that you
That
told
is correct.
That is correct.
That is correct.
Well, the obvious question is, which ANC leaders?
Now, if we answer that way, it means if a Gwede Mantashe have dealing with the Guptas goes to the compound, Gwede Mantashe goes to the compound. If the NC is captured, Luthuli House, 6th floor will be the home of the Guptas. Or the people in the 6th floor of the Luthuli House will spend a lot of time with the Guptas. Then the party will be captured. And we make that distinction because the operational floor of the ANC is the 6th floor. We stay there, and we made it our responsibility to protect it as a center.
And is that the 6th floor of Lutuli House you're referring
That
to?
is the Secretary General's floor
Secretary
and the
General.
TSG.
Right. And I understand and accept the distinction you draw between capture of individual ANC leaders and capture of the ANC. I have no difficulty with that distinction. But nonetheless, I'm going to put the question again. I don't know if you're willing to answer it or not. And the question is, when you told the Sowetan that the Guptas had captured individual ANC leaders, which ANC leaders did you have in mind?
No, there were quite a number of reports about this leader and that leader. I will start with Fikile. I will start with Fikile Mbalula, who had confessed himself. Others have not confessed. All I'm saying is, if any individual leaders of the ANC found it comfortable to be captured by the Guptas, those individual members were captured, not the Afghanistan Congress.
But that's if. That's not that you know that it's the case. It's just that if it's so, it doesn't mean that the ANC itself has been captured.
Just switch on
The
your mic.
ANC was not captured. That I know. I can give evidence that under oath that the ANC was not captured.
Yes, but while you're still giving evidence under oath, I want to know whether, as the Secretary General in February of 2016, whether you were aware that there were individual ANC leaders who had been captured.
There were stories around about individual ANC leaders having been captured.
So I guess what you are saying is there were stories that certain individuals were captured.
Yes,
But whether or not that was factually correct,
yes.
do you know or you don't
And
know?
we made that statement on that basis that if they were captured, so-and-so went to the compound and came with a bag of money, or so-and-so slept in the compound or whatever. That was not the ANC. And in the operational flow of the ANC, Guptas did not stay there, and they had no dealings with us there.
Yes. But perhaps they didn't need, and I'm not making any prejudgment of whether there was state capture or corruption, but assuming for the purposes of argument that there was, perhaps they didn't need to capture the ANC as an organization. If they were to capture senior leaders of the ANC, that might be all that was necessary to achieve their purposes.
Stories about a number of leaders of the ANC captured were flying all over. Okay. More worrying was the story about closeness of that family to the president. But there were officials of the ANC, even in the top six, who had nothing to do with the Guptas.
Yeah. Now, I'm very interested in what you've just told us, that stories were flying all over the place in by February 2016 of capture of ANC leaders. That has huge implications for the question that I'm particularly interested in, which is the adequacy of the manner in which Parliament dealt with the issues that they should have dealt with. Now, those stories that were flying around, are those stories that you believe would, on the probabilities, have come to the attention of MPs who were members of portfolio committees of relevance, for example, the Public Enterprises Portfolio Committee, Transport Committee, and others? These are things that you were aware of and presumably they should have been aware of.
One of the issues that we're careful about, we don't want to pretend to be running parliament. We're not running parliament. And that's why when an allegation is made that portfolio committees were dysfunctional and all that, we know that there were portfolio committees that were very effective throughout, many. After they were a majority, but there were portfolio committees that fell flat during that process, and that was where the focus was. And the same would apply to this one. Parliament would be aware of of stories. What they do about it is another issue. But further down, we begin to saw portfolio committees taking up action in that regard.
Further down. But I want to just go back to a moment to a comment you made a moment ago. That I don't remember your words, but it was to the effect of we, Luthuli House, the administration section of the African National Congress, we do not control Parliament and parliamentary oversight. Now, if we accept that, the question that has to arise is, from where do the ANC caucus get their instructions as to what positions to adopt on the controversial issues of the day?
They discuss that in caucus and take decisions in caucus.
Are you suggesting that they free as a caucus without any pressure or instruction from the party to do whatever they deem to be appropriate?
Now, you are starting my...
But that's why I put it to you,
Yes.
so you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Caucus takes decision. If the head office of the ANC think that it must communicate a message to caucus, it will go to caucus.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. If somebody wanted to go, who wanted to go?
If the head office of the ANC want to communicate a view to caucus, it has no choice but to go to caucus, because caucus must take that decision.
All right. So that would include your then office, the Office of the Secretary General,
Yes.
would from time to time go to caucus to convey, as it were, the position of the party.
Yes,
Which the-
I have only one office in Parliament that I have access to, is the office of the chief whip of the party. I don't go to the speaker and anybody else. I have access to the office of the chief whip. And if I want to talk to caucus, I communicate with the chief whip and then go to caucus.
Yes. And when you do that, I know you were then personally the Secretary General, but would you do that because you as Secretary General thought it was the appropriate thing, or would you do that because you act yourself under instructions from some organ of the party that says you must go and talk to the caucus?
I will get sometime directive from the structure of the ANC to communicate this message to the caucus. I will do that. It's part of the job of the Secretary General to do that.
And
But sometimes the Secretary General delegates that work, say, to the chairperson of the ANC, or sometimes say, Deputy President, there is this important message for the caucus, convey it, because Deputy President is there, does that.
but those structures, would that typically be, I don't know, who would it be? Would it be the NEC, the
It can be the
NWC?
ANC, it can be the NWC, it can be a subcommittee of the NEC dealing with a particular issue. It may be the top 6
Maybe
officials
the
of
top
the
6. All right. And there's been evidence of a committee, which I think is referred to as the Parliamentary Committee, which I'm talking from memory now, I've read somewhere is a subcommittee of the NEC. Is that right? Have I got that right?
I don't know what we are talking about.
Is there a subcommittee of which you're aware whose function is to give political direction to members of Parliament on controversial political issues?
It's not a subcommittee of the NEC. There is a committee in Parliament of senior members of Cabinet and the presiding officers who coordinate political work in Parliament. It's not a subcommittee.
I think it's the political committee, is it?
The political committee, yes.
Political committee is what I meant to say when I said parliamentary committee, the political committee. And that political committee, does it comprise exclusively persons who are members of Parliament, or does it include other ANC persons?
It's only parliamentary members.
Parliamentary members, but including senior leadership members
Yes.
in Parliament,
It's chaired by the Deputy President.
chaired by the Deputy President. And in the period from 2016, which we're now starting to deal with, that would have been the then Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa, is that correct?
It is always chaired by the Deputy President,
Always chaired by the Deputy President.
whoever the Deputy President is.
Well, before you proceed, Mr. Freund, I missed the part that says what this committee does. What is its function?
That committee coordinates political work in Parliament. That's why it is called political committee.
But does it do so as a structure of the ANC, or it's a parliamentary?
Is an ANC political committee
Okay, in Parliament.
in Parliament.
Okay, okay.
And it only deals with ANC issues and structures.
Okay,
Yes.
okay.
And I want to just recover this ground because I think it's important and I want there to be no room for misunderstanding between us. The political committee, I understand you to have told us, is a committee comprising only members of parliament, but those would include very senior people and would be chaired by the deputy president of the party. Am I correct so far?
I don't know what you describe as senior. There will be members of the ANC who sit in that committee. Most of them will have roles in Parliament. Your presiding officer in that committee, your whips in that committee, and other members.
Oh, well, I wanted to say, do they become eligible to be part of that committee by virtue of certain positions they hold in Parliament?
No, the ANC decides who sits in the committee, but others are eligible because of the rules.
Okay.
You can't have a political committee that doesn't involve presiding officers.
Yes, okay. Okay.
Yes. But the political committee would be chaired by the deputy president, and amongst its other members would be ministers. Is that correct?
Others are ministers.
Some would be ministers. Would some of them be chairs of portfolio committees?
Yes,
And I think you've mentioned the
Speaker.
chief whip.
the whips and the presiding officers.
And the presenting officers, I'll come back to that in a moment. The DCJ just asked about the speaker. Would the speaker also be party to that or not?
That is a presiding officer.
Is the presenting officer. Now, if you could
When
explain
we
to me.
talk of presiding officers, we talk of the speakers in NA and chairperson of the NCOP.
All right. So the Speaker of the National Assembly or the Chair of the NCOP would be regarded as presenting officers to the political committee.
They are not presiding officers to the political committee.
Yes, they are
They are presiding
Parliament.
officers in Parliament.
Yes, the Speaker presides in proceedings of the National Assembly.
Yes,
That's why she's called presiding officer.
Yes.
And the chair of the NCOP presides in proceedings of the NCOP.
correct.
And the two houses form Parliament.
Yes,
Therefore, the two officers are called presiding officers of Parliament.
yes.
Yes, I'm sorry, I misheard you. I thought you said presenting officers. I now realize you said presiding officers. Is that
Presiding
correct?
officers.
Right. So they would also be members of
Yes.
this political committee. And what I also wanted to clarify is this, that committee on issues of political controversy would be the structure that would be giving guidance or instructions or advice at least as to what positions the caucus should adopt and the MP should adopt. Is that right or is that wrong?
Politics are controversial by their nature. So I don't know what you could regard as controversy.
Well, let me take the controversial out.
Politics are controversial generally.
Let me accept that a lot of politics is controversial, but I'm trying to characterize the role of this committee.
It coordinates political work of the ANC in Parliament,
Yes. Now, what does that
including
mean?
intervening on issues of conflict in Parliament, so that not all the time when there are issues, people run to laws. Parliament must deal with its problems there in Parliament.
Right. Including taking decisions on what should happen in certain parliamentary structures.
No. Those decisions are taken by either structures of the ANC or by caucus.
So what would be an example of the sort of issue that would go to the political committee?
If there is tension between the Speaker and the Chair of the NCOP, would that be the kind of
The
issue?
political committee will intervene in that situation,
Yeah.
facilitate a resolution.
Well, I got what I asked for, an example.
I want you to ask what you want to ask.
If there was if there was a political issue or debate that's maybe national, that's attracting the attention of a large section of the nation or the nation, and it appeared as if maybe different people or members of parliament are speaking in the media about this issue in different ways, and would that be the kind of thing that the political committee would say, look, come here, all of you, on this issue, this is the line forward?
That problem, if government members,
Yeah.
cabinet members,
Yeah,
talk at cross purpose, that's a presidential issue.
okay.
It's the cabinet of the president, you must deal with that.
Yes, but if it were to be an ANC issue,
It
then
will,
it could.
it depends where it happens.
Okay.
If it happens in parliament,
Yeah.
the political government will have responsibility over it.
Okay.
If it's a general ANC problem, the ANC structures here have the responsibility.
Okay.
Well, let me ask this question. We have started to deal, and we're going to deal in more detail shortly, with the ever-increasing crescendo of allegations in relation to Gupta's state capture, improper influence. And we're going to be looking not only through your evidence, but at the Commission more generally, at the way in which Parliament responded to that. Now, is that the sort of issue, in your judgment, that you would expect to be taken to and considered and addressed and resolved by the political committee or not?
No. If there is something happening in energy, the portfolio committee on energy will deal with it. If it happens on transport, the portfolio committee on transport will deal with it. It's a parliamentary issue, it's not an ANC issue.
Yes, but if the political issue of the day is allegations that people outside of state structures are exercising improper influence over leadership figures inside state structures in order corruptly to benefit themselves, I mean, this is a political issue of the utmost importance. And I'm trying to understand how the ANC decision-making process would take place on the question of how to address this, and in particular from the perspective of Parliament.
Decision-making process of the ANC are very clear. They go to the NWC, go to the NEC, and the ANC take decisions.
And can you tell us whether in the first quarter of 2016, either the NWC or the NEC considered and addressed the allegations of state capture, which were then widely circulated?
Yes.
And what did they resolve, if anything, to do about that?
The first thing was to do investigation, and the Secretary General's office was given that responsibility. Then we opened that. People come forward, let's have a discussion. what are the issues. I'm saying we had a total of 8 submissions. And of those 8 submissions, we said, give us in writing. People didn't give us in writing. Only Mr. Maseko gave it to us in writing. Then we resolved that, listen, quite clearly there's suspicion in the ANC. People don't want to do anything that is career limiting, or they fear being persecuted. They don't want to give submission. Then we said, we are giving you the right to go to independent institutions of state.
Now, let's just place on the record, I think, facts that are well known to put this conversation we're having in context. BC Jonas's statement in March, where he claimed to be offered bribes by the Guptas to do certain things if he accepted a certain position. He mentors allegations of bribery. Barbara Hogan's public statements that what was now being alleged didn't surprise her for reasons which she then gave. Those were allegations made by senior members of the ANC structures. And they were allegations of serious consequence if they were true. Do you agree?
One of the things that was sensitive to in the ANC is to have a description of senior and junior to leaders of the ANC. We don't do that because it creates false superiority. Then let's start from there. Of the 8, Mcebisi Jonas was one of them. He didn't give us a written statement. He came to the commission. We welcomed that because we said go to independent institutions. And he chose the commission. And we welcomed that because there was no faith in the processes in the ANC for him as a senior member of the ANC. Okay.
Now, you told the Commission earlier this morning, maybe earlier this afternoon, that you lack powers to compel testimony. And I'm sure that you're right when you say that. You can't subpoena people, you can't force them to testify, you can't subject them to interrogation unless they consent to it. But that's not true of Parliament, is it? Parliament has those powers.
Yes, when I was Secretary General, I was not running Parliament. Parliament has all the institutional mechanisms of forcing people to do things, to summon people and do that. In the ANC, we're a voluntary organization, we don't have those powers.
Right, I understand that. But there have been suggestions and allegations in the evidence before this commission that within the caucus of the ANC, in this period, there was, amongst a significant number of the MPs, apprehension and concern that if they were to pursue investigations in relation to these allegations, through the portfolio committees, for example, they would be seen as disloyal to the party and they would be exposing themselves to career prejudice. Would that be a legitimate position for them to hold or not?
No. Actually, what you want me to do is to figure out the feeling of a colleague. I can't figure that out.
Well, I think, I'm not sure if that's what he seeks to establish, Mr. Mantashe, but I think he may be asking whether, to the extent that there may have been ANC MPs who felt like that, whether you would think that they had proper grounds to feel like that.
No, the reason that I can't imagine their feelings. It's because there was no such a directive from the ANC.
Yes,
So-
well, that's
So
important.
the basis of that fear that it will be seen as
Yeah,
is something that I'm expected to assume, because there's no such a directive in the ANC.
so you say the ANC had not done anything or said anything that should have made anybody feel like that?
No, the ANC has not done anything and told nobody
Yeah,
to fear anything.
yeah.
Were you aware that a motion was put in Parliament in September of 2016 by an opposition party that there should be an ad hoc committee to investigate these allegations of state capture and corruption, specifically linked to Gupta's, the need to summons them and other related persons, and that en masse, the entire ANC caucus voted against that?
A motion is put by the opposition and it is voted by the ANC caucus.
It was opposed by the ANC caucus. In other words, there is an opportunity for the exercise of the parliamentary powers,
I
and
want
the
to-
ANC
No.
caucus says
I want to
no.
understand this.
Yes, maybe let's put it this way. A motion of no, a certain motion, not of no confidence, a certain motion is put before the National Assembly to say the National Assembly should resolve that an inquiry or should...
An ad hoc committee should be appointed
Yeah,
to
an
inquire
ad hoc
into these
committee-
allegations.
An ad hoc committee should be established of Parliament to investigate certain allegations relating to the Guptas. And when the voting takes place on that motion, almost all members of the ANC vote against that motion. I think that's what he's talking about.
That is what I'm talking about. I'm asking
Yeah.
whether you even knew of that.
I don't know if I knew about that, because processes in Parliament were not run from Lutula or Swawa Station.
Well,
So-
yes and no. When there was a vote of no confidence motion, you very much interfered, or very much influenced
Come
that.
to that, ask it directly, I will answer to it. The vote of no confidence, come to it directly, so I can give you an appropriate answer. Parliament take decisions in caucus, they execute them. They don't phone Lutula's, can we do this? They discuss and assess the risks themselves, take decisions themselves.
All right. Now, I apologize if I interrupted you a moment ago.
Now come to the vote of no confidence.
I'm of course coming to the
If
votes
you
of no
want
confidence.
that.
I'm coming to that. There were a series of votes of no confidence. I think some 8 that were put in President Zuma, not all of which were pushed all the way. We have all the details, dates and so forth, but in the circumstances, I don't think it's necessary to go through all of that. And my personal impression as an outsider watching this is that initially they really had very little prospect of being taken seriously. But as time went by, particularly as one moved into 2016 and 2017, there was more and more political pressure from the South African public, frankly, for these votes of no confidence to be seriously considered on their merits, because many people took the view that there was substance in the complaints that were being raised. Now, my question to you arising from that is whether you agree that that was factually correct, and if you do agree, why was it that you felt it appropriate essentially to instruct caucus not to support such votes of no confidence?
I dealt with that in my introductory comments. That removal of a sitting president of the ANC is quite a serious matter. Some party called ATM, there's 2 members in parliament, is having a vote of no confidence against Cyril Ramaphosa, the sitting president. That's what we're dealing with every day. That opposition parties think that they can put a motion of no confidence, will go for a Samson option, will pull the polls over the ANC, kill it, and hope that things will go well in the future. Our attitude is that the issue of a sitting president is a political matter, it's a party matter, because if you destroy that pillar of the organization and of the government, you are going to find many issues you will deal with as consequences. I told you that one time the ANC itself recalled a president. All the ministers had resignation letters in their hands because that president appointed them to cabinet until the incoming president had to say, stay put, let's have a discussion, and reappointed them. So we take it serious, the issue that we can just, by a vote of no confidence by the opposition, fire a sitting president and have no options to look at. We take it serious, but it's one area that we think that it is mischief that we should resist all the time. And I went to Parliament and told members of the ANC, don't vote for a removal of a sitting president. 9 ANC members voted with the opposition, 9 of them. Who they are, we don't know. We know only one, Makosi Khoza. The only reason that we know that she did that is because after doing that in a secret ballot, she went public in the media that I voted against the ANC, which was ill-discipline in itself. Because we said, okay, it's a secret ballot, let it go ahead, and 9 voted with the opposition. We didn't go to investigation who that 9 is, because we said, okay, there's only one instance where members of the ANC were allowed to follow their conscience in voting. It was when we had 3 parliamentarians who voted against abortion in legislation. They were allowed by the ANC to follow their conscience on the basis of religious consciousness and understanding. They were allowed. In things like this, of removing a president, the ANC will do everything in its power not to split its forces, because we go in campaign, people go to parliament on a list of the ANC. Now, if when they arrive there, they become individuals, we'll have no party. If a person thinks that he is bigger than the ANC, that person must feel free to leave the ANC. We fill that list because we are a party in a party political system.
Now, I understand the political problems that can arise from a vote of no confidence in a president. The first and most obvious one is that president must sit aside. The second is that when the vote of no confidence is in the president, it follows that the cabinet must resign. But what then follows, of course, is that the governing party, the ruling party, selects another president, and that president appoints a cabinet. So it's not an impossible situation. I accept it's a serious situation, not to be done lightly. But surely, if there are substantial grounds, it's an if, there are substantial grounds that justify the concerns about the president, it's the appropriate thing to do.
Now, the ANC has the experience more than any party. It has removed 2 sitting presidents out of its own volition, because there were issues, thought that let's take that decision. The difference is that when the ANC does that, it looks into all the consequences and the realities, talk to that president, absorb the tensions, and go ahead and do that and understand what we're going to do. But if we can open presidents of the ANC to be sitting ducks, that opposition party must come with a vote of no confidence, and therefore they are gone. I can assure you, Mr. Chairperson, if there is another vote of no confidence now, I will go to Parliament and say, it is unacceptable for you to remove your own president on the basis of a vote of no confidence.
Well, let's talk about that, Mr. Mantashe. Do you see no tension as the party when, for argument's sake, let us say an opposition party that has put forward a motion of no confidence in the president of the country, who is the president of the ANC, has advanced, let us say for argument's sake, and for now I'm not talking about any particular person or any particular president, just saying for argument's sake, has put in grounds for that motion that are plausible. You see no tension in the instruction from the ANC to a member of the ANC who is a member of parliament to say, thou shalt not vote in support of this motion in circumstances where that member may believe or believes that it is in the interest of the country, the republic. Remember the oath of office that they take. That now, in the light of all of the grounds that have been put forward, leave out that they have been put forward by an opposition party. I believe they are true, that this president should be voted out of office. Do you believe that there is no tension between that instruction and the oath of office?
As the Secretary General who runs a party, I will know that if we allow a free vote on a vote of no confidence, we will deal with the crisis immediately. That's what we'll be hunting for. Let me tell you the behavior of political activists. You see, if majority of ANC members go and vote for the removal of their president, it doesn't fall logical that they can put another one and have a president. It doesn't fall logical. Because it will create tensions in the party such that an opposition may nominate somebody, in retaliation others vote with that opposition and have an opposition president. All those consequences are analyzed in the party because we are running a party and the party contests elections and the party goes to government and that party elects a president who is voted in parliament by its members and other members. But any call for the ANC to fire its sitting president because the opposition says so, it's an unfair call on the ANC. When those opposition parties do not remove their leaders who are nowhere to be seen even in parliament, but they have a guts of saying to the ANC, fire your president.
But what if?
It's a political issue, Mr. Chairperson, I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's not just a superficial,
No,
technical, legal issue.
yeah.
It's a political issue.
Yes.
You collapse your party and hope that it will survive.
Yeah, no.
That's the option you are giving us.
Yeah, no, I understand that. Notionally, it ought to be possible to have a situation, even within the context of a motion of no confidence in the president, to have a situation where what is in the interest of the ruling party or governing party, majority party, might not be in the interest of the republic. Based on your answer, it seems to me that you may be saying it will always be against the interests of the governing party for its members to vote on the basis of how they see the interests of the republic in that context.
That, that question has been put to us 101 times.
Yes,
Is it the ANC first or the country first?
yes.
And we say, is the country, but we are in that government of the country through the ANC. When I'm staying in Lutulias, I have a responsibility to keep the ANC intact for it to have the vibrancy and the capacity to govern. Now, you can take it in that it is in the interest of the country to just destroy the ANC. Now, and you ask me to cooperate in that because it is in the interest of the country to destroy the ANC. Obviously, it will be a huge call for any ANC member to destroy the ANC because he thinks it is in the interest of the country. You are exercising your right in government through the ANC. Until what the judgment has given us, there's constituency system and other things, maybe at that point there may be serious consideration. But at this point in time, we are having a political system that is a party political system. Now, if you say the ANC, I'm sure this call will never be made to any other party. It can only be made to the ANC. And you say to the ANC, go and break your pillars, kill yourself, you will wake up again, you are a strong party. We will know that it's not real. And that's why we go to the election every 5 years, to test if we still have that support. But to go to those elections every 5 years, once we're elected, people who oppose that in the campaign tell us that, listen, fire this president of yours and collapse your structures, and you agree to that, politically, it will be a disaster. That's why the alternative is that when there is a big crisis, the ANC must be able to take a decision to recall its president.
No, that I think up to a certain point, I can understand a situation where the ruling party says, if there is a feeling among some members of parliament, whether it's only opposition party members or a mixture, the president should go, there should be a vote of no confidence. We are reluctant that the president of the ruling party, who is the president of the country, should be removed in that way at the instance of an opposition party. But that would, the difficulty would be mitigated if the party would then put in motion a process to establish whether there are real grounds on the basis of which the president should be removed, in which case then, if its own processes show that there are proper grounds, then it can either do that internally, or it can itself, if it were to see fit, put in the motion so that the motion doesn't come from the opposition party, in which case it has done its homework. It knows that removing the president is not going to cause any huge problems in the party. I'm saying that,
No, even when the party does it,
yeah,
it causes problems. You know, when we removed the president for the first time, we had 37 new seats in parliament of a party called COPE, reflecting disagreement on that action. And we had 37 seats in parliament that were not in the ANC. That was the first massive decline of the ANC in parliament. We did it for the second time. No split has happened, but the reactions within the party still reflect the importance of a sitting president being removed. I can tell you with my eyes closed, you allow an opposition party to say remove your president, and we remove that president, there will be a massive split in the ANC and collapse. It's a Samson option. And I'm saying it is bad of the ANC to take the Samson option. It may have been good for Samson to collapse those pillars because it was in the hands of the enemy. But to collapse pillars around yourself deliberately is a disastrous decision.
but you see, as I see it, then your difficulty or the position you take, the problems that you say would arise if the president of the country's president of the ANC is removed when an opposition party has put in a motion of no confidence, and that's supported by the ANC, would still occur even if the ANC removes that president outside of parliament and without an opposition party, just as you say it happened when the ANC did this for the first time. There was COPE. You say the second time there was no party that was created. But the problem would still arise even if there is no opposition party involved. And the question that arises for me is your concern as the ruling party about the challenges that may arise if the president is removed, even if he is removed or she is removed by the party itself. Those problems might put the party in a situation where it can't act against actions or wrongdoing that it should act against, because it is scared that those problems will arise. And as long as the party is seen by its own members that it can't act because it is scared of a splinter party and whatever, then those who might be involved in wrongdoing feel that they are not under any threat.
No, we've done that twice.
Sorry?
We've done that twice.
Yes, yes,
We've experienced.
yes.
We understand it. What we are encouraged to do, I hope this commission is not doing that, is that leaders of the ANC must be at the mercy of anybody. And therefore, we don't have an ANC. And I'm saying, as a party head in my bigger part of my life, that taking that decision will be cutting your nose to spike your face. That's what you are doing.
Those who know English will tell us.
Yes, you are telling the world that we're holier than thou, we're good, we're godly. And the consequences is that you will destroy your party. Now, and I'm saying that advice, we take it with a pinch of salt from wherever it comes from. Because difficulties of dealing with leadership of the ANC. I was telling somebody, I said, if the ANC would charge me today, it would take a decision easily. But if you go and hit the president of the ANC, the consequences will tell you that you have committed suicide. You committed suicide. The difference when the ANC does it, at least there is an internal discussion in the ANC on the reason for that action. When people are not convinced, you see a coup. When people understand, even if they say, yeah, near, they limp on, but problems creep into the organization. So any advice that says we must allow the opposition to just take a resolution that we have a vote of confidence on the president of the ANC, fire him. If you say we must accept that as normal policy, I can tell you now, it's a bad advice you will be given.
Well, for me, this discussion is very important, Mr. Mantashe, so, because it's important for one to understand what the challenges are within the ANC when people who are outside may be expecting it to deal with certain situations in a certain manner. But let me ask, that attitude on the part of the party to say members of the ANC must not vote in support of a motion of no confidence tabled by an opposition party because of the challenges that you have identified. It doesn't apply, does it apply? It doesn't apply, I assume, to other decisions. It's just the issue of the motion of no confidence in the president, or maybe also motion of no confidence in the cabinet, because I think the constitution applies.
In many decisions, ANC MPs are allowed to think and take decisions. But there are decisions that are actually cutting at the heart of the party. Those decisions are political, and the party must take political decisions.
So is my understanding then of your evidence correct, that you are saying a motion of no confidence in the president or any decision in parliament that would result in the removal of the president, or it could be an impeachment as opposed to motion of no confidence, that is something special? On that, the political party will intervene to say, this is the direction insofar as voting is concerned for its members. But for other decisions, generally speaking, the party leaves that to its MPs to think, apply their minds, and make decisions.
In thinking and applying their mind, that's where the importance of a caucus is. That ANC members must persuade each other to a particular direction and agree on a decision. That is important if you run a party in the system that we're having of a political party system. Because if your political party is falling apart, you will not make the impact in the system. So you have a responsibility as Secretary General to ensure that that party is kept intact. If there are contradictions, deal with those contradictions within the structures of the party. But if you take contradictions out and you play with it, that's why the worst thing that can happen, that always happens to the ANC, is when ANC members go out public and attack each other in public. It's the worst thing that happens to the ANC. because we know that when that happens, it has no chance of strengthening the ANC. It will only weaken the ANC and splinter it into small factions, and it will collapse. And the opposition that is encouraging us to take the Samson option will smile from end to end.
Just to follow up on, when you talk about the discussion at caucus, in the caucus, among ANC members, and where you say these members of ANC must try to persuade one another and agree. You are not saying, are you, that, for example, members of the ANC in different portfolio committees are obliged to only articulate in their respective portfolio committees decisions as taken at caucus, and they are not free to take their own views? Or are you saying it depends on the issues?
Chairperson, the ANC is a political party. It has policies. It develops them over a long period, in a very long process. People who go to Parliament on the ANC list, first and foremost, understand those policies. They go on the basis of executing and the implementation of those policies. That's the first thing. And therefore, policy matters is policies of the ANC that have gone through the policies, and you are a parliamentarian to promote this policy because that is what is in your manifesto.
Yes.
That is the policy that you use to win votes.
Yes.
And therefore, starting point is that MPs must understand the portfolio, the manifesto of the ANC. They must understand policies of the ANC. And those policies must guide parliamentarians. If there is something unique out of this world that comes, they have a duty to go to caucus and discuss. And actually try to get views on a number of issues. And I can give you many examples of those issues that come and almost divide us, and we have to intervene and say, no, engage. One day you must just wear something that will not make us recognize you. Go to the caucus of the ANC. And you see how robust that caucus is, because that caucus is not a question of just brushing each other, force each other with this thing. It's robust, people engage, people think, and people persuade. And that's what we're saying is the starting point. But this free vote on certain issues, maybe yes. But I'm saying,
on policy matters, the position is clear.
there's a policy of the ANC.
Yeah,
You see.
yeah.
On political matters that affect directly the heart of the ANC, and we can't allow a free-for-all.
But certainly, I would imagine, I guess the policy of the ANC is clear on corruption, no corruption.
Yes, it is clear.
And therefore, there should be no debate about any member of the ANC in their portfolio committees taking a strong stand against anything that looks like corruption.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Freund.
Thank you. I don't want to take this particular debate much further, but just a few points arising. Mr. Mantashe, are there not situations where there can be a conflict between the interests of the party and the interests of the nation? Put it differently. When an MP takes an oath of office to respect and promote the constitutional values and the interests of the nation, I'm paraphrasing, is it not so that that MP actually is duty-bound to apply that MP's own mind to where do the interests of the nation lie? And are there not situations in a corruption scenario where if the party is not removing the president, it's quite appropriate to say, my judgment call is that the interests of the nation and the constitutional values require me to support such a vote. Do you wholly reject that argument?
Mr. Chairperson, I'm in Parliament now for 3 years. For 3 years.
That's not a very long experience.
That's a
compared
very
to
short
others.
experience.
Yeah.
But I'm looking forward to a day where any opposition party splits its votes. I never had that experience. Even on straightforward issues where there is a budget vote that has been agreed in the portfolio committee. Parties take it that you will vote against that budget vote. And opposition party without fail vote against that budget vote. That's why we sometimes have a sense that there is an effort to divide the ANC instead of talking to principles that must apply across the board. Why should it be ANC MPs who are encouraged to vote as they like? But I've never seen, even when I was SG, one thing I did regularly was to open Channel 8 for Parliament. I've never seen opposition parties splitting their vote. And my own view is that if we talk about those principles, let's talk about principles that cut across and not have principles and policies that are directed at a governing party. There must be principles that cut across.
I think in terms of logic, Mr. Mantashe, I think you would agree in terms of logic that there must be situations where the opinion of one or more members of parliament, let's leave out whether they are ANC or what they are, might be that the interests of the republic dictate that they should vote in a certain way on a certain matter. And voting in a certain way, or voting in that way, might not be what the party from which they come would like, or might not be seen by the party bosses as being in the interest of the party. Talking out about the principle, leaving out whether it's ANC or whatever party, my thinking is that you would accept that proposition.
In principle,
Yes,
I agree with you.
yes,
That's why when there were 9 members of the ANC
yes,
that voted for the removal of the president,
yes,
we didn't investigate who they are.
yes,
We
yes.
only suspect
Yeah.
it should be so and so and so and so. That's
Yeah,
all.
Yeah.
So it has happened to the ANC.
Yeah, yeah.
It has happened to the ANC.
Yes, okay.
But the point I'm making is that how do you come to that determination on the issue? Because I think we should demystify the feeling that what is in the interest of the ANC is against the interest of the state. We must,
You say state or nation or republic.
yeah,
Or,
we must demystify that the ANC has no interest of the republic. It has its own interest. I think we must demystify that. That's why coming to that determination, even on issues that are in the interest of the state, it should come through a process of discussion in the party, as other parties will do. Now, the point I'm making is that I think there can be no assumption made that anything that is needed by the ANC is understated.
Yeah, no, it can't be. It can't be. But I think because you answered the question the way you answer it in terms of the principle positively, that should enable Mr. Freund to see if he wants to take it further.
Well, Chair, given the time of night, I was really proposing to move to a different question. But of course, once the principle is established,
Yeah.
then the legitimacy of a party member voting in accordance with that party's, with that member's assessment of the interests of the nation. I want to put to you for your comment, is not, as you called it, the worst betrayal, but in fact the execution of the member's duty. Duty to the country, duty as a parliamentarian, duty in terms of the oath of office of a parliamentarian.
I agree. On an ANC list, you have a duty to strengthen that ANC that you are in the list of. You are not a free rider or in a free range, that because you're in parliament, the filtering the interests of the nation, therefore you are a free rider, you can do as you wish. You are on a party list. I know of parties in parliament that fires its MPs at the slightest provocation if they don't do what the party says. I know of them. We are not going to bring them here, but there are few instances where we saw good parliamentarians kicked out of parliament because they defy a party on a frivolous matter. All I'm saying is that as you do that, you must appreciate that you are on the ANC list. You are in parliament. You are expected to respect the constitution and all the obligations that go with that as an MP. But you are not a free rider. You are not in a free range where you do as you like. Otherwise, if that were the case, political parties wouldn't have caucuses. Political parties have caucuses because they appreciate the political party system that pulls them together into that parliament.
Chair, I don't propose to take that line of questioning any further unless you wish me to.
No, that's fine.
I want to try and wrap up on this present line of question, which is, as it were, a chronological line of question. And I want to just explain to you certain evidence that the Commission has heard, and then I'm going to ask you to comment on it. The Commission has heard evidence that certain opposition members attempted to persuade certain portfolio committees to investigate certain allegations of corruption, state capture, and the like, and couldn't get those committees to agree to investigate. So it's alleged. Secondly, there's been evidence that we referred to earlier today of an attempt in the National Assembly to pass a motion to establish an ad hoc committee to investigate these allegations of state capture, rejected. That takes us to about September of 2016. In June of 2017, Mr. Froelich, who was the chair of chairs in Parliament, wrote letters to 4 portfolio committee chairs saying these allegations should now be investigated in your committees as a matter of urgency. That's the background that I want to explain to you. Now the question is this: do you have any knowledge as to why, having resisted up until September 2016, parliamentary efforts to investigate these things, all of a sudden, in May and June of 2017, there's an about-face, there's a whole new position adopted within ANC members of Parliament. Do you have any insight into that?
I can only answer that question by describing it. That ANC don't go and instruct portfolio committees to do things. allow them to take decision. But if the opposition party moves a motion, it has no responsibility to persuade anybody. The ANC must instruct its members in portfolio committees to support that motion. That's my understanding of the essence. Uguti, the opposition move a motion that there must be investigation of X, Y, and Z. I don't know the details.
Yes. But let's assume for the purposes of the question that we accept that
No.
the ANC, until a certain position, sorry, are you still answering? I'm interrupting. Okay.
Yes, you can continue.
I want to
Mr.
get your person.
You'll have to say that in English, so Mr. Freud hears.
That means you sit on my mouth as I talk.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I apologize.
You see, the point I'm making is that we have thinking MPs in portfolio committees. They come across various issues, they apply their mind, they take decisions. Okay. Now, it doesn't follow automatically that if opposition moves a motion, it must be supported. Members of parliament who are in that portfolio committee will meet and think and take a decision. It is ironical that there is an experience that the ANC must instruct them to accept that motion. But the ANC must not tell its MPs not to vote in a particular way. You see? That is a contradiction in terms, serious contradiction in terms. My understanding of how the polls work, I think all the opposition parties praised Jackson Mthembu in how we related to them. For only one reason. He understood the value of walking, go to political party and explain a proposition. And move to the next one. And try to reconcile decision. Opposition parties don't have that obligation. They don't do that. Even if they have a good motion, they are hoping to blackmail you into supporting them. It doesn't work that way. They must get out of their offices, go to other political parties, including the ANC, to explain to them that, listen, with this motion, this is the purpose of this motion, and convince the ANC. By the time there's a formal motion, you have done your work. You've done that. Jackson Mthembu, may his soul rest in peace, was a master of that. And in that way, he made a lot of progress in difficult areas because outside of the formal processes, he went to parties and persuaded them to support a position. Opposition parties must appreciate their responsibility to persuade other parties to their position.
Well, based on what you have said, except in respect of a motion of no confidence in the president, based on what you have said in regard to portfolio committees and how members of the ANC are supposed to take part and vote, I'm getting the impression that you are saying that members of the ANC must apply their minds to what is before them and take decisions on the basis of the merits or demerits of what is before them. So I ask the question whether it is seen as a bad thing within the ANC for an ANC member of parliament to, in a portfolio committee, for example, to go along with proposals from an opposition party if he or she thinks they have merit.
ANC MPs have agreed with opposition parties on many motions.
Okay.
But the tendency is, when they happen to disagree with a particular motion, then the voice goes loud of the ANC this, ANC that.
Using its
Because,
majority.
which is almost blackmailing the ANC into accepting anything that comes from the opposition without applying its mind. And I think if that can change, we'll have a happy life in Parliament.
Okay. Mr. Freund.
I think you may have misunderstood what I was trying to inquire about when I contrasted the position in September 2016 with the position in mid-2017. I'm not focusing on ANC suggestions. Let me retract that. I'm not focusing on opposition proposals or motions or anything of the like, because the decision to start these investigations in Parliament in June of 2017 didn't come from the opposition. It came from the ruling party. It came, according to the evidence of Mr. Froelich, from instructions that he received, which I'm not entirely sure who was party to the creation of those instructions, but he said included the then Speaker, Baleka Mbete, the then Chief Whip, Jackson Mthembu, but I have the impression, and others as well. So the evidence that we have from an ANC MP who actually issued these sets of letters is, I was told that I should now convey to these portfolio committees they should commence these investigations. This is quite unlike what had happened before that. In 2012, 2013, 2016, nothing like that had ever happened before. But in mid-2017, the ruling party seems to have taken the initiative to say, we need, through Parliament, to investigate these allegations. And they're not new allegations, they're allegations that have been around a long time. My question to you is whether you have any knowledge that explains why, at that time, the ruling party took that initiative, and if you do, why it didn't take a similar initiative much earlier.
I was not part of that decision. I can only make an assumption that earlier it looked into the question and came to a different conclusion. Then the life evolved and conditions developed and made an analysis come to a different conclusion. Now, it's an assumption.
I hear you, it's an
I have
assumption.
no facts, I don't know what you're talking about, but if you take a particular decision and later you take another decision, life has evolved and therefore situations in front of you have changed and you come to a different conclusion.
Chair, that completes that line of examination. What remains to be traversed is the content of Mr. Makgashule's affidavit, which has been adopted by Mr. Mantashe, and then expanded upon on certain issues by Mr. Mantashe. Those issues are of fairly considerable importance, and they're not all simple issues. Now, I'm in your hands as to how you wish to deal with that. I can try to deal with it fairly quickly this evening, or we can recognize that perhaps we're tired and that we need to set aside an evening or whatever on another occasion. Or I could start it and see how far I get. But I'm just indicating to you now at 10 to 8 that I'm now going to turn to that question.
Have you got an estimate of how much time they would need if they were to be done properly?
You know, Chair,
Or fairly properly?
I can only answer this way.
Taking into account my own interventions.
Leaving that aside, Chair, when this particular session was first contemplated, it was contemplated to deal only with one question, which was the considered position of the leadership of the African National Congress as represented by a senior office bearer on to what extent it was accepted that there were need for improvements on parliamentary oversight and what would be the best forms for that type of improvement to be. And of course, there are some related issues, which are things like closed lists and constituencies, and there's all sorts of other related issues. And when that was contemplated, I personally thought that would be a day's evidence. So one answer to your question is, it's a day's evidence. One might take a different view. One might say, actually, these documents speak for themselves, because we have explored with other witnesses many but not all of the issues. And if we have the affidavits, and we have them and they're confirmed under oath by Mr. Mantashe, he may take the view it's not necessary. But your question, I'm afraid, is a bit like the question, how long is a piece of string? I could easily take a day, and if you told me I've got 10 minutes, I'll do it in 10 minutes.
Well, I know you have been standing there for a long time, and I know Mr. Mantashe has been dealing with questions the whole day. Maybe what we should do, well, I would imagine that it should be possible to do justice to them without going beyond 2 hours. Is my assessment.
I think that can be done. Let me put it the other way around. If you say to me, Mr. Freund, do it in 2 hours, do what you can in 2 hours, I will take 2 hours.
Because I'm thinking that maybe we should adjourn, and then we'll try and find an evening during April, because I want to try and avoid oral evidence that goes into May. I've already allowed the president to go into May. So if we find an evening when Mr. Mantashe comes, if he came at 5 o'clock, we should be done by 7 o'clock. Then we are done. So I think that's what we should do. Mr. Mantashe, does that sound fine with you?
I agree.
Yeah.
I certainly have no difficulty. I support it.
Yes, okay. No, I think let's do it that way. So let's adjourn then for the day. Thank you, Mr. Mantashe, and thank you to the ANC's legal team. And thank you, Mr. Freund and your team, and the staff of the commission and the technicians that we have been able to work right into the evening to try and finish the work of the commission. For the benefit of the public, I must just mention that tomorrow I will hear evidence from Mr. Nkwinti, the former minister. That's the witness for tomorrow. So otherwise then, an arrangement will be made for when Mr. Mantashe will come back to complete his evidence. Thank you. We adjourn.